Chapter 1. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia. In the center of this city is a guild. Its name, Fairy Tale. The time is X783. There is still 1 year before the beginning of the plot. During this year, several new people joined Fairy Tale. One of the men is very special because he does not belong to this world. The man's name is Bai Yat, a traveler from the blue planet. Fairy Tale Guild. In the spacious guild hall, wizards gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Each of them talked and laughed. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. Bai Yat, another barrel. The boldly dressed black-haired drunkard girl drank a barrel of fine wine heroically and shouted drunkenly. Good. You are Kana indeed. Still as generous as ever. I'm afraid that 30% of the guild's wine was consumed by Kana alone. The Fairy Tale wizards all clapped and cheered. Really, Kana has drunk enough today, Byakuya-kun. The gentle girl in a dark red and pink hemmed dress and silver long hair down to her waist cast a glance at the young waiter in a tuxedo beside her. Okay, Miss Myra. Bai Ye smiled gently, mixed the cocktail with ease, and finally brought it to Kana. This is just enough for everyone, need a bucket, a big bucket. Kana complained while taking the glass and drinking it all. The next second. Pa! Kana fell on the table and began to sleep soundly. Ha ha ha! Grandma Polika's medicine is still as effective as ever. Kana really doesn't learn any lessons. This has been the nth time. Has this become a daily program for our guild? Speaking of daily programs, Bai Ye will. Makao, Wakaba, Marcus, and other Fairy Tale elders all laughed happily, and their eyes were all focused on Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't care about the eyes of the crowd. After cleaning up the mess of Kana and greeting Myra Jane, the boss of the sign girl, Bai Ye walked straight to the task entrustment point of the guild. There were task entrustment letters on the billboard. From finding lost pets to exorcising monsters. There are all kinds of commissions. Civilians who cannot use magic can ask the guild for commissions when they encounter problems. As long as the reward is attractive enough, there will be wizards to help solve the problem. This is the meaning of the existence of the Wizard Guild in this world. At this moment, before the arrival of the White Knight, someone had been standing in front of the task board for several hours. That was a man wearing a middle-aged man dressed like a primitive man, named Nobrezero. The magic he uses is attachment, which allows animal spirits to attach to him, and then use the power of animal spirits to fight. Compared to magic, the biggest feature of Nobrezero, who is a member of the Fairy Tale Atmosphere group, is that he likes to wander in front of the guild's commission board. He is always looking for the most suitable task for himself, often standing for a whole day, and finally not accepting any tasks. This performance art has almost become a landscape of the guild. Bai Ye, you are here, let's work hard together, I hope we can all find suitable commissions. Seeing Bai Ye coming, Nobrezero's face suddenly showed a look of mutual appreciation. In response to this, Bai Ye still just smiled gently and said nothing. It has been 3 months since he joined Fairy Tale. Bai Ye goes to the commission board every day. But so far, he has not accepted any task. That is why Nobrezero thought he had found a soulmate. However, in fact, Bai Ye was not looking for a suitable commission. He was just checking and waiting. Checking the loading progress of the system. Waiting for the system to be fully opened. As a Blue Star Traverser from the 21st century. Like many fellow Traversers, Bai Ye has awakened the system's golden finger. The system is called the 10,000 Worlds Commission System. You can take on commissions from all over the world. Completing the task can get rich rewards. However, to open the system, Bai Ye needs to join the official Wizard Guild and become a wizard. With the foresight of the Traverser, Bai Ye did not hesitate for even a second and chose Fairy Tale. The reason is that the atmosphere of the Fairy Tale Guild is really good. Coming here is like going home. Everyone in the guild is talented and speaks well. The most important thing is that you can get the aura of the protagonist group. When the BGM sounds, who can compete with you? Of course. Want to join Fairy Tale? You also need to have the most basic wizard qualities. Before the system was opened, Bai Yat, a blue star traveler, was just an ordinary person with no qualifications. Fortunately, when he was bored before, he had learned Taoism for a period of time and could draw some talismans. With his eloquence, he finally joined Fairy Tale as an exorcist wizard. Because exorcism commissions are rare. In order to maintain a basic livelihood, Bai Ye had to become a worker. Partnered with the sign girl Senior Myra, he became the receptionist of the guild. However, this kind of life has finally come to an end today. The system startup progress bar on the task board that only Bai Ye can see has reached 99.9%. Finally, under Bai Ye's excited and expectant gaze, the last 0.1% of the loading is completed. The 10,000 Worlds Commission System, loading completed. Host, Bai Yat. Age, 20. Number of commissions completed, 0. Ability, none. Newbie Gift Pack X1, do you choose to open it? Yes. Bai Ye said silently without hesitation. Accompanied by dazzling light flashing. The system's newbie gift pack is in place. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full-level Tai Shang Shi Fang Wu Lei Jin Guang Huo Yun Zheng Yi Zhen Qi, Golden Light Mantra, Mission Taoism Complete Solution, Peachwood Sword X1. There is no time to experience the power of the newbie gift pack. Bai Yi's sight was quickly attracted by the scene in the corner of the task board. A commission suddenly appeared in the corner of the task board that was originally empty. That was the commission of the 10,000 worlds that only Bai Ye could see. Task, Exorcism. Level, D-Level. Client, Yatsuya Maiko. Chapter 2. My name is Yatsuya Maiko. An ordinary high school girl. An ordinary girl who can see evil spirits. Since that day at the bus stop, scary things would appear around me from time to time. Or rather, those things are everywhere, but few people can see them. If they knew that I could see them, it would be a big problem. So I could only pretend that I couldn't see them, and even if I could, I would never show it. I tried my best to suppress the fear and screaming instinct in my heart, and never wavered no matter what happened in front of me. I looked as calm as an old dog on the surface, but I was panicking inside. In this way, I avoided the invasion of evil spirits again and again. Although there were some accidents along the way, thanks to the Fox Mountain God, I finally got out of danger. Such an ordinary person like me recently encountered another unusual thing. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind, asking me if I have any troubles in issuing commission tasks. As long as the commission is issued, there will be a professional to help solve it. Just kidding. Yes. Of course. If possible, I want a master who can really exorcise ghosts. With a try-it mentality, Yatsuya Maiko followed the instructions of the voice in her mind and issued the commission task. It has been a week since the commission was issued, and the so-called professional has never appeared. Maiko can only regard it as her own fantasy and continue to ignore the threats of the evil spirits. A large shopping mall. Wait a minute, sister, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At least you should change your clothes first, that's a birthday gift for mom. I just want you to try it on. The young boy Yatsuya Kyusuk shouted. Stop talking, just go. Yotani Maiko left without hesitation. In the clothing store not far behind her, two waiters were waving goodbye. One of them was covered with a deep black shadow, his head turned 180 degrees, and a creepy smile hung on his face. It was a waiter ghost. It was not until she boarded the subway with her brother to go home that Maiko breathed a sigh of relief. Awesome, I lived another day. However, Maiko didn't relax for long. Crack! A harsh friction sound rang out in the quiet subway. Maiko subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and her light golden pupils shrank suddenly. It was an axe ghost holding a huge axe, carrying a sack, with bandages wrapped around his face, revealing bloody gums and a terrifying smile. Jianzi originally thought that he could safely get through the crisis by pretending not to see it and ignoring it all the way. Never thought. The evil ghost he met today did not play by the rules. It swung its giant axe violently, chopping the head of the passenger in the front. The imagined scene of blood splattering and head exploding did not happen. No. The axe demon made a metallic friction sound and swung the axe at the second passenger. Then the third, the fourth. Looking at the axe demon getting closer and closer, Jianzi felt her eyes tighten. The eyes did not cry, but the bottom cried. Liquid leakage occurred. At this moment, she wished she could just carry the subway and run away. Before she could make any move, the uncle sitting opposite received a call and immediately stood up to leave. Seeing this, the axe demon immediately turned his spearhead, took 2 steps forward, and swung 2 axes at the uncle. Looking at this scene, Jianzi did not dare to move at all, sat in his seat, waiting for the axe demon to come. Finally, the axe demon aimed his axe at the office worker woman next to Jianzi. "Yeah!" A shrill scream followed. When the axe was pulled out, a hideous evil spirit was also brought out. The axe demon was overjoyed and quickly grabbed the evil spirit and stuffed it into the sack. After doing all this, the axe demon's sight finally fell on Jianzi. The axe was raised high, and it was about to chop down. Just then, tap! A clear sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the carriage. All the awake people turned their heads subconsciously. At one end of the carriage, a young man in a tuxedo walked over. He held a black umbrella in his left hand and a suitcase in his right hand. His every move exuded the elegance of an English gentleman. Bai Ye strode forward, reciting the Taoist motto. Heaven and earth mysterious sect, the root of all qi. Practice 10,000 calamities, prove my supernatural power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only Taoism reigns supreme. The body is covered with golden light. A faint golden light rose from Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye walked in front of the axe evil spirit and looked at it fearlessly. "You can see me." The axe evil spirit screamed and discovered this fact, and the expression on the bandage's face gradually became excited. It decisively gave up Jianzi and turned to swing the giant axe at Bai Ye mercilessly. The next second, something happened that shocked Jianzi even more. The terrifying axe evil spirit's axe failed to hit Bai Ye's body. The pure golden light energy made the sharp axe blade unable to advance an inch. "Get lost!" Bai Ye shouted in a low voice. The extremely masculine and masculine supreme 10 directions 5 thunders golden light fire cloud Genji True Chi suddenly surged. As the unique martial arts of Longhe Mountain in the One World, the full-level golden light curse is not something that a mere evil spirit can withstand. Under the powerful impact of Bai Ye's full-level golden light curse, the axe evil spirit screamed and flew backwards. Then he was even more panicked and fled in fear, not daring to overstep his boundaries. The only person who could see this shocking scene was Jianzi. Other ordinary passengers could only vaguely see a flash of golden light. "My name is Bai Ye, and you must be my client, Miss Yotsuya Jianzi." Bai Ye looked at the stunned Yotsuya Jianzi and smiled gently. Chapter 3. Ding dong. The subway has arrived. Passengers who are getting off, please get off in time. Woo woo woo. The train sped along the track. The passengers on the platform left one after another. "Sister, are you going home directly next?" The young boy Yotsuya Kyusuk yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Kyusuk, go home first. Sister has something to do." Yotsuya Miko spoke, her pretty face still with a blank expression. This is inevitable, after all, the scene she witnessed not long ago was too shocking. It is not the first time that Miko has met someone who can see evil spirits and ghosts like her. My classmate Yuri Animura also has a certain degree of yin and yang eyes. But This is the first time she has met a human who can fight against evil spirits and ghosts head-on and win. Add to that what Bai Ye mentioned about the client earlier. At this moment, Jianzi's big heart, which could remain calm even when facing evil spirits, was excited. The voice that night was not a dream, but a real fact. After she issued the commission, a professional really took the order and came to exorcise the spirit. Sister? Sister? Really, sister, what are you daydreaming about? Who is this person? Yotani Kyusuk looked at Bai Ye, who was approaching with a vigilant face. This is Mr. Bai Ye, my. Jianzi, who came back to his senses, spoke quickly. Anyway, he is not a bad person. You go back first. I have something to say to Mr. Bai Ye next. Hey, what is it? Sister, you are still young, you must be vigilant and don't be deceived by anyone in society. Yotani Kyusuk became more and more alert. Stop talking, just go back if I tell you to. Sister knows her limits. After much persuasion from Jianzi, Yotsuya Kyusuk left, looking back every few steps. Hey! Jianzi breathed a sigh of relief, and then bowed respectfully to Bai Ye. Mr. Bai Ye, I'm sorry, he's my brother, please don't bother with him. It doesn't matter. Let's find a quiet place to discuss the specific matters of the commission. Bai Ye said nonchalantly. Yes, I know a coffee shop. Without waiting for Jianzi to finish. What we are going to talk about is not suitable for public places, and Miss Jianzi, you should need. Bai Ye's eyes swept over Jianzi's white and smooth ankles, and the crystal clear water stains had not completely dried. Seeing Zi lower her head, she was stunned for a moment, and then her delicate face was flushed. She finally remembered that when she saw the axe ghost chopping people on the subway just now, she couldn't control herself, and cried. Half an hour later. A high-end hotel suite. I'm really sorry, Mr. Bai Ye, I'm the one who asked you for something, but I've been accepting your favor. Zi wiped her wet hair and spoke apologetically. She was still a JK girl high school student, and even if she had pocket money, she could not afford the room fee of a high-end hotel. Bai Ye would not let a JK pay for the room, and the expenses here would be borne by Bai Ye himself. Bai Ye would not feel too bad about this. Compared to the mission reward, this amount of money is just a drizzle. What's more, this money was picked up for free. Half a day ago. Bai Ye had already arrived in this world and he started to act according to the coordinates of the client in his mind. On the way, Bai Ye met a fellow Chinese from this world and saw the evil spirit that haunted him. Because they were fellow villagers, Bai Ye helped him get rid of the evil spirit. The wealthy fellow villager who knew what Bai Ye had done was immediately excited and wanted to make close friends with Bai Ye. In the end, Bai Ye declined the offer on the grounds that he had something to do, but before leaving, he gave him a box of money as a reward for getting rid of the evil spirit. Now, it just happened to come in handy. Miss Jianzi, let's talk about the commission in detail next. Bai Ye pointed to the seat next to him and smiled gently. Jianzi was stunned, and a blush appeared on her fair face unconsciously, but it soon disappeared. My eyes are a little special, and Mr. Bai Ye should be the same. You can also see the axe evil spirit on the subway not long ago. Jianzi took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Bai Ye nodded without comment. My eyes can see things that ordinary people cannot see, that is, evil spirits. They always appear inadvertently. If they know that I can see. Jianzi began to talk about her ghost-seeing experiences over the years. At the end, crystal tears could not stop falling. This was the first time she confided her feelings to others and told about her suffering. The emotions that had been suppressed for many years were completely released at this moment. Wow! Jianzi couldn't help crying out loud. From beginning to end. Bai Ye just listened quietly. Until Jianzi finished speaking, he raised his big hand and gently placed it on the girl's hair. You are really an amazing girl, Miss Jianzi, it's okay now, there is no need to be afraid. Next, I will accept your commission." Bai Ye smiled and comforted. "Mr. Bai Ye." Jianzi raised her head, her beautiful eyes blurred with tears and shining. At this moment, some inexplicable emotions surged in her heart, for the first time ever. Another half an hour. Jianzi's agitated emotions finally calmed down. "Okay, it's getting late, let's stop here today, I'll take you home." Bai Ye stood up. "Is it okay?" Jianzi's eyes lit up. "Of course you can. So, you are my client, and I have to show off my skills in front of the client to make you feel completely at ease." Bai Ye smiled faintly. Simply packed up the clothes that needed to be changed. Bai Ye and Jianzi left the hotel. Night fell. Some streets were crowded. Some alleys were empty. No one, but there were ghosts. "Mr. Bai Ye, why don't we just forget it? Don't take any risks." Looking at the evil spirits lurking in the alley, Jianzi swallowed her saliva and held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Firstly, she didn't bring any spare clothes and was now in a fat vacuum state. Secondly, it was because of nervousness and fear. Because she had discovered that there was a big evil spirit in this alley that she had encountered before. That was when she and her best friend Yurikawa Hana bought a bracelet of beads to ward off evil spirits. Just getting close to it would cause the top beads of the goddess of the town to explode. It was definitely not an ordinary little ghost. However, facing the evil spirits that filled the alley, Bai Ye was not surprised but happy, and did not retreat but advanced. "Please wait a moment." Bai Ye held the wooden handle of the black umbrella with his right hand and slowly pulled it out. It was not until then that Jianzi realized that the black umbrella was actually an umbrella sword and the handle was actually a wooden sword. Using a wooden sword to deal with evil spirits? What a real man! Just when Jianzi was so worried, Bai Ye had already taken action. What happened next once again overturned Jianzi's cognition. Under the peachwood sword emitting a faint golden light, the evil spirits were actually powerless to fight back. Even the powerful big ghosts and evil spirits were also chopped and exploded on the spot. In just 1 minute, all the evil spirits in the alley were killed. Hwalala! The night wind rose as Bai Ye turned around, blowing the girl's skirt. The fair and beautiful full scenery was clearly displayed. Chapter 4. Peach is the essence of the 5 woods, also known as the fairy wood, so it can suppress evil spirits. The essence of peachwood is born in the ghost gate, controls hundreds of ghosts, and has the magical power of warding off evil spirits. In the legends of China since ancient times, peachwood swords are a great weapon for beheading ghosts and demons. It has a natural restraint on evil things. Not to mention that the peachwood sword in Bai Ye's hand has an extraordinary origin. According to the introduction of the system, it is related to Zhang Daoling, the first generation of Tianqi of Longhe Mountain. Using the peachwood sword with the golden light spell, it can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on evil spirits. At the same time, through this practice, Bai Ye also discovered another thing. "Let's go, I'll take you home first." Bai Ye put the peachwood sword back into the umbrella sheath and came to Jianzi's side. Oh! Jianzi came to her senses after a while, holding the hem of her skirt, and walked step by step, her fair face full of blush. Just now, the night wind blew up her skirt, and the chilly feeling woke her up from the shock. Then she met Bai Ye's slightly embarrassed gaze. Being seen. It was obviously the first day they met. "I made a fool of myself one after another. It would have been fine if I was scared to tears when I was discovered, but now I was completely seen. For a pure love JK, this experience is not bad. But unbelievable." Jianzi found that apart from being shy, she did not have much resistance. It didn't take long. Bai Ye sent Jianzi home. "I'll be here for the next 2 days. If you have anything, please contact me through the commission channel. Goodbye." After saying that, Bai Ye turned and left. It was time to work next. Although he had accepted Jianzi's commission, Bai Ye couldn't always be her bodyguard. However, because Jianzi's commission was relatively general, Bai Ye didn't know how to complete the commission at first. Until just when he was dealing with the evil spirits in the alley, Bai Ye discovered the growth of the commission progress bar. As long as you keep killing evil spirits, you can increase the progress of the task commission. When you kill a certain number of evil spirits, the commission will be completed. The method has been found, so what are you waiting for? Bai Ye, with the sword, began to frequently go in and out of the streets. On this day, the evil spirits of Xiao Baga finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the mysterious oriental power. Time passed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Bai Ye was either slaying ghosts or on his way to slay ghosts. The progress bar of the commission task kept rising, and now it has passed halfway. On the other side, since meeting Bai Ye 3 days ago, Jianzi has not contacted Bai Ye and returned to his ordinary daily life of seeing ghosts. Every time he saw a ghost, Jianzi calmly ignored it, but Bai Ye's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. But finally gave up the idea of contacting for help. Because Jianzi suddenly realized that a powerful person like Bai Ye must be very busy on weekdays. She was lucky to be able to accept the commission of an ordinary girl like her. How could she bother about everything? Besides, commissions often require corresponding rewards. What can an ordinary high school girl like her pay? Although I don't want to bother Mr. Bai Ye, I can only ask for help from Mr. Bai Ye this time. Jianzi exhaled lightly, and Bai Ye contacted her with a nervous mood. Bai Ye did not disappoint her, and almost replied in seconds. The sun set. The sky was full of clouds. The students who finished their day's study went home in groups of 3 or 2. Hey, Jianzi, have you heard about it? The beautiful girl with short hair in a golden gradient color approached Jianzi mysteriously. Heard? What? Jianzi asked puzzledly. That's the one, the super exorcist who appeared in the past few days, Master Bai Ye. Yulia opened a web page and showed the content to her 2 best friends. Mr. Bai Ye is really a big shot, Jianzi couldn't help thinking. This Master Bai Ye has real skills. It is said that after he appeared, the number of evil spirits in various places has decreased sharply. There are also many rich people who want to make friends with him, and even offer sky-high prices just to have a meal with him. Yulia talked freely and told her best friends the gossip she saw on the internet, as if she had already regarded Bai Ye as a new idol. Jitsi pursed her lips and just listened quietly without saying anything. It would be great if I could exorcise ghosts with the legendary Master Bai Ye. No, even just taking a photo would be fine. Yulia thought with anticipation. Oh! Just then, the hot orange-haired beauty Yurikawaka on the right of Jianzi suddenly exclaimed. Look, Jianzi, there's a handsome guy. Yurikawaka pointed in the direction of the school gate. At the same time, Bai Ye at the school gate also looked at Jianzi and the other 2, smiled and nodded. Wow! The little fangirl Yulia suddenly grabbed Jianzi's arm excitedly and cried out. That's Master Bai Ye. My idol. I'm not dreaming. The master actually smiled at me. No. The master is walking towards me. What should I do? What should I do? Just when Yulia was at a loss, Bai Ye had already walked in front of Jianzi. Mr. Bai Ye, I'm really sorry to bother you. Jianzi bowed. Don't worry, I told you, contact me anytime if you have anything. Bai Ye smiled. Wow, Jianzi. You. So you know Master Bai Ye? Yes. That's right. Because Jianzi, you are also a great exorcist. The little fangirl Yuria was thinking about it. She recalled the experience of exploring the tunnel with Jianzi last week. Jianzi just waved her hand, and an evil spirit was blown up and disappeared. As both are exorcists, it is natural that Jianzi knows Bai Yet. Unlike Yurikawaka's imagination went in other directions. Wow, Jianzi, this guy can't be your boyfriend, right? Really, we are best friends. Jianzi, why didn't you tell me that you have a boyfriend? Yurikawaka winked and pushed her best friend. Jianzi, I want to take a photo with Master Bai. If possible, can I watch your exorcism process? Please. Yulia on the other side chattered. Oh really? Hwa, don't talk nonsense. Jianzi blushed and finally sent her two girlfriends away after much persuasion. I'm really sorry, Mr. Bai, I made you laugh. It's okay, let's solve your problem next. Bai smiled nonchalantly. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5. Hospital. A place to save the dying and the wounded. Many people are saved every day. But similarly, many people die here every day. Therefore, hospitals are often gathering places for evil spirits. I should have thought of this earlier. In horror movies, places like hospitals and schools are the best filming locations. Bai Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the evil spirits wandering in the corridors, his eyes full of surprise. To him, evil spirits are walking experience packs and the key to unlocking blind box rewards. Jianzi, you shouldn't be in a hurry. Bai Yet asked. Well, no hurry, no hurry. Jianzi waved his hands quickly. Then, I'll go warm up first. While speaking, Bai Ye slapped his big hands wrapped in golden light. Bang! A passing evil spirit was annihilated by the bombardment of golden energy. About half an hour later, all the evil spirits wandering in the open of the hospital were completely eliminated. Mr. Bai Ye is worthy of it. Jianzi, who witnessed the whole process, was subconsciously shocked and murmured. It took a little time, let's solve your problem first. Bai Ye said. Well, okay. Actually. Jianzi sorted out her words and told Bai Ye the whole story in a concise manner. The origin of everything was her new head teacher, Yoshitaka Tono. Jianzi had met him once in the park and saw many cat spirits entangled with him. When they met again, Yoshitaka Tono had more cat spirits and a powerful evil spirit. Jianzi originally thought that the teacher, Yoshitsugu Tono, was a cat abuser and wanted to find evidence of his abuse. She never thought that everything was her misunderstanding. Yoshitsugu Tono was not a perverted cat abuser. In the end, he broke his bones and injured himself while trying to save the kitten. Afterwards, from the mouth of Yoshitsugu Tono, a childhood friend, Jianzi learned that the evil spirit on his body was most likely the teacher's mother. When she was alive, she controlled the teacher with an almost perverted desire for control, and she still did not let go after her death. After knowing these things, Jianzi could not sit idly by and wanted to do something. Besides, if she did nothing, she would have to face the evil spirit every day in class, and Jianzi's heart would not be able to withstand the continuous shock. So that's it, it's a small matter. Bai Ye smiled slightly. After hearing what Zi said, he also remembered. Since we are here, let's solve it together. While talking, the two came to the door of teacher Tono Yoshi's ward. The door opened. Tono Yoshi in the ward withdrew his gaze from the sunset outside the window. Miss Jianzi, this person here is. Looking at the stranger brought by the student, Tono Yoshi's face showed suspicion. The next second, something even more puzzling happened. It's enough, please give him freedom. Jianzi stared at the hideous evil spirit on Tono Yoshi's body, and said calmly and firmly. You can really see it. The twisted and controlling evil spirit screamed and rushed towards Jianzi. The hideous bloody mouth was about to bite off. At the critical moment, a big hand surrounded by golden light reached out from the side. It grabbed the evil spirit's head like a chicken. Don't attack my important client. Bai Ye whispered softly, clenching his 5 fingers. The powerful golden energy surged, causing the evil spirit's head to explode. Jianzi, you guys. I don't know what's going on, but I feel much more relaxed. Tono Yoji moved his shoulders and a smile appeared on his face. Excuse me, teacher, I'll see you tomorrow. Jianzi bowed and said, leaving the hospital with Bai Yat. Mr. Bai Yat, this time it's really thanks to your help, thank you very much. Don't mind, you are my client, serving customers is my purpose. Bai Yat smiled. Client. Jianzi pursed her lips. Even though she didn't pay anything, While talking, the two walked to the hospital entrance. Jianzi. Master Bai Yat. The twin-tailed JK beautiful girl Yuria, who had been following all the way, ran over excitedly. Master, you are here to exorcise evil spirits in the hospital, right? Can you take me with you? I can be a cheerleader. The little fangirl Yulia's eyes lit up, her face full of hope and expectation. No, Yulia, don't cause trouble for Mr. Bai Yat. Jianzi hurried forward, fearing that her sister would cause trouble to Bai Yat. No, it's okay. Bai Yat waved his hand. Your name is Yulia, right? Are you familiar with evil spirits? Yat, although I can't compare to Master Bai Yat and Jianzi, but I can see a little bit. The little fangirl Yulia nodded repeatedly. So do you know where there are a lot of evil spirits? I have something to do with them. Bai Yat asked. Compared to walking alone in the streets and alleys, aimlessly looking for experience packs, it would be faster to go directly to the den where the evil spirits gather and kill them all at once. And after his crazy sweep a few days ago, I wonder if the evil spirits in the alley have heard the news. Now they are all hiding, with only a few kittens left. A large number of evil spirits. Listening to Bai Yi's words, the little fangirl Yulia immediately understood his intention. I know, I have been hanging out on forums for many years, searching. I have collected a lot of information. The tunnel that Jianzi and I went to last time is one of them. In addition, there is an abandoned mental hospital in the east of the city. Little fangirl Yulia listed more than a dozen places in one breath. Master, tomorrow is the weekend. Can I go with you? I can show you the way. Little fangirl Yulia was very excited. This is really a big help. Bai Yat smiled. Mr. Bai Yat, can I go too? Looking at Bai Yat and Yulia who were talking happily, Jianzi couldn't help but speak. Of course. Bai Yat nodded in agreement. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6. Early the next morning, Bai Yat drove a rented luxury sports car, picked up Jianzi and Yulia, and sped all the way. The first battle of the three was the abandoned tunnel that Jianzi and Yulia had been to once. Master Bai Yat, there is one. Yulia pointed at the minion evil spirit in the corner with surprise. Little did she know. At this moment, not far in front of her, standing there was a terrifying army of evil spirits led by the Iron Bucket Spider evil spirit. Let's just consider it as a reward for leading the way. Bai Yat took out 2 willow leaves from his pocket, dipped them in water, and then passed them in front of Yulia's eyes. This is the eye-opening technique in Mission Taoism. As Bai Yat cast the spell, Yulia's half-baked yin and yang eyes suddenly opened fully. The scene that was originally invisible was now clearly displayed in front of her. Whoa! Open and close, fearlessly facing the terrifying army of evil spirits. Even if the leading Iron Bucket Spider evil spirit had some means, it had little power to fight back against the full-powered Heavenly Master Bai Yat. In just a quarter of an hour, the evil spirit base in the abandoned tunnel was completely eradicated, and all the evil spirits were killed. Bai Yi's task completion progress bar also rose by 6%. Wow, so handsome Master Bai Yat is so handsome. Little fangirl Yulia's face flushed with excitement, and she almost climaxed on the spot. If Master Baiya hadn't been here, I would have been eaten by the evil spirits. This great favor is not too much to repay even if I pledge my life to him. Haha, let's go to the next location. Baiya smiled and drove the excited little fangirl and the thoughtful Jianzi to the next evil spirit base, the abandoned mental hospital. 2 days. Baiya took Jianzi and Yulia to more than 10 places. We visited all the dangerous places mentioned in the forum. A total of 9 evil spirit bases were eliminated, and several other places were just rumors and were not very dangerous. But this was enough. After eliminating these 9 evil spirit bases, Baiyi's task progress bar was finally full, and the reward package was ready. Without any hesitation, Baiya opened the task reward while driving. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the first task and obtaining the full level 5 Thunder's Law and the full level 8 Wonders Tongtian Talisman. Task points plus 100, consume a certain amount of points to freely travel through the world. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of light suddenly appeared and sank into Baiyi's limbs and bones, bringing a new and powerful force. Baiyi's eyes opened and closed, and there seemed to be a blazing electric light flashing in his eyes. The 5 Thunders Law of the Longhe Mountain Tianqi Mansion represents the most rigid, yang and fierce power of heavenly punishment. Now, I should only need to raise my hand to easily destroy an evil spirit stronghold. Baiya grinned and whispered to himself. Unfortunately, there are no extra evil spirit strongholds for him to practice. After taking Jianzi and Yulia to a luxurious meal, Baiya sent them home one after another, and then returned to the hotel to start practicing new skills. 8 Wonders, Tongtian Talisman. No need to set up an altar, no need to circulate qi. Anytime, any place. Draw talismans at will, draw a lot of talismans. This is the Tongtian Talisman among the 8 wonders of the world of one person. Baiya, who has learned the complete solution of Mission Taoism, has a lot of experience in talismans. If you learn Tongtian Talisman in one move, you will be able to do it easily. In less than an hour, you have drawn a stack of powerful thunder talismans. Just when Baiya was about to try other types of talismans. Dang dang! There was a knock on the door. Mr. Baiya. Jianzi's voice came from outside the door. Baiya opened the door and looked at the panting girl outside the door with a serious expression, thinking that something had happened. I never thought. Mr. Baiya, are you leaving? Jianzi calmed down a little and looked up at Baiya. Baiya was stunned. Now that the commission was completed and the reward was in hand, he was indeed planning to leave. But he hadn't figured out how to tell Jianzi, and Jianzi came to the door first. Since Jianzi already knew, there was no need to hide it. Yes. I'm sorry, Jianzi, I can't stay in one place for a long time. Baiya nodded. I know, because Mr. Baiya is a great man, it's impossible for him to always be with an ordinary girl like me. Jianzi lowered her head and whispered in frustration. Don't be afraid, I prepared some parting gifts. Even if I'm not here, these talismans are enough for you to deal with those evil spirits. Baiya pointed to the talismans on the table, which were originally prepared for Jianzi. No, I'm not afraid of losing Mr. Baiyi's protection, but I've received so much care from Mr. Baiya, but too didn't pay any revenge. This commission is not fair at all. Jianzi said excitedly. No. I have definitely received the commission's reward. Baiya shook his head. The 2 skills of the full level 5 Thunder's Righteous Method and the full level Tongtian Talisman are enough to make up for Baiyi's hard work these days. However, Jianzi knew nothing about this. She only knew that she had not paid anything yet and she had to do something. Yesterday, although Yulia's words were just subconsciously emotional, Jianzi listened to them. Now that she is just a high school girl, the only thing she can pay is probably to pledge her body to him. No. This has nothing to do with favors. It's what she wants to do. From the first day she met Bai Ye, her heart has fallen. Now that they are about to part, she wants to make her life without regrets. Mr. Bai Ye, I want to be your woman. Jianzi took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to step forward, hugged Bai, and expressed his feelings. Hey! Listening to Jianzi's bold words, Bai was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Wait, Jianzi, your family? No problem, I told my mother that we will go to Ziahua's house tonight. Jianzi said seriously. No, I mean, forget it. Looking at the girl's eager eyes, Bai really didn't know how to refuse, and could only choose to support her to the end. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7. Early in the morning. The warm morning sun shines through the gap of the curtains. The girl with long black hair is covered with a thin quilt, and her snow-white skin is rosy. A few bright plum blossoms are dotted on the corner of the white bed sheet. That is the proof of the girl's growth. Mr. Bai Ye, thank you for giving me such a happy memory, I will never forget it. Jianzi first bowed to thank him, and then stood on tiptoe and boldly touched Bai Ye's mouth lightly. After doing all this, Jianzi turned around and ran away in a hurry. Haha, then let's continue practicing next. Bai Ye also smiled with satisfaction, closed the door and continued to draw talismans. In addition to the newly acquired 5 Thunders and Tongtian Lu, Bai Ye now has a total of 4 skills. Since it is a systematic infusion, these abilities are already at the maximum level. But in order to fully integrate them, Bai Ye still needs to figure it out and explore it himself. Just like last night, if Bai Ye hadn't suddenly remembered to use the bedroom skills in the Taoist secret chapter. With Jianzi's small body, after enduring a night of hard work, she would definitely not be able to stand up today. A day passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Wow, Jianzi, look over there, Master. Master Bai Ye is here. In the classroom on the 2nd floor of the teaching building, Yalia excitedly pointed in the direction of the school gate. Hey! Jianzi was stunned at first, and then her fair face unconsciously flew up into a piece of red cloud. She thought that after this morning, she and Bai Ye would never see each other again. That's why she was so bold to express her feelings last night and gave everything she had. I never thought. Jianzi, is that handsome guy really not your boyfriend? And last night you asked me to cover for you. Without waiting for Lily Kawana to finish. Wow! Jianzi, blushing, screamed and interrupted, and then ran away. Outside the school gate. Mr. Bai Ye, aren't you leaving? Jianzi asked. It's time to leave, but before I leave, I have to let you know, give you some things, and finally help you deal with some problems. Bai Ye said seriously. He handed over the black cash box in his hand. Open it. What was neatly stacked inside was not money, but stacks of exorcism talismans. 5 Thunder talismans, Bodyguard talismans, Soul Calming talismans, Salvation talismans, Golden Light talismans, 6 Dings and 6 Chi's talismans, Tian Gang Righteous Chi talismans. Each one is a genuine top-grade talisman. If it is auctioned, it can be sold at a sky-high price. For example, the 5 Thunder talisman refined by Bai Ye by combining the Tongtian talisman with the 5 Thunders righteous method can easily wipe out an evil spirit stronghold. The functions of other types of talismans are also varied. This is the instruction manual for the talisman. In addition, there are 3 special talismans here, called the Summoning Talisman. Bai Ye pointed to the 3 particularly strong talismans. Summoning Talisman. Jianzi tilted her head in a cute way. This is something I improved myself. Using this talisman, you can borrow some of my power, just like I am always by your side. Bai Ye said solemnly. This is also the result of his research today. Because of the entrustment system, there is a special channel between him and Jianzi. Through this connection channel, some things can be transmitted. If it was just an ordinary entrustment relationship, Bai Ye would not need to do this. But after last night, Jianzi was already his woman, so Bai Ye would naturally take better care of her. Well, Mr. Bai Ye. Jianzi's beautiful big eyes were suddenly filled with tears of emotion. Okay, let's deal with the last problem. Bai Ye smiled slightly and raised his hand to wipe away the tears from Jianzi's eyes. What's the problem? Jianzi was stunned again. Before you entrusted me with the task, you had been to a shrine, right? Bai Ye reminded. Ah! Jianzi finally remembered. At that time, she and her best friend Xiaohua accidentally entered an ancient shrine. There, she made a wish to the gods that she would do anything as long as she could solve the evil spirit. As a result, the god really appeared and solved the evil spirit that was following her. Later, when they were in the tunnel, the god helped again and drove away the Spider-Woman evil spirit. However, after Bai Ye came, the god never appeared again. Because of the sense of security brought by Bai Ye, Jianzi had already forgotten it. Until now, Bai Ye mentioned it. Mr. Bai Ye, do you know the identity of that god? Jizi asked in surprise. God? It's just another evil spirit. Bai Ye laughed. Jizi shuddered suddenly. In fact, she also vaguely noticed it. Mr. Bai Ye, the one who helped me before, changes his gesture every time he appears. What does that mean? Jizi asked again. It's probably the number of times. When you reach a certain number of times, you will be paid. Bai Ye said. While talking, Bai Ye and Jianzi came to Sanhe Valley Shrine. Hwalala! The whirlwind blew up the fallen leaves all over the sky. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Even without climbing the steps and setting foot in the shrine, he could feel that there was something huge here. Although he was a false god, his practice over the years was genuine. If it was Bai Ye who had just arrived in this world, perhaps it would not be possible. But now, the situation is different. Before leaving this world, Bai Ye also wanted to test the final results. Gudong Mr. Bai Ye, why don't you just forget it? Anyway, I have the talisman left by Mr. Bai Ye now, so I don't need their help. As long as I don't ask them for help, it should be fine. Jianzi held Bai Ye's arm in fear and spoke weakly. Since we are here, if we just leave like this, it will really think I am afraid of it. Bai Ye held Jianzi's cold little hand, climbed the steps step by step, passed through the torii, and entered the shrine. Hwalala! A strange whirlwind rolled up between heaven and earth. Golden and black lines intertwined in the shrine. One big and two small, 3 fox ghosts appeared in front of Bai Ye and Jianzi. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 8. Sankodani Shrine. It has been occupied by the terrifying fox spirit since ancient times. In the years of drought and famine in ancient times, the ancients used psychic girls as sacrifices in exchange for good weather and good harvests. It is unknown whether the fox spirit can protect good weather and good harvests, but it is true that it needs psychic sacrifices to maintain its strength. Due to the development of the times, some ancient bad habits have been abandoned, and no one offers sacrifices to the shrine anymore. The fox spirit sealed the shrine with a barrier to ensure that its own power would not be lost too quickly. Until a month ago, Jitsi and her best friend Yurikawa Hana fled here. Relying on Yurikawa Hana's extraordinary strong life energy, the barrier of Sankodani Shrine was broken. The fox spirit also woke up from his slumber and fell in love with Jianzi and Xiahua at first sight. Took them as new sacrifices, especially Xiahua, who had strong vitality. Due to some constraints, the fox evil spirit could not attack the two directly. So after hearing Jianzi's prayer, the fox evil spirit made a contract with him. I thought everything would go smoothly, but Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway. Now, that Cheng Yaojin came to the door openly. If it were before, it would have bitten the weak human to death. But today is different. As a great evil spirit, it actually felt a little threatened by the man in front of it. "Human, what do you want to do?" the fox evil spirit whispered dully. "Nothing, just to repay a cause and effect. My Jianzi is young and ignorant, and she has reached a certain contract with you. I am here to help her cut off this cause and effect." Bai Ye smiled lightly. "Mr. Bai Ye." Jianzi's pale golden eyes were filled with mist again. The words "my Jianzi" made her happy. It even made her happier than the box of talismans. Listening to Bai Ye's words, the fox evil spirit was silent at first, and then nodded unexpectedly to show her agreement. "No problem, I can let this girl go, but the one who came with her that day, I must get it," the fox evil spirit said firmly. "You want Xia Hua?" Jianzi's pupils shrank suddenly, and endless panic appeared on her pretty face. She knew about her bestie's special physique. The life energy that was so strong that it emitted golden light was a great tonic for the evil spirits. It would be fine if she was the only one being targeted, but the other party actually targeted Xia Hua. "Mr. Bai Ye." Jianzi looked at Bai Ye nervously. "Don't worry." Bai Ye nodded and gave a reassuring look. "Sorry, little fox, Xia Hua is also my person, you can't move." "What? Don't push your luck. Little fox? Are you looking down on us?" Before the big evil spirit spoke, the two fox shikigami beside him were the first to get angry and attack together. Snap! Snap! Bai Ye casually threw out two big baido and knocked the two little fox ghosts to the ground, almost destroying them. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. It won't be so easy next time. Bai Ye spoke coldly, and then his eyes fell on the fox big evil spirit again. "That's it. I saved Jianzi and Xia Hua. I didn't kill these two little foxes just to offset your two attacks. Everything ends here. Just pretend that they didn't come that day. This is good for everyone." Bang! The ground under the feet of the fox big evil spirit cracked. The powerful resentment was stirring and boiling, causing the world to change color. Faced with the unpredictable Bai Ye, as a god, it has already made concessions. However, the other party has repeatedly pushed forward, even using this almost commanding tone. Ah! A shrill scream exploded. The fox evil spirit's four-petal fang mouth, like a pitchfork, suddenly split open and opened to the limit. An evil spirit monster with eyes like copper bells and extremely ugly appearance slowly emerged from its big mouth. This is the true body of the so-called fox god under the sacred appearance. An evil spirit is an evil spirit after all. "Human, I have made an exception and made concessions to you, but you don't know what's good for you. In this case, you will be the sacrifice instead of them." The evil spirit spoke coldly. The moment the voice fell, one after another, big black-haired hands rushed out from his abdomen, grabbing Bai Ye and Jianzi. "Heaven and earth mysterious sect, the root of all qi, cultivate all calamities, prove my supernatural power." Bai Ye recited the motto, his voice like thunder. Dang! The brilliant golden light burst from his body, blocking all the black-haired hands. Clang! Bai Ye drew his sword out of its sheath. The peachwood sword surrounded by golden light slashed out. Like boiling oil in ice and snow, it easily cut off the arm of the big evil spirit. Ah! The big evil spirit screamed miserably, jumped, and retreated to the roof of the shrine. It seemed to have turned into a centipede with thousands of feet, and swam rapidly along the ground, roof, beams, and walls. Bai Ye seemed unaware of the evil spirits waiting for an opportunity. He held a peachwood sword in his right hand and wrote in the air with his left hand. One after another, complex talismans took shape, surrounding Bai Ye and Jianzi, and finally expanded suddenly. Ah! The evil spirit screamed again. The evil spirit that attacked Bai Ye and the others from behind was hit by the thunder talisman. The extremely strong and masculine power of thunder made most of its body burnt black. The natural restraint of thunder on evil things made its body paralyzed. Damn human, how can you be so powerful? The fox evil spirit yelled in exasperation. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Bai Ye spoke lightly, raising his right hand high. Boom boom boom. The earth and the sky roared. The two stone giants rose up and suppressed the fox evil spirit. Above the sky, thunderclouds gathered, and the divine power was mighty. Lightning Mother and Thunder Father, quickly send down your magical power, Tais Hang La Jun, hurry up and command. Boom 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 boom. 5 thunders righteousness. 5 consecutive divine thunders fell from the sky and hit the fox evil spirit. In an instant, the fox evil spirit was completely annihilated without even a scream. The entire Sanhu Valley shrine was pierced, and the soul of the girl who had been bound there for who knows how many years finally ascended to heaven. Is it over? Jianzi whispered. It's over. Bai Ye nodded. Mr. Bai Ye. Jianzi stood on tiptoe. Under the setting sun, the boy and girl hugged and kissed each other, casting a long and narrow shadow. The next day. Really, Jianzi, where did you go last night? I won't cover for you next time. Yuri Kawaka complained. Yes, there won't be a next time, Xiahua, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Jianzi smiled. Jianzi, will Master Bai Ye come today? I found another evil spirit base. Yuria said expectantly. Mr. Bai Ye has gone to work. He probably won't come back in the near future, but he will definitely come back in the future. Gzi said firmly. At this moment. Fairy Tale World. Magnolia. Fairy Tale, Guild. Everyone, Bai Ye is back. Like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves, the entire guild is shocked. Chapter 9. Fairy Tale, Guild Hall. The wizards who were not on a mission were chatting about their recent experiences in groups of 2 or 3. Towards the bar. Myra, Bai Ye hasn't come back yet. The girl wearing armor, a short skirt, high boots, and with beautiful long crimson hair spoke. The girl's name is Urza Chocolate, known as the Fairy Queen, and she is one of the sole figures of the guild. Not only is she powerful, she is also one of the few S-class wizards in the guild. She also has a strong leadership aura. As a member of the guild's discipline committee, she makes everyone obedient. Even the top troublemakers like Natsu and Gray are forced to be well-behaved like little lambs in front of her. In addition, Urza has a very strong sense of belonging to the guild. Fairy Tale is Urza's home. All the wizards in the guild are like family. Urza took good care of Bai Ye, who had just joined the guild for a few months. After learning that Bai Ye had not been heard from for a week because he was on a mission, Urza was worried. These days, he even didn't care about taking missions himself, and would come to the bar to ask Myra from time to time. Alas, not yet. Faced with Urza's news, Myra Jane sighed and shook her head. During the time when Bai Ye was away, Myra Jane also missed him. After all, with Bai Ye as her assistant, her work was much easier. It shouldn't be a big problem. I have confirmed that the commission Bai Ye took was a D-level exorcism mission, which was in line with his magic. The reason why he didn't come back for so long might be because the journey was too long. Myra Jane said. It's really worrying. If I get involved in any trouble. No, Myra, do you know the location of Bai Ye's mission? I really have to go and take a look. Arisa was resolute and did what she wanted to do. She was ready to leave immediately. Unfortunately, it's an unfamiliar place. I only know the name, not where it is, and I can't find it on the map. Mirajan spread her hands. Just when the two were at a loss. Bai Ye is back. Nobrazero, the NPC of the Guild Commission Board, shouted happily. During the time when Bai Ye was away, he also missed him very much. After all, Bai Ye had been standing guard in front of the commission board with him for several months, and he regarded him as a close friend. What? Bai Ye is back. Bai Ye, you are finally back. Without you, I feel like something is missing. How was the first mission? Did everything go well? It doesn't matter if it fails, we can just come back next time. Makao, Wakaba and other members of the Fairy Tale Atmosphere group all greeted him happily. Bai Ye, you are not, didn't you say that your first time would be mine? Kana stepped forward and tapped Bai Ye's mouth with her little pink fist. Sorry, it was urgent and you were drunk at the time, Kana, but fortunately, everything went well and the commission was successfully completed. Bai Ye smiled. He would naturally not misinterpret Kana's meaning. The first time Kana mentioned refers to the escort of the first mission. Generally, the first mission of a guild rookie must be accompanied by a senior. On the one hand, it is to ensure the safety of the rookie, and on the other hand, it is also for the sake of maintaining the face of the guild. After all, if the rookie messes up the mission, it is also the face and prestige of the guild that are lost. It's good that it goes well, but you made me worry for so long, you must buy me a drink. Kana said. No problem. Bai Ye readily agreed. Today, all the drinks will be charged to me, everyone enjoy drinking. Oh. Since you said so, Bai Ye, I won't be polite with you. Everyone, cheers to Bai Ye's success in his first mission. Bai Ye will pay for all the consumption today, everyone, let's get excited. All the wizards in the guild cheered happily. Kana even started drinking with a barrel in her arms. Bai Ye passed everyone and came to the bar, handing the commission receipt to Myra Jane. Okay, confirm receipt, the commission receipt of Miss Yotsuya Maiko. Myra Jane stamped the fairy tale emblem on the receipt and recorded it. Bai Ye, how do you feel about your first commission? Ai Luza asked. Very good. Bai Ye nodded. Well, being able to complete the commission independently means that you are already a capable wizard. However, it would be best if you could find someone to partner with you next time you go on a mission. Ai Luza raised her slender hand and subconsciously patted Bai Ye on the shoulder to encourage him. If it was Bai Ye, an ordinary person before, he would probably have dislocated his shoulder. After all, although Ai Luza was kind, she was really rough when she hit him. But it's different now. At the same time that Ai Luza's armored hand slapped down, a faint golden light rose from Bai Ye's shoulder. The golden light spell ran automatically to protect the body and blocked Ai Luza's force. Hey! Urza exclaimed in surprise, obviously she also noticed the changes in Bai Ye. Ahem, this time out was a bit of an adventure, and I learned some new tricks. Bai Ye admitted vaguely. We are in the same guild, so it is impossible to hide it. Not bad. Not bad. Urza nodded and patted again. Alright, Urza, that's enough. Myra Jane hurried forward and separated the two. And Bai Ye, you are glad that your first commission was successful, but don't get too complacent. If you let Kana and the others continue, I'm afraid the commission's reward will not be enough, and you will have to pay your own salary. Myra Jane reminded. No problem, the reward for this commission is quite generous. Bai Ye said. In the visible girl's world. Because of the Chinese rich businessman, Bai Ye made a name for himself in just a few days. You can earn a lot of money with just a little effort. Although the currencies of the two worlds are not interoperable, gold and jewelry are hard currencies, and Bai Ye still brought some back. Bai Ye said so, Urza and Myra Jane couldn't say anything more. A night of celebration. Bai Ye's life returned to normal after returning to Fairy Tale. Even though he has gained extraordinary power, Bai Ye still serves as Myra's assistant and receptionist. In his spare time, he would go to the commission board from time to time to see if there are any new commissions. At noon 3 days later. Ding dong. A system prompt sounded in Bai Yi's mind while he was wiping the wine utensils, indicating that a new commission task had appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye took off the commission letter and prepared to set off after reporting to Myra. As soon as he walked out of the guild gate, he was greeted by a heroic female knight in armor, with a fragrant breeze blowing in his face. Bai Ye, are you going to go on a mission? Alyaza raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes. Bai Ye nodded. It's just right, I'm free now, let's go together. Alyaza said enthusiastically. Ah, this is not good. Bai Ye was stunned for a moment. What he accepted was the commission of the 10,000 worlds, and the next step was to travel to other worlds. Before obtaining absolute power, Bai Ye did not want this secret to be exposed too early. Besides, how to travel with Urza is also the number one problem. What's wrong with that? Arisa asked back. This is just a simple D-level mission. It's really a waste of talent to let an S-level wizard like Urza go with you. Bai Ye said. What's the matter? There is no distinction between high and low tasks. And if it is not necessary, I will not intervene. I will give priority to your opinion. Arisa said. Having said this, Bai Ye also knew that Urza wanted to protect him. Bai Ye really didn't know how to refuse Urza's kindness. For a moment, he was stunned. Just then. Ding dong. Team mission triggered. Host can lead a teammate to participate in this commission. Commission completed, both parties can get corresponding rewards. A confidentiality agreement must be signed before the mission begins. What's wrong? Bai Ye, if you really don't want to, then forget it. Looking at Bai Ye frowning and thinking, Urza was also a little surprised. No. That's not what I mean. Urza. It's just that before we set off together, I need you to sign a confidentiality agreement to promise not to disclose all the commissions. If possible, we can go together. Bai Ye said solemnly. Iluza tilted her head in confusion, and she was curious. Protecting the client's information is the basic of a wizard. Okay, how do you want to sign it? Bai Ye stretched out his hand and held Urza's slender hand. Okay, the contract is established. Is it that simple? Iluza became more and more confused. Forget it, let me take a look at the specific content of the commission. Bai Ye nodded and handed the commission to Urza. Dragon expulsion? Natsu will definitely be interested in dragon-related tasks. Forget it. Now Natsu and the president are still being criticized in the council. I will help him explore the way. As Urza said this, her eyebrows could not help but frown. However, the commission location is Coco West Village in the East Sea, a place I have never heard of. Is it overseas? Then we must go to the port first. No. There is no need to be so troublesome. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously and pulled Urza to the park near the guild. Without waiting for Urza to ask, Bai Ye clenched his fist. The next second. Swoosh! The rainbow light bridge that penetrated the sky and the earth fell from the sky, and the bodies of Bai Ye and Urza instantly rushed into the sky. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10. Dusk, Sunset. Sea, Beach. The scene, beautiful. At a certain moment. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky. A brilliant rainbow bridge of light descended from the sky. The guild logo of Fairy Tale was imprinted on the golden beach. In the center of the logo, there stood two figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a tuxedo, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. The woman was wearing an armored short skirt, with her long crimson hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, looking at the scene in front of her, the generous fairy queen was completely stunned. The whole person was deeply trapped in the extreme shock and could not extricate herself. They were in the forest near the guild just a second ago, but now... Is this the lost magic in the legend, space teleportation? Bai Ye, is this also the magic you learned by chance? Arisa opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. Ahem, let's just say so. Bai Ye did not comment. Are you really still Bai Ye? Arisa pursed her lips and asked solemnly. It was obvious that she just went out to accept a commission. The feeling of Bai Ye now is completely different from before. When Bai Ye first entered Fairy Tale, he was just a weak exorcist. But now, not only does he have a golden light to protect his body, but he has also learned the legendary magic of space teleportation. Arisa couldn't help but wonder if someone had taken over Bai Ye and sneaked into Fairy Tale. I am who I am, as real as it can be. Bai Ye said seriously. There are many things I cannot explain at this stage, but I can guarantee that I have no ill will towards Fairy Tale, and Fairy Tale is already my destination. The four looked at each other. The atmosphere was quiet. Swish! The waves hit the rocks on the shore, splashing waves. I know, sorry, I was too worried. Iluza said apologetically. She saw a lot from Bai Ye's eyes. Besides, if they were not real partners, how could they easily expose these secrets? By the way, is this the Coco West village mentioned in the commission? Iluza looked around. No. But our client is on this island now. Bai Ye closed his eyes and sensed, and after a moment he took the lead and strode in a certain direction. The other side of the island. The ruins of the dilapidated ancient building. Clang! The thick chains bound the two girls. One had short purple hair, and the other had short orange hair. They were famous pirates in the East China Sea. The little fox Karina and the little thief cat Nami. Nearly over the years, they have joined forces and worked together to steal the money of countless pirates, and they have never been unsuccessful. However, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. This time, they successfully turned over. Not only did they fail to steal the treasure of the treasure hunter Madriga, but they were caught instead. Tell me, who of you wants to die first? The treasure hunter Madriga spoke coldly. Hwalala! The chain rushed out from his palm, ruthlessly whipping the two girls like a snake, splashing large pieces of blood. I will return the treasure to you, and all the money I have accumulated so far will also be given to you, so please let us go. The little fox Karina begged. Okay, but you have to come back before sunset, otherwise I will kill her. Treasure hunter Madriga agreed to Kalina's request and loosened the chains on her body. Trust me, I will definitely come back. As the little fox Kalina said, she ran away without looking back. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was sunset. It seems that your partner will not come back. She abandoned you. Treasure hunter Madriga sneered. That woman is not my partner. Why don't we make a deal? All my treasures are buried on the west coast. Nami spoke calmly and chose to save herself. Half an hour later, Nami brought the treasure hunters to her treasure hiding place. Dig out her treasure chest from under the coconut tree. Open it. It was empty inside. All that was left was a taunting letter from Karina. At this moment, Nami felt an unprecedented despair. Being betrayed by her partner and not coming back would be fine. Anyway, if it were her, she would definitely choose to escape alone. But Karina even deprived her of her last hope. Ha 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 ha. What a stupid guy. Totally played around by that woman. It's just a clown. It's a pity to kill him like this. The treasure hunters were all mocking and laughing. Compared to killing you directly, it's more satisfying to let you live with this painful memory, but... Treasure hunter Madriga changed the subject. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I should teach you a lesson. I'll beat you half to death. Swish! 2 chains rushed out from the palms of treasure hunter Madriga's hands. Nami closed her eyes in despair, ready to face her tragic fate. However, the pain she imagined did not come. Kong. Bang. This is the sound of the chain breaking. You are who is it? This is the angry voice of treasure hunter Madriga. It's all right now. You must be the client this time, Miss Nami. A gentle voice came into Nami's ears. Nami opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her blankly. Who are you? My name is Bai Yat, the Wizard of Fairy Tale. I have accepted your commission this time to expel the evil dragon. Bai Ye smiled. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11. The setting sun sank into the sea level. The bright moonlight shone, and the sea surface sparkled. On the west coast of the deserted island, a tense atmosphere enveloped the whole place. The heroic female knight, with one sword, blocked the vicious treasure hunters, confident and full of energy. Bai Ye gentlemanly held the girl's arm and lifted Nami, who was immersed in shock and loss, from the ground. At this moment, looking at the prince who appeared like a god and saved her from the water and fire, Nami was completely confused. No matter what, she could not have thought that the good things in the storybook would fall on her head one day. Being in a desperate situation and being rescued by a powerful prince has always been a script tailor-made for princesses. How could a little thief like her who struggled at the bottom of society encounter such a good thing? Nami's pretty face was full of confusion and disbelief, and she even wondered if this was a hallucination before her death. My name is Bai Yat, a wizard of fairy tale, and I'm here to defeat the dragon. Bai Yi's voice woke Nami up from her trance. Suddenly, Nami's head shuddered. She finally remembered. One night a few days ago, she couldn't sleep for the umpteenth time thinking about the future of the village. She wondered if there was a second way besides paying the dragon 100 million berries to buy the village. Just then, a vague voice appeared in her head, asking her if she wanted to issue a commission. For a girl in a desperate situation, this was naturally something that didn't need to be considered too much. Nami issued the commission with the idea of giving it a try, and then fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, Nami couldn't help laughing when she thought about the commission. She just thought that she had a beautiful dream and didn't take it too seriously. After all, as long as she thought about it in her mind, a powerful being would come to take the order and help. It was too dreamy. Until now. Looking at Bai Ye and Urza who were descended from the sky. Listening to Bai Ye mentioning the commission of evil dragon extermination. Nami finally confirmed it. That night was not an illusion. Everything happened in reality. Somewhere, there was a god-like existence who pointed out a way for her who was in a desperate situation. Are you the messenger of God? Nami suppressed the shock and excitement in her heart and spoke tremblingly. No, we are the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild who accepted your commission. Bai Ye said. Fairy Tale. Nami whispered softly. Let's talk about the details after we solve the current trouble. Bai Ye turned around and looked at the treasure hunters. Wait, Bai Ye, this guy it seems interesting, leave it to me. Arisa raised her hand to stop him, her beautiful eyes full of eagerness. Okay. Bai Ye nodded. As the S-class wizard of fairy tale, Fairy Queen Urza, it is easy for her to deal with a few treasure hunters. Although I don't know who you are, but, since you want to meddle in other people's business, let's die together. Treasure hunter Madriga's eyes widened. Hwalala. A cluster of fine iron chains rushed up from his palm. As he swung, it moved like a venomous snake. Finally, it shot towards Urza from a tricky angle. Change clothes black feather armor. Bright magic light bloomed from Urza's body. Urza activated her proud magic knight. Black feather armor, possession. The black feathers behind Urza vibrated, and her figure suddenly soared into the sky. Don't even think about escaping. The treasure hunter Madriga waved his hands. Chains chased Urza like poisonous snakes. I see, is this magic that can freely control chains? It's quite a trick. Arisa shifted her position while observing the abilities of the treasure hunters. At the same time, Urza's movement was not aimless. Instead, she tried to draw the treasure hunters' chains to her own people as much as possible. The final result was that the venomous snake chains failed to catch up with Urza, but instead locked up his subordinates tightly. Boss, you caught the wrong person. It's all because of that stinky woman. Running around like a fly. It's so annoying. The treasure hunters all screamed in shock and anger. It's so noisy. Treasure hunter Madriga shouted angrily. The next second, under Urza's shocked gaze, treasure hunter Madriga mercilessly swung his companions as meteor hammers. Bang! Urza, who was caught off guard, was hit by one of the human meteor hammers and fell from mid-air. Compared to the damage of the human meteor hammer, Urza's injuries were naturally minimal. But at this moment, the look on Urza's face was extremely gloomy. It was not because she was hit and fell from the air. It was because of what treasure hunter Madriga did. Aren't they your companions? Urza shouted in a deep voice. Partners? Ha 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 ha, are you a rookie going out to sea on your first day? In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only the strong can control everything. Companions are just props. As long as you have money, you can have as many as you want. Treasure hunter Madriga laughed wantonly. These remarks just touched Urza's reverse scale. Even though they were far away, Baya could feel Urza's angry aura at the moment. The treasure hunter who regarded his partners as consumable items and Urza who regarded her partners as family, the two people's ideas conflicted fiercely. Ha 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 ha, naive rookie, next I will make you pay the price for angering me. Hwa la la la. Chains danced wildly between heaven and earth. Treasure hunter Madriga pushed the power of the superhuman chain fruit to the extreme. Dozens of chains rushed out from his whole body, intertwining and entangled in mid-air. Finally, they turned into armor and combined with his body, creating a chain giant more than 10 meters high. Go to hell! Treasure hunter Madriga laughed wantonly. The chain giant fist hit Urza mercilessly. The strong wind blew Urza's long red hair. Faced with the fierce attack of the treasure hunter, she did not dodge or evade, and her face showed no sadness or joy. Change clothes purgatory armor. Urza uttered a number. The bright light covered her whole body. When the light converged, Urza's whole body was covered with black armor. Partners are not cheap consumable items. Urza said loudly. The pitch-black sawtooth sword swung violently. It collided with the treasure hunter's chain fist. Crack! 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 Under the heavy force of the purgatory armor, the chains around the treasure hunter Madriga broke inch by inch. Boom! The chain giant collapsed. Boom! The treasure hunter Madriga flew backwards and slammed heavily on the rock wall, embedding deeply into it. Treasure your friends! Arisa whispered and turned around. Chapter 12. The dark night covered the sea. The dark clouds covered the stars and the moon, just like the girl's heart at the moment. It all started 7 years ago. The fishman Along and his gang suddenly appeared in the East China Sea and occupied 20 villages including Coco West Village. The cost of adults is 100,000 berries per month, and the cost of children is 50,000. My mother. Belle Mel. When talking about the past, Nami's delicate body couldn't stop trembling. These secrets have been buried in her heart for 7 years, and she has never told anyone. It is clear that Along and his gang are the enemies who killed her adoptive mother, but she has to work under the hands of the enemy. She also thought about asking for help, but even the righteous Navy is in cahoots with Along and his gang. Who else can she ask for help? Desperate Nami had to bear everything alone, and the future of the village. A person struggles at the bottom of society, living a life like dancing on the edge of a knife. This is not the first time she has encountered this, and it is definitely not the last time. It should have been like this. But right now, the situation has taken a turn for the better. No need to wait until the plot begins a year later. The gears of fate have already begun to turn. Because Bai Ye is here. We have learned the details. Your commission has been accepted by our fairy tale. You have worked hard enough. Let us take care of the extermination of the evil dragon. Bai Ye looked at Nami and nodded calmly and firmly. Please, Mr. Bai Ye, Ms. Urza, as long as we can drive away Arlong and his gang, I will do whatever I want. Nami's voice was filled with tears, and her pretty face with tears was full of hope. Because she knew that this might be her only chance in this life. Nami, you are really a strong girl. Don't worry, your village will be saved. Arisa raised her hand and gently stroked Nami's hair. The sailboat that originally belonged to the treasure hunter rode the wind and waves and headed straight towards the direction of Kokoyasi village. 2 days later in the evening, a tiny black dot appeared in the sight of Bai Ye and the other two. Kokoyasi village, here we are. The treasure hunter sailboat headed straight for the sea gate of Along Park. Before getting close, splash! The sea water surged. A huge manatee broke out of the sea and blocked the fairy tale. That was the sea beast raised by Along and his group, the manatee Moo Moo. Nami was startled, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she was about to warn him. The next second, Bai Ye put his index and middle fingers together and wrote the word captive in the air. Crack! A deep blue electric light flashed past. The manatee moved and scorched black and sank into the sea under the power of the 5 Thunder Talisman. The treasure hunter was fully powered and drove straight to Along Park. 1 minute later. Boom! The sea gate of Arlong Park burst open. At this moment, Arlong Park was brightly lit. The noisy noise of the fishmen reached the sky. The dragon pirates, led by the sawtooth shark Arlong, were still immersed in the carnival of the banquet. They had no idea that the sickle of the god of death was already above their heads. Until that loud noise broke the noisy atmosphere of the banquet. Who? Which idiot is this? How dare you? Who is so bold? How dare you trespass into the base of our Arlong pirates? Where is Moo? Why didn't you stop and sink this ship outside the sea gate? Asshole, you dare to interrupt our party. No matter who you are dead today. The drunken fishmen spoke one after another and shouted. Arlong. On the deck, Nami took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to stand on the bow, and faced the nightmare of many years. Nami? Am I seeing right? That's Nami. Boss Along, that ship was driven by Nami. Hey, Nami, did you take the wrong medicine today? You actually did something like this, do you know what the consequences will be? Today's incident can't be solved by simply apologizing. Looking at Nami on the bow, the fishmen of the evil dragon group first showed a look of surprise on their faces, and then sneered at the same time. In their eyes, Nami is their toy. Looking at the humans who hate them and want to resist but are powerless to resist. They have to endure humiliation and work under them to make money for them. This gives them great satisfaction in their twisted psychology. Nami is not moved by the threats and intimidation of the fishmen. Her eyes were firm, and she stared at the leading dragon from beginning to end. Along, I've had enough of your long-term oppression of me, and Coco West Village. From today on, I'm no longer your subordinate. Everything will end today. I won't let you do whatever you want. And the revenge for Belmere. Nami clenched her fists, and turned the anger that had been suppressed in her heart for many years into a roar. Listening to Nami's declaration of war, the field was silent at first, and then a thunderous laugh broke out. Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? You are just a weak human and you want to take revenge on us. Hey, Nami, we can't just listen to this. Traitors will only die. Brother Along, since Nami said so, let's have some fun with her today. Killing Nami like this is too easy for her. How about killing everyone in this village in front of her? Good idea, I agree. That will be very interesting. The mocking laughter of the fish people contrasts with the girl's determination. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the sawtooth shark Aaron on the beach chair stood up. Nami, since you dare to say this, you must have found a backer, and you want to rely on them to deal with me. Aaron's eyes were fixed on the treasure hunter. Let him come out, I want to see who you rely on today. I don't know if you can still be so arrogant when I throw his head in front of you. The fishman Aaron sneered again and again. Brother Aaron, the logo of that ship is Treasure Hunter, it really has some means. The fishman Kotterju recognized the logo on the mast. Treasure Hunter, you really found an incredible backer, Nami. The fishman Aaron clapped his hands and then suddenly changed the subject. I can't help but want to applaud your stupidity. Hey, Madriga, are you sure you want to be our enemy for this little girl? It's not a wise choice to offend us for a human girl who has nothing. That's right. That's right. Treasure Hunter, I've heard of you. You shouldn't be so stupid. Compared to Nami, cooperating with us is a win-win situation. Now, you can join our party. If you want treasure, we have plenty. The fish people echoed one after another, and the smugness on their faces became even greater. In their opinion, today's battle will not be fought at all. They are all old hands on the sea, and there is no need to think about how to choose. What awaits Nami is only the hell-level abyss of despair. Of course. This is based on the premise that the people on the boat are really treasure hunters. Iluza, as we agreed, leave the rest to me, you stay here to protect Nami. Baya spoke. I know. Iluza nodded, not worried. After seeing how Baya killed the sea cow Mumu in 1 second, she would no longer worry about Baya's battle, but would be more curious about how strong Baya is now. Then let's get started. Dragon Beheading Operation. Chapter 13. East China Sea. Coco West Village. Along Park. Treasure Hunter, stop hiding, come out and see. Sawtooth Shark Man along shouted. Squeak. The cabin door opened. Baya walked calmly to the bow and stood shoulder to shoulder with Nami. Thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me. Baya patted Nami's shoulder. Mr. Baya. Nami's beautiful big eyes were filled with mist. At this moment, when she saw Baya beside her, all the haze in her heart disappeared. Baya was like the sun that illuminated the night, just like her son. Aaron, something seems wrong. That man is not a treasure hunter. Kroby, the second in command of the dragon group, said in a deep voice. This ship undoubtedly belongs to the treasure hunter. Could it be that the treasure hunter was defeated by that human kid? The pupils of the iron cannon fishman Ju shrank slightly. Kid, who are you? The fishman Arlong asked in a deep voice. The one who killed you. Baya bent his knees slightly and jumped off the bow. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The fishman Arlong laughed, and all the fishmen in the park laughed. Kill me? Are you kidding? I'm just a weak human. We fishmen are naturally stronger than you humans. Although I don't know how you stole the treasure hunter's ship, it's absolutely impossible for you to. Merkieman Aaron stopped talking before he finished. Under the horrified gaze of the fishman, Aaron's body was bent like a shrimp, his eyes bulged and almost jumped out of his sockets. The next second, there was only a bang. Under the slap of Baya's palm surrounded by golden light, the tall body of fishman Aaron spun uncontrollably and flew backwards. Boom! Boom! The wall of the main building of Aaron Park was pierced, and smoke and dust rose. This sudden change made all the fishmen present change their colors in horror. Ah, ah! Brother along! This kind of thing! How is it possible? How could it happen? Brother Along was actually killed by a human who looked so weak. The fisherman screamed in horror. "Shut up!" The second in command of the dragon group, Kobo, shouted. "Brother Along will not fall down like this," the Iron Cannon Fishman said in a deep voice. Sure enough. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The Fishman Along was born like a wild dragon, holding a sawtooth sword and slashing the peak, and returned to the banquet hall. "Damn human kid!" The Fishman Along's eyes were fixed, stared at Bai Yat, his eyes full of malice and rage. He who came to the weakest East China Sea is the king of this sea area. In these years in the East China Sea, he no longer knows what it feels like to be injured. "There can't be anyone stronger than me in this East China Sea, who are you?" the Fishman Aaron asked in shock and anger. The speed of Bai Yi's sudden attack just now made him unable to react at all. The power was so strong that he almost lost consciousness on the spot despite his strong physical fitness. "Are you scared?" Bai Yi laughed sarcastically. "When you oppressed and killed ordinary people wantonly, did you ever think of this ending today? Did you ever think that you would become someone else's prey?" "Scared? Ha 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 ha, I'm scared? Don't be ridiculous. How could I be afraid of a mere human like you?" The Fishman Aaron laughed. "Despicable human, you can only hurt me by sneaking up on me, but now you have no chance. I will make you suffer 10 times, no, 100 times. Go to hell." Swish! The muscles in the arms of the Fishman Along swelled like a dragon. The sawtooth broadsword Zhanfeng cut through the air and slashed towards Bai Yi mercilessly. Faced with Along's angry attack, Bai Yi's expression did not change at all. He did not dodge, but met the sharp sawtooth broadsword with his bare hands. "Ha ha ha, it worked. You are really stupid. That's Brother Along's Zhanfeng. Wait for being cut in two." The excited and exciting cheers of the fishmen stopped just halfway. Instead, their faces were filled with extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. Dang! Dang dang dang! The sound of hammering iron exploded continuously in the field. That was Bai Yi's hands clashing with Along's sawtoothed broadsword. One of them was a flesh and blood body, but the sound of metal clashing was heard. The reason for this phenomenon is that Bai Yi added the Vajra talisman to his hands on the basis of the golden light curse. With the blessing of the Vajra talisman, the hardness of his hands was stronger than steel. Something is wrong. That human is weird. The expression of the Iron Cannon Fishman changed drastically. "Catch Nami and take her hostage." Kobo locked his eyes on Nami at the bow. Then he and the Iron Cannon Fishman jumped up together. 2 officers rushed towards Nami, one on the left and one on the right. Shua shua! 2 stunning sword lights cut through the darkness. Puff! Blood splattered. The 2 fishermen officers, Kobo and Ju, both screamed and flew backwards, their bodies were almost cut in half. "Thank you, Ms. Urza." Nami bowed to thank him. "It is our duty to protect the client," Urza Flatjing said, and then his eyes fell on Bai Yi again, with a strange glow in his beautiful eyes. On the other side. "Ah, Mr. Kobo. Brother Ju. What happened? Ah, brother Along, brother Along." The fishman screamed in horror and shock. "It's time to end." Bai Yi put his right index finger and middle finger together and wrote and carved quickly in the void. Click! The bright light of lightning illuminated the night. Endless dark clouds gathered from all directions. What kind of power is this? Feeling the fatal threat of death, the fishman Along's face was no longer proud, but only horrified. At this moment, he unconsciously recalled the fear of being dominated by Vice Admiral Flash of the Navy 15 years ago. "Thunder is coming," Bai Yi whispered mercilessly, and his right hand swung down brazenly. Boom! Boom! Chapter 14. Boom! Boom! The roar of thunder resounded through the sky. A huge column of thunder light, as thick as a bucket, fell from the sky and hit the fishman Aaron. In an instant, all the activities of the fishman Aaron stopped. Whether it was action, speech, or life. Deep shock, fear, and disbelief solidified on his charred face. Until his death, Aaron could not believe that one day he would be killed so easily by humans. Aaron did not believe it, and the other fishmen could not believe that their big brother would be defeated and killed so quickly. This shocking scene made Aaron Paradise fall into a deathly silence. All the fishmen widened their eyes and looked at Aaron's charred body with disbelief. Snap! Baya flicked his fingers. Along's charred body fell, shattered, and turned into slag on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fish dragon that had oppressed Nami for many years was wiped out. Ah! Ah! Dead, dead! Brother Along, brother is dead. Brother was killed by that human. Ah! Ah! Monster! That guy is a monster! Run! Run! The fishmen's shrill roars broke the silence in the field. Witness the captain's miserable defeat. The fishmen who could only act tyrannically with the support of Along suddenly scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. The fishmen no longer dared to have the slightest idea of resistance, and they all jumped into the sea without looking back. The sea is their territory. No matter how strong humans are, they can't chase them in the sea. This is a deep-rooted thought in the hearts of the fishmen. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed true. But the opponent they met today was Baya. Things like electrocuting fish are forbidden in my original world, but Baya whispered to himself. If you are allowed to escape, the name of Fairy Tale will be disgraced. Swish! A series of talismans with electric arcs rushed out of the void. Boom! Boom! The brilliant thunder bombarded the sea. In an instant, this sea area flipped over countless large and small sea fish, floating on the sea. At the same time, dozens of fishmen who were escaping were also electrocuted. The fishman group that had ruled this sea area for 8 years and wantonly exploited the poor people has now perished. Nami held the railing tightly with both hands, staring at the end of the fishman with wide eyes. Along is dead. All the fishmen who had oppressed them are dead. Belmel's revenge has been avenged. The village is free. At this moment, the haze that had covered Nami's life for 7 years completely dissipated. The 7 years of grievances poured out at this moment. Nami, who had taken off her strong disguise, cried like a child. It's all right now. Arisa gently embraced Nami and comforted her softly. Bang! Bang bang bang! Just then, a loud knock on the door sounded. Outside a long park, the fire was shining and people were in the shadows. That was the village representatives led by the village police officer Feng Jian and Nami's sister Nakiko. After all, Coco West Village was such a small place, and the villagers naturally could not fail to notice the changes in a long park. Feng Jian and others heard the screams of the fish people from a distance. There is also Nami's name. How can the villagers sit still after learning that Nami is also involved? Although no one has said it, the people of Coco West Village all know it. They clearly know how much Nami has worked for them and the village. How can they let Nami bear everything alone? Even if they have to risk their lives today, they must protect Nami. This is the consensus of all the villagers headed by Feng Jian. However, when the gate opened, they saw the messy and dilapidated Along Park. Police officer Ajian, No Kai Gao and all the villagers were stunned. Nami, what happened here? Did Along and the others do anything to you? Are you injured? Police officer Ajian, who always regarded Nami as his daughter, came to his senses and asked anxious questions one after another. Nami, it's all right, sister is here. Nakiko hugged the crying Nami and comforted her softly. I'm fine, sister, Mr. Ken, it's all over. Arlong and the others are dead, we are free. Nami whispered. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Nakiko patted Nami's back, and then the whole person suddenly froze. What? Nami, you just said Arlong is dead? Is this true? Nakago's voice unconsciously rose 8 degrees. Yes, it's over. Everything is thanks to Mr. Bai Ye and Miss Urza. Nami turned her head and looked at Bai Ye not far away, her eyes full of light. Bai Ye was unaware of the girl's infatuated eyes at this moment. At this moment, he was immersed in the surprise reward for completing the commission. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the commission Evil Dragon Removal. Commission completion rating, perfect. Rewards are as follows. 1 Flame of Death Ching. 2 Overlord Haki. 3 Devil Fruit Blind Box X1. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15. Death Flame. A special flame from the world of tutors. This is a power born from the human body. Everyone is born with different attributes of flame flow. The power of death flames of different attributes is also very different. For example, the power of the Great Sky attribute is to harmonize, and it is as inclusive as the sky. The power of the mist is to decompose, the rain is to calm, the thunder is to harden, the cloud is to proliferate, and the fog is to build. Finally, there is the clear attribute that Bai Ye obtained, and its power symbol is activity. It produces new cells at an unstoppable speed, allowing the user to have high-speed self-healing ability. In short, it is the power of high-speed regeneration. And the clear attribute Death Flame that Bai Ye obtained is not only able to regenerate itself at a high speed. Transferring the Death Flame into the body of another person can also stimulate the cells of the injured person to divide and regenerate at a high speed, achieving a healing effect. Such a convenient and practical ability naturally surprised Bai Ye. In addition to Qing's attribute of Death Flame, the other 2 rewards for this commission are also exciting. Hoang Haki. This is one of the iconic rare skills in the pirate world. The king's qualification that can only be born in 1 million people. As a strong man galloping on the sea, you cannot use it, but you can't do without it. Hoang Haki represents a kind of style in a sense. Although it has been lowered a little by Ming Ji and Qing Jiao, but cool is cool. What the domineering Haki thinks, just a glance, the whole audience bows down. This is the happiness that people without domineering Haki can't experience. The 3 admirals with the highest combat power in the navy are quite impressive. But they don't have Conqueror Haki. Indeed. The basic Conqueror Haki can only clear the miscellaneous soldiers. However, Conqueror Haki can be advanced and grow. The top Conqueror Haki can have a substantial attack effect on the surrounding environment. In the future Wano Country event, the 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks released Conqueror Haki from 800 miles away. The Navy's highest combat power Admiral Green Bull was shocked to tears, raised his hands and surrendered in embarrassment, and even couldn't maintain the elementalization. This shows the powerful suppression of the top Conqueror Haki on the battlefield of the strong. Although Bai Ye's Conqueror Haki is still only the basic version, but the future is promising. In addition to the Death Flame and Conqueror Haki, the last reward is the Devil Fruit Blind Box. Devil Fruit is also one of the specialties of the pirate world. The result of opening the blind box this time also gave Bai Ye a surprise. Because the type of Devil Fruit opened from the blind box is natural type. Bai Ye. Bai Ye. What is going on? Arisa's cry of shock and disbelief attracted Bai Ye. What's wrong? Urza. Bai Ye asked with a smile. Just now, a voice suddenly appeared in my head, congratulating me for completing the team commission and giving me a reward, saying that the attributes of the Sea King's armor have increased. I tried it, and the attributes of the Sea King's armor actually increased. This kind of thing. Urza's pretty face was full of disbelief. That's it. This is the reward you deserve for completing the commission together, Urza. Bai Ye smiled. Urza. Complete the commission and get the reward. This kind of thing is most familiar to her. But In the past, the rewards she received were all physical objects such as money and armor. Never before, it was like today, directly improving all the attributes of the armor she holds. This is something that even the top armor and protective gear casting masters cannot do. It can even be said to be a miracle. And the congratulations in my head before. Arisa took a deep breath to calm down her overheated head. Looking at Bai Ye walking away with his hands behind his back, Urza knew that all these strange things were related to Bai Ye. Bai Ye's rapid growth in a short period of time may also be related to this. This is Bai Ye's biggest secret. What should I worry about? Bai Ye shared his biggest secret with me. This is family. Arisa smiled and shook her head, no longer entangled. On the other side. Under Nami's narration. Windmill Aegean, Nakago, and the villagers of Koko West Village finally knew what happened. When they learned that the evil dragon that oppressed the village had been successfully repelled and killed by Bai Ye, Along's group was completely wiped out. The villagers were overjoyed and cheered excitedly. Many people even knelt on the ground and cried with joy. After the cheers, it was time to clean up the mess. The young and strong villagers led by Feng Jian took action overnight to clean up the battlefield. On the other side, Bai Ye and Urza, the heroes who saved Koko West Village, were warmly entertained by the people led by Nakago. The next day, a grand celebration banquet began. The banquet lasted from morning to night. Most of the villagers fell down drunk, and it came to a temporary end. In the evening, Bai Ye and Nami came to the orange orchard. A treasure chest was dug out from under the orange tree. Opened. A golden light shone brightly. Inside was Nami's savings over the years. Mr. Bai Ye, I really don't know how to repay you for your kindness. These treasures. Without waiting for Nami to finish. No need, I have already received my reward. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head. Right now, although there is no dragon's oppression, the situation in the village is still difficult. Just consider this as my efforts to improve everyone's life. Even though the villagers were poor, they still treated them with the highest etiquette. As a wizard of fairy tale, Bai Ye naturally had to return the favor. Mr. Bai Ye. Nami's beautiful eyes were filled with mist. After a moment, a firm look appeared on her face. It seemed that she had made some kind of determination. In that case, I can only repay you in another way. After that, Nami took a step forward and fell into Bai Ye's arms, with her toes slightly raised. The two pure ones met, and the atmosphere in the orange grove quickly heated up. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16. The next day, the sky brightened. The bright morning glow fell. On the white bed sheet, a bright red spot caught people's attention. The girl with short orange hair rested her slender hand on her smooth chin, with a pair of bright eyes. She stared at the person in front of her without blinking, as if she couldn't see enough. What are you looking at? Bai Ye smiled gently, and gently stroked Nami's head with his big hand. My son. Nami smiled. Son, it's already dawn without knowing it. Bai Ye nodded. Hey, Mr. Bai Ye, are you leaving soon? Nami's raised little feet swayed back and forth. Yet. Bai Ye nodded. Now that the commission has been completed, the time he can stay in this world has entered the countdown. This cannot be changed by his will. But the separation is temporary. I will come back again, for sure. Bai Ye solemnly promised. Well, I believe you. Nami nodded happily. Mr. Bai Ye, there should be some time before leaving. Well, what's wrong? Bai Ye asked. I think. At noon. Koko West Village, back shore. The treasure hunter sailboat is ready to go, and Urza is conducting the final inspection before sailing. On the coast, Bai Ye took out a treasure chest from the system space and handed it to Nami. This is. Nami opened the treasure chest, and when she saw the things inside, her pupils suddenly shrank. Devil fruit. In the treasure chest, a special fruit covered with cloud patterns lay quietly. The secret treasure of the sea. Devil fruits that can give you special powers after eating. Each devil fruit is worth more than 100 million. Enough to buy the Coco West village. Nami's pretty face was full of shock and surprise. Nami had done a detailed research on devil fruits. She had imagined picking up a fruit, gaining powerful power in one day, and defeating Aaron and his gang. She also thought about auctioning the devil fruit she picked up, getting 100 million berries, and buying the village. However, devil fruits are hard to come by. It is harder to pick up a devil fruit than to win the lottery. This is the ability of the natural union fruit, and now it's yours. Bai Ye said. Really? Can I really accept such a valuable gift? Nami said in surprise. You have given me your most precious thing, which is a matter of course. In addition, there are some things here. Bai Ye handed the talismans prepared in advance to Nami and explained how to use them. You can study the use of these talismans slowly, and eat the fruit first. Nami nodded with tears in her eyes. Then she took a bite of the cloud pattern fruit without hesitation. Ugh, it's so disgusting. Although it was disgusting, Nami still swallowed it. The user of the natural cloud fruit was born with natural abilities to protect herself. Not many people in the East China Sea can hurt Nami. Even if she reaches the Grand Line, as long as she doesn't encounter a powerful and domineering person, she can protect herself. Goodbye, my Mr. Sun, I will wait for you. Nami waved goodbye with tears in her eyes, watching the treasure hunter go farther and farther. A quarter of an hour later, the treasure hunter left the coastal area of Coco West Village. Then, let's go back to. Bai Ye raised his hand and waved. Boom! The rainbow bridge of light that reaches the sky and the earth descends. The treasure hunter sailboat is smashed into pieces. Carrying Byakuya and Urza, it instantly flies into the sky. At this moment, the world of fairy tale. Magnolia. The Fairy Tale Guild. A scene of hustle and bustle. All because the problematic members of the guild have returned. Wahahaha, everyone, I'm back. The boy with a red hedgehog head put his hands on his hips, spitting fire from his mouth, and was in high spirits. Get out of the way, don't block the way. The black-haired boy in an open-collar windbreaker kicked him aside. Gray, you bastard, do you still want to fight? Natsu was furious and rolled up his sleeves to fight. Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Gray waved his hand, and his clothes disappeared instantly. The extremely cold air rose from his body. Burning! Natsu clashed his fists, and a blazing flame was ignited. Oh! Fight! Fight! As expected, it has to be Natsu and Gray. As soon as they came back, the whole guild was lively. This is Fairy Tale. Makao, Wakaba and other members of the Fairy Tale Atmosphere group were all shouting to watch the fun. Well, Natsu, Gray, calm down a bit, don't forget the president's instructions. This time, it's because your fight affected the residence buildings that we were invited to the council for tea. The president is still reviewing it now. The little blue cat Happy smoothed things over. It's okay, Happy, this is the guild. Natsu grinned. Because it's a guild, it's okay even if it's destroyed. Gray said. Generally speaking, the guild is the place that you can't destroy the most. Happy couldn't help but complain. No one can stop it anymore, take it, Gray. Natsu said. Roaring. Come on, Natsu. Gray showed no weakness and stepped forward to fight. Seeing that a fight between dragons and tigers was about to happen. Just then, without any warning, a scarlet figure suddenly flashed over. You two, stop it. Bang! Bang! Iluza clenched her fists and hit Natsu and Gray on the head with one hand each. The powerful force directly knocked the two to the ground, and even the entire guild was shocked. Seeing this, Maka Owa Kaba and other members of the Atmosphere group who were making a fuss were all startled, turned their heads away with guilt, and dared not speak again. "Ah, welcome back, Urza. By yet, how is the work of removing the evil dragon going?" The white-haired beautiful girl Myra Jane smiled and asked. Thanks to Urza, it was finally completed successfully. Baya smiled. No. Without waiting for Urza to speak. On the ground. Natsu's ears moved after being knocked over, and then he suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. "The dragon is gone? Urza, by yet, did you encounter a dragon?" Chapter 17. Natsu Dragneel. Natsu is known as Fire Dragon, one of the core figures of the Fairy Tale Guild. He uses the lost magic, Fire Dragon Slayer magic. He is the first generation of Dragon Slayer magician who was taught Dragon Slayer magic by a dragon himself. Growing up with the Fire Dragon King Igneel since childhood, he regards Igneel as his father. However, one day more than 6 years ago, the mentor and foster father who raised him and taught him Dragon Slayer magic suddenly disappeared. Since then, Natsu has embarked on a journey to find his father. But nothing was found. In this era, creatures like dragons seem to have disappeared long ago. But Natsu did not give up. Over the years, he has been persistently going to various places where there are rumors about dragons, not missing any clues. Now, hearing Myra Jane mention that Byakuya and Urza had just completed the task of expelling the dragon, Natsu, who was still seeing stars a second ago, was shocked and completely awake at this moment. Expelling the dragon. What is this task? Urza, Byakuya, have you encountered a dragon? Where is the dragon? Natsu asked excitedly. Don't worry, Natsu, this time the dragon. Without waiting for Byakuya to explain. Urza, you are really too mean. You know I've been looking for a dragon, but it's a rare task related to a dragon, but you didn't wait for me. Maybe Igneel's whereabouts can be known from the dragon's mouth. Natsu shouted with some complaints. Natsu, you guy, listen to us first. Bang. Finally. Under Urza's violent coercion, Natsu's excited and hot head finally calmed down. Listen, Natsu, the evil dragon we encountered this time is not a real dragon, but a fishman with the title of evil dragon who is causing trouble to the area. Urza explained. What? It turns out that it is not a real dragon. Why didn't you say it earlier? Natsu said. Did you give us a chance to speak? Urza couldn't help but punch Natsu again. Fishman. The little blue cat Happy, who has a special liking for fish, drooled as he imagined the image of a rare beast with a fish head. Well, since it's not a real dragon, forget it, Happy, get ready to go, this year's one is coming soon, we must hurry up. Natsu patted his cheek, regrouped, and went out to work. I won't lose to you, Natsu. Gray also picked up a commission at random and left in a hurry. They are really worthy of it. Baya laughed. Speaking of which, Baya, you just joined the guild this year, you probably don't know yet. Arisa Sudden Lion spoke. What? Baya was stunned. Is there something about fairy tale that he doesn't know? This year's S-Class Wizard examination is not far away. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, and others are all sprinting for this year's examination quota. Do you want to take on more tasks and rush for it? Arisa said. I see. Baya nodded in understanding. Of course, he knew about Fairy Tale's annual S-Class examination. The S-Class examination that opened the plotline a year later was a major turning point for Fairy Tale. S-Class Wizard, forget it, after all, I'm just a newcomer. Baya shrugged. Arisa. Others don't know, but she knows it best. What kind of power does this newcomer Baya have? Now he is fully qualified to compete with Natsu, Gray, and others for the S-rank position. Bai Yat, can you come over and give me a hand? Marajana's voice came from the guild's storage room. Coming. Bai Ye returned to his role as a receptionist and went to help. 3 nights later. Ding dong. You have a new commission waiting to be received. The mechanical prompt sound of the system suddenly sounded. After cleaning the bar, Bai Ye wiped his hands and came to the commission board. At a glance, he saw the unique commission. Bai Ye took the commission and began to check it. When he saw the specific content of the commission, the expression on Bai Ye's face couldn't help but become exciting. There was no other reason. It's all because this commission is too different. Commission level, D level. Commission content, blind date. I really want a little brother who is 180 centimeters tall, 140 centimeters heavy, with 8-pack ABS, stronger than me, eats more than me, is gentle and considerate, doesn't dislike my cherry pink long hair, and can be liked by my parents, brothers, and sisters as my blind date. Commissioner, Mitsurai Kenroji. Bai Yat. Girl, are you making a wish here? Height 180 centimeters, weight 140 centimeters, 8-pack ABS, strong. Just report my ID number. Bai Ye laughed and shook his head. He never thought that the commission from the Demon Slayer world was not to kill demons, but, blind date. But, commission is commission. As long as the client has a need, he will definitely do his best to satisfy it. Isn't it just a blind date? It's not like I haven't had one before in my previous life. Simple and simple. Low risk, high profit. There is no reason not to take this order. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Charge 100 and get 50 FRE0 VIP points. Chapter 18. Demon Slayer. A Japanese-style bridge and flowing water. The girl in a pink kimono leaned against the railing of the boat, lonely and desolate. As expected, today's blind date ended in failure again. Before she even had time to say a word, the other party lied that something happened at home and left in a hurry. It was all because of her unusual cherry pink hair and her super strength stronger than men. Next time I go on a blind date, I will dye my hair black and hide my super strength a little. In this way, the chances of a successful blind date should increase a lot. Mitsurai Kenroji sighed and whispered to herself. Just then. Why do you do such unnecessary things? A faint voice sounded from behind the girl. Why do you hide your strengths? Why do you want to be ordinary to cater to other people's ideas? You are you, a different firework. Hey! Hearing this sudden voice, the Japanese-style girl with beautiful cherry pink hair, Mitsurai Kenroji, was stunned. Turning her head, she saw a handsome face. He was more handsome than anyone she had met so far. She was stunned for a moment, and her heart was beating wildly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I think it's a pity that Miss Kenroji wants to hide her beauty. Bai Ye smiled slightly, and his smile was as warm as the spring breeze, blowing the girl's heartstrings. Sir, do you know me? Mitsurai Kenroji said in surprise. Excuse me, my name is Bai Yat, and I'm here for a blind date with Miss Kenroji. Bai Ye said in a gentlemanly manner. Bai Yat? Kenroji Mitsurai tilted her head in a daze. I felt unfamiliar with this name, I had never heard of it before. Besides, my mother didn't say there was a second blind date today. Well, forget it, this gentleman looks so handsome. Height 180, weight 140, well-proportioned, simply perfect. The most important thing is that he doesn't reject my unusual hair color at all. Maybe, we can try it. Bai Yat. Mister, what did you mean by feeling pity, before? Kenroji Mitsurai took a deep breath and asked with courage. I don't mean anything special. I just think Miss Mitsurai's hair is really beautiful. If she deliberately changes it to be lost in the crowd, it will only make the world lose a beautiful landscape. Bai Ye smiled. Listening to Bai Ye's praise, Ganlu Temple Mitsurai subconsciously raised her slender hand to cover her mouth. The originally dull and lonely eyes lit up. The first time. This is still the first time. The first time someone didn't point fingers at her because of her hair color point. For the first time, someone other than her family praised her unique hair color. And Kenroji Mitsurai could feel that Bai Yi's words were not just a pretense, but a compliment from the heart. At this moment, the girl's heartbeat gradually accelerated and fell. Mr. Bai Ye, I. Kenroji Mitsurai mustered up the courage to confess. However, the words were still not spoken when they came to her lips. Not only because of the girl's shyness and reserve, but also because of inferiority. Can a woman with strange strength like her who no one wants really be worthy of such a handsome and beautiful Bai Ye? What's wrong, Miss Mitsurai? Bai Ye asked with a smile. No, nothing, I want to say that it's almost time for dinner. If possible, Mr. Bai Ye, would you like to go to my small shop for a simple meal? Kenroji Mitsurai asked nervously. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm a little hungry, but... Bai Ye changed the subject, and the girl's surprise was raised again. Let's talk about it in advance. I'll probably eat a lot. What? This is it. It's no problem, because I eat a lot. Kenroji Mitsurai smiled brightly. Okay, let's go. About a quarter of an hour later, Bai Ye came to the bakery of the Kenroji family. Unlike the misery of other pillars, Kenroji Mitsurai can be said to be very happy. With both parents and 4 brothers and sisters, the family has never been harassed by ghosts. If it weren't for the innate supernatural power, Kenroji Mitsurai might have spent her life as an ordinary person. But, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There is often a certain connection between ability and responsibility. In order to find someone stronger than herself and fall in love with someone stronger than herself, Kenroji Mitsurai joined the Demon Slayer Corps. In a sense, she was guided by fate. I'm back. Kenroji Mitsurai opened the door with full energy. Mitsurai is back. Sister. Big sister. Welcome back, sister. Kenroji's parents and brothers and sisters all greeted her with laughter. Mitsurai, you are in a good mood today. Did you have a successful blind date? Kenroji's mother eagerly took her daughter's hand, her eyes lit up. Every time she returned from a blind date in the past, Kenroji Mitsurai always looked depressed and hit hard. Only this time was different. Look at her daughter's cheerful face. Both Ganlu Temple's parents subconsciously thought that their daughter had finally succeeded this time. No, sorry, Dad, Mom, I messed up the blind date again. Ganlu Temple Mitsurai stuck out her tongue apologetically. Hearing this, Ganlu Temple's parents, they were all stunned, and then their faces showed worry. They failed again, but they were so excited. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Is it possible that their daughter has become mentally ill because of the repeated blows? It's okay. It's okay. Mitsurai, if you don't want to go on a blind date, you won't go on a blind date in the future. Dad can also make sure little Mitsurai is well fed and clothed. Ganlu Temple's father comforted. Yes, Mitsurai can live at home in peace in the future, and don't pay attention to those gossips outside. Ganlu Temple's mother agreed. Dad, Mom, I'm completely fine. In addition, I want to introduce someone to you. Come. Ganlu Temple Mitsurai smiled and made way. This is Mr. Bai Ye, who I hit it off with at first sight. So, please come in, I'll go prepare the food now. The Kenroji couple took the children to the kitchen, leaving the space for the 2 young people. From Mitsurai's performance, it seems that she likes the young man named Bai Ye very much. The mother of Kenroji said. As long as Mitsurai likes it, I have no objection. But, we don't know the identity of the young man. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't seem to be a local. He should be from a big city. I heard that the young men in big cities. If Mitsurai is deceived. Parents all over the world are the same, always worrying about the happiness of their children. But soon, their worries were replaced by shock. Because Bai-ye showed a huge appetite that was even greater than that of Kenroji Mitsurai. As the old saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. How bad can a child who loves to eat be? At this moment, Bai-ye's favorability with the Ganlu temple couple rose rapidly. The progress of the blind date mission is progressing rapidly. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19. Wow, so awesome Mr. Bai-ye, you are really awesome. This is the first time I have met someone who can eat more than me. The eyes of Mitsurai Kenroji, who had already eaten so much, were sparkling, full of little stars of admiration. Haha. Bai-ye smiled and said nothing. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to beat the foodie Mitsurai Kenroji. But as his strength increased, his life level also increased. Especially the existence of the Qing attribute death flame made his cell metabolism rate extraordinary. Now Bai-ye can even convert food into pure energy, store it in his body, and burst it at a critical moment. Just like now. Ah, I lost. Mr. Bai-ye is so strong. Mitsurai Kenroji, who had never lost in an arm wrestling competition, tasted defeat for the first time in her life. But she was not depressed about this, but was very happy. Because everything about Bai-ye was just as she had wished for in her dream. It satisfied all her fantasies about the perfect blind date. Bai-ye was the Prince Charming sent by God to save her. Late at night, Bai-ye sat on the roof and waved to check the progress of the commission. Only on the first day, the task progress reached 70%. This commission was much easier than the previous two. It should be completed in a few days. The only question is what to do next. After the commission is completed, Bai-ye will leave after all. It is impossible to stay in this world forever and be the son-in-law of the Ganlu temple family. Once he leaves, how will Ganlu temple Mitsurai feel? She didn't seem to realize that Bai-ye came to have a blind date with her because of her commission. Although they had only spent one day together, Bai-ye had a good impression of this cheerful and lively girl and did not want to hurt her. Everything was just as Bai-ye expected. In just 3 days, Bai-ye used practical actions to increase the favorability of the Ganlu temple family. The blind date commission task was completed, and the progress was 100%. Ding dong. The mechanical prompt sound of the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the blind date commission of Ganlu Temple Mitsurai. Rewards: 1 Pure Yanjian 2. Divine Axe Rita Mini. Bai-ye. It was obviously a super easy blind date commission. The final reward was so generous that it far exceeded his expectations. Pure Yanjian. This is a special fire skill from the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. The method taught to the Eastern Spirit Clan by the third young master of Ala country. Also known as the demon-killing divine fire. It is naturally able to restrain evil spirits such as demons and ghosts. In addition to the pure Yanjian, another item reward also has an extraordinary origin. Divine Axe Rita. Originated from the world of the 7 deadly sins. It is a divine weapon of Escanor, the sin of pride, with the characteristics of filling and radiation. It can absorb and store the power of the sun and release it. But this mini. After summoning Divine Axe Rita to the world, Bai-ye finally understood the meaning of this mini. What he got was not the divine axe of Escanor. To be precise, it was a weakened version. The axe is 1 meter long. It looks like a very delicate one-handed axe. It is also much lighter than the real Divine Axe Rita. After all, the original one is so heavy that even Meliodas, the sin of wrath, can only drag it. Bai Ye held the divine axe Rita Mini in one hand, waited for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. Late at night, Bai Ye walked out of the room. Come to the kitchen and find Ganlo temple couple who are preparing for tomorrow's business. Bai Ye, it's so late and you haven't rested yet. We are fine here. We will be ready soon. No need for help. Ganlo Temple's mother smiled gently, and the look she gave Bai Ye was exactly the expression of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Although Ganlo Temple's father didn't say much, he had already accepted Bai Ye's existence. Uncle, Aunt, I came here to say goodbye this time. Bai Ye said. Hey! The smiles on the faces of Ganlo Temple couple froze. The expressions on their faces were first stunned, then slightly angry, and finally all turned into a sigh. In fact, they had been prepared for this result. How could such an extraordinary person like Bai Ye stay in a small place like theirs forever? At least during the few days Bai Ye was here, his daughter was really happy. But what to do after this? Uncle, Aunt, I can guarantee that this is definitely not a farewell. I will be back in the near future. Bai Ye said firmly. Compared to the nonsensical commission of blind dates, demon slaying is the main theme of this world. Bai Ye believes that there will definitely be a time to come to the demon slayer world in the future. Even if not, he can still use points to exchange for cross-border opportunities. In addition, these things are my gifts to Mitsurai, please pass them on. Bai Ye put down the box containing the divine axe Rita and various talismans. After speaking, Bai Ye turned around, jumped and disappeared into the night. The deadline for forced departure from the Demon Slayer world is tomorrow morning. In this last bit of time, Bai Ye wants to do something. It's a rare opportunity to come to the Demon Slayer world, so of course I have to get in touch with the local specialty ghosts. It would be even better if I could meet the Demon King Muzan by chance. Bai Ye also wants to ask Muzan, what do you think of me? What do you think of life? Time passed. Night ended and dawn came. There was only a quarter of an hour left before sunrise. I don't know if it was luck or something, but Bai Ye didn't encounter a single ghost while wandering around all night. Not to mention Muzan and the 12 demon moons, he didn't even see an ordinary ghost. Just when Bai Ye thought that this time he was destined to return empty-handed. Hey! Bai Ye, who came to a new town, exclaimed in surprise, and then a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence! I can change a tragedy before leaving, so it's worth the trip. On the bridge in the town, the evil ghost and the demon slayer looked at each other. The two sides in the battle were the demon slayer core's flower column, butterfly kane, and upper string 2 doma. Reading books every day for the 11th 11. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20. Early in the morning, a beautiful young demon-slaying girl was walking through the streets and alleys. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her purple pupils were shining. She wore emerald green butterfly hairpins on both sides of her head and a colorful butterfly pattern haori. She held a peach-colored sun-wheel sword, with an orange 4-leaf clover-shaped jaw and an emerald green handle. The words "Evil Demon Destroyed" were written on the blade. The girl's name was Butterfly Kane. One of the 9 pillars of this generation of Demon Slayer Corps. Butterfly Kane looked up at the eastern horizon. The deep dark night was stained with a touch of fish belly white, indicating that dawn was approaching. The demons who feared the sun would only appear at night, so they could breathe a sigh of relief. Just when Butterfly Kane thought that she would spend the night safely, a terrible change suddenly occurred. When she passed the bridge in the center of the town, she saw the demon with its bloody mouth open, eating people. Without the slightest hesitation, a fierce battle was about to start. Then the winner was decided in just a few minutes. As one of the 9 pillars of this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kane Koko was as good as any man, with first-class martial arts and body movements. Especially, her attainments in the flower-breathing technique were perfect. So far, countless demons have fallen in her hands. However, facing the demon in front of her, she was almost powerless to fight back. She was injured in the first encounter, in danger, and could be defeated at any time. The reason was nothing else, all because the opponent she met this time was too terrifying. The level of the demon she encountered today was completely different from the ordinary demons she had encountered before. He had white oak-like hair color, and the color of his irises was as brilliant as a rainbow. There were 2 characters on the iris of his left eye upper rank. There were also characters on the iris of his right eye too. These 3 characters represent his identity. Upper rank 2 Doma. The second of the 12 demon moon's upper ranks. The second strongest demon created by Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. The only demons stronger than him were upper rank 1 Kokushibo and Demon King Muzan. Facing such a strong enemy, even the pillar-level strongmen are no match at all. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps has never killed any upper rank in the past few hundred years. Even upper 6 cannot kill him, let alone the terrifying upper 2. Hey, you are such a lovely girl. Do you want to go back to the eternal paradise with me? As long as you promise, I won't kill you, and you will definitely be very happy there. Upper 2 Doma spoke with a gentle smile on his face, giving people the feeling of a sunny boy next door. You are really a sad man. You have no feelings, you don't know what emotions are, you are just like a walking corpse like flesh, trying to find something, but unable to find anything. Kane Koko endured the severe pain in her lungs and spoke calmly. Unbelievable. She was obviously the weaker party. She was obviously the one who was forced into a desperate situation and survived. But at this moment, her eyes looking at Doma were still full of pity. Listening to Kane Koko's heart-touching words, feeling the pity in her eyes. The smile on Doma's face froze, because everything was just as Kane Koko said. Swish! He casually waved the golden iron fan in his hand. Activate the unique Blood Demon Art. Blood Demon Art Crystal Princess. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, icemen condensed and appeared out of thin air, surrounding Butterfly Kane. The appearance of the little iceman was similar to Doma, and they could use the same Blood Demon Arts as Doma himself. Ah! Doma sighed. Since we can't be lovers, then the only way is for you and me to become one. A kind and lovely girl like you must be delicious to eat. Doma grinned cruelly. With a wave of his hand, 5 little icemen attacked Butterfly Kane at the same time. Butterfly Kane endured the severe pain of her lungs and took a deep breath. Even though she was seriously injured, she didn't just sit there and wait for death. Flower breathing, second form Mikage Ume. Swish, swish, swish. The arc-shaped slash was indiscriminately slashed in all directions, repelling the attacking little ice man. Flower breathing 5 types of fruitless peony. Dowdu, dowdu. 9 consecutive stabs were concentrated on one of the little ice men. There was only a crisp sound. A little ice man was smashed on the spot. However, when Koko Kane concentrated on attacking the little ice man, upper rank 2 Doma took the opportunity to launch an offensive. Blood Demon Art Frigid White Princess. 2 ice lotuses in the form of girls appeared out of thin air, and they opened their mouths to spit out a large range of freezing air. In a flash, Hao Kane felt as if the blood in her body was about to freeze and could not flow normally. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Flower. The little ice man followed closely and launched the Blood Demon Art. Several ice vines with ice lotuses rushed out and bound Hao Kane tightly. What a pity, it's almost dawn, but you can't hold on any longer. Doma walked and smiled. But, even if you really managed to hold on until dawn, you can't survive, because your lungs have been frozen and riddled with holes. Now even breathing is a torture. Hao Kanehue didn't say anything. Even if she was destined to die, she would still shine her last glory. She endured the severe pain and was about to activate the ultimate form of flower breathing, the red eyes of the other shore. However, before she could activate it, the next second, there was a loud explosion in the sky. A golden figure surrounded by lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21. Boom. The sky exploded. The brilliant light illuminated the darkness before dawn. It was a golden figure surrounded by lightning. It fell like a meteor, and the surging power caused a big hole in the ground. The lightning shock wave burst out, and silently, the auxiliary Iceman created by Doma disintegrated and dissipated. Even the body of upper rank 2 Doma flew backwards under this sudden shock wave. Is there another prey coming? Doma's eyes flashed with excitement. Even after witnessing this amazing appearance, there was still no fear on his face. Because he was born without emotions. Born without knowing what fear is. The breath of thunder and lightning, is it the thunder pillar? Looking at the jumping arc, the seriously injured flower pillar Coco Kane subconsciously guessed. Just a second later, she shook her head again, denying her guess. Not to mention that there is no thunder pillar in this generation. Even if it is really a thunder pillar that is proficient in the breathing of thunder, it is definitely impossible to cause such a terrifying scene. Although she was seriously injured, Coco Kane's consciousness was still clear. Coupled with her natural excellent eyesight, she saw it clearly. The little Iceman who made her suffer was killed instantly. Even upper rank 2 Doma was forced to retreat. This was only because the man in front of her with dazzling golden light came. Are you, a god? Looking at the white knight with Buddha's light shining everywhere, Coco Kane blurted out subconsciously. No, I'm just a wizard passing by. Bai said lightly, raising his hand to support the shaky butterfly Kane. You are seriously injured, I am a little rude. After that, Bai's big hand reached out and fell on Butterfly Kane's murderous mouth. Even through the clothes, one can clearly feel the broad justice underneath. But at the moment, Bai naturally has no idea of taking advantage. Everything is for treatment and saving people. Burning. Clusters of active flames rose from Bai's big hands. That is the Qing attribute of the death flame. At this moment, it was stimulated by Bai and passed into Butterfly Kane's body. Under the superactive stimulation of the Qing flame, Butterfly Kane's frostbitten internal organs were quickly repaired. It didn't take long for Coco Kane's pale face to become rosy again. Her body, which had been cold due to the cold air, was now warm and indescribably comfortable. That's it. Bai nodded. In this way, the tragic future of the girl in front of him had been rewritten. Spiracy. It's really Spiracy. You seem to be very powerful. Are you also a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? My favorite. I like to eat strong people like you, because this will make me stronger. Doma couldn't help clapping his hands, his pale face was filled with excitement and excitement. Hee. Bai also laughed. I was feeling regretful at first, but I didn't expect to meet you before I left. It's really, so good. Time is limited, let's make a quick decision next. Blood Demon Art, Frozen Cloud. Doma waved the golden double fan in his hand. In an instant, a large amount of ice crystals spread out. Like mist, it rushed towards Bai. Be careful, don't inhale the ice crystal air, that is the blood demon art of this evil ghost, which will cause irreversible damage to the human lungs. Kane Coco reminded quickly. Not long ago, she accidentally inhaled air with ice crystals, causing her lungs to be almost necrotic. As Doma said before, even if she was left alone, she would not be able to survive. But at least she should use her last life to provide some information to Bai. This was the subconscious thought of Kane Coco. At this moment, she had not yet realized that the damage to her lungs had been healed by Bai. Thank you for your concern. But, it's okay. Bai Ye was fearless, and instead of retreating, he took the initiative to walk into the range of Doma's blood demon art. With the golden light spell protecting his body, the extremely cold freezing air could not penetrate his body at all. What a stupid human being, your friends have already reminded you, but you still don't learn your lesson. Doma shook his head and sighed, thinking that he had won. Bai Ye, who was willing to die, couldn't even get out of the range of the ice crystal mist. However, the next second, a large hand surrounded by golden light stretched out from the ice crystal mist. It grabbed Doma's neck like a chicken. Is this level of cold air considered freezing? It's far from it. Bai Ye said lightly. Puff. He exerted a little force with his big hand and easily grabbed Doma's neck. At the same time, the Five Thunders Law was activated. The powerful force of thunder and lightning was stimulated. In a short while, Doma's evil ghost body was charred and exuded an unpleasant burnt smell. Hat. Bai Ye threw the charred Doma away for dozens of meters with disdain, turned around and walked towards the shocked the dazed Coco Kane. At this moment, Coco Kane was indeed stunned. She was immersed in the extreme shock and could not extricate herself. Never seen it before. Never heard of it before. There is such a powerful existence in this world. As a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, she is proficient in breathing techniques and can be said to be a top-level strongman in this world. However, faced with she had almost no power to fight back against upper rank 2. And now, the upper rank 2, which she was helpless against, was crushed by Bai Ye. This power, coupled with the golden light like a big Buddha, was undoubtedly the manifestation of the gods. The Lord God actually exists. The Lord God has finally come to eradicate the evil spirits for the world. Just as Coco Kane was thinking so excitedly. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the incident dozens of meters away from the corner of her eye. Under the extremely strong and masculine power of thunder, the charred body of Doma was madly wriggling and regenerating. Crack. A slight sound. The charred body cracked. A brand new Doma rushed out of it. Sir, it is an immortal demon. Only by cutting its neck with the sun blade, which contains the power of the sun, can it be completely killed. Kane Cao Cao was horrified and quickly threw her sun blade to Bai Ye. However, before Bai Ye took over, an ice vine rushed out from the side. It wrapped around Kane Cao Cao's sun blade and threw it hundreds of meters away. Although he didn't know what fear was, Doma knew a little about weighing the pros and cons. After the previous fight, he had already understood Bai Ye's strength. If he got the sun blade, there might be a small chance to kill him. Doma would never let this happen. Time is really running out. I'll kill you in one go. Doma put his hands together and launched his most powerful move. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Upper rank 2 Doma put his hands together and launched his ultimate move. Boom. Boom. A huge ice statue of Bodhisattva rose from the ground, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Looking at the terrifying ice Bodhisattva, the face of the flower-style butterfly Kane turned pale. Her slender hands clenched subconsciously, and fear and despair unconsciously arose in her heart. It was not until this moment that she finally knew. Doma, who was fighting with her, was far from using his full strength. This is the true power of the upper-rank demons. Such a terrifying power is simply not something that humans can resist. However, if it was Bai Ye, who was as powerful as a god, maybe he could. No. No need to defeat. Just delay a little longer. When dawn comes and the sun rises, everything will be solved. Thinking of this, Hao Kane couldn't help but feel hopeful. To be honest, this is the first time I've met a human as powerful as you. If time permits, I really want to play with you slowly, crush you to death bit by bit and then eat you up. It will be very interesting. Doma said with a cruel smile. I'm the same. I don't have much time left. If I have enough time, I also want to see where the regeneration limit of you evil spirits is. Bai Ye said seriously. Bluffer. The smile on Doma's face froze. I thought that the appearance of the water lily bodhisattva would be enough to shock Bai Ye. Unexpectedly, the other party was still as arrogant as ever. You are just a mere human. It seems that you have to experience the horror of the water lily bodhisattva firsthand. Doma's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who? The huge water lily bodhisattva opened its mouth and spit out an extremely cold breath. Crack! The extremely cold breath instantly froze Bai Ye into a human-shaped ice sculpture. This is not over yet. Doma used his hand as a knife and chopped it down fiercely. As he moved, the huge water lily bodhisattva also chopped down his hand knife synchronously. The power associated with the huge body can easily beat a person's flesh into a meat paste. Looking at this terrible scene, Butterfly Kane was pale. Before she screamed, something even more shocking happened in the next second. Crack! Crack! The human-shaped ice sculpture made a crackling sound under the heavy load. Cracks crisscrossed and spread rapidly. Finally, accompanied by a slight bang, Bai Ye broke through the ice, and golden light shone all over his body. He made a fist with his right hand and drew talismans with his right hand. Vajra talisman, Vajra talisman. Several talismans were superimposed and immersed in his right fist, facing the hand knife of the water lily bodhisattva head-on. Boom! Boom! Horror! The terrifying explosion sounded throughout the city. The battlefield ground continued to sink in the tremor. Endless smoke and dust rose up like a dragon. Crack! Crack! The voice of being overwhelmed was loud again. Nanny! Above the head of the water lily bodhisattva, the pupils of upper rank 2 Doma suddenly shrank, as if he saw some extremely incredible picture. The next moment, there was only a loud bang. The smoke and dust in all directions were dispersed by the surging impact wind. Countless ice fragments fell like rain. Half of the body of the water lily bodhisattva exploded. Blasted on the spot by Bai Ye's punch. Are you really a human? This power is just like a god. Doma looked up at Bai Ye in the air and couldn't help but smile and sigh. Even though he witnessed the might of Bai Ye with his own eyes, Doma still did not show the slightest fear on his face. First, because he did not know what fear was. Second, because he firmly believed that he would not die. As long as his neck was not cut off by the sun blade and he was not exposed to the sun, no one could kill him, not even God. Bang! Bai Ye's heavy fist fell again, hitting the top of the water lily bodhisattva's head. Crack! Bang! The huge water lily bodhisattva exploded. I had a lot of fun today, but I don't have time. I'll continue next time. Doma smiled slightly, and jumped lightly, falling towards the turbulent river. As long as he could enter the river, he had 100 ways to retreat safely. Next time? There will be no next time. Bai Ye smiled sarcastically. Burning! The blazing flame burst out from his palm. It was not the dead flame of the Qing attribute, but pure Yanjian. Go! Bai Ye waved his hand casually. The pure Yanjian burst out suddenly, and then surged with the wind. In an instant, it surrounded upper rank 2 Doma. Ah! Ah ah ah! A shrill scream followed, and Doma, who did not know what fear was, felt fear for the first time in his life. What? What kind of flame is this? My body is going to be destroyed. Under the demon-killing divine fire of the Fox demon world, all demons, ghosts, and monsters were completely destroyed. Upper String 2, was killed. Outside the battlefield, Coco Kane looked at this shocking scene and whispered in a daze. After a moment, when she confirmed this exciting fact, the girl's face showed extreme excitement. God! Coco Kane suddenly raised her head and wanted to thank and worship Bai Yat. Just then. Swoosh! Boom! A rainbow light bridge that reached the sky and the earth fell from the sky, wrapping Bai Yi's body away and disappeared. The first rays of morning light broke through the darkness and brought light to the world. On the dilapidated street battlefield, the girl wearing a butterfly hairpin stared blankly ahead. I felt that everything I had experienced not long ago was like a dream, full of fantasy and unreality. Sister! The cute girl's call came, awakening Butterfly Kane from the extreme shock that she could not extricate herself from. Shinobu. The person who came was Butterfly Kane's sister Butterfly Shinobu. Sister Kane. Butterfly Shinobu came quickly, looking at the battlefield full of holes. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Sister, what happened here? Did you do it? Are there many evil spirits? Ah, yes, evil spirits appeared here not long ago. Butterfly Kane nodded solemnly. What kind of scary ghost is it? Shinobu Coco swallowed hard. The other party is upper rank too. Kane Coco said. What? Upper rank. Shinobu Coco's voice could not help but rise more than an octave. At the same time, she was extremely grateful, even crying with joy. Great! It's really great! It's great that you are safe, sister. No, Shinobu, I'm going to die soon. Kane Coco said. Hey! Shinobu Coco was stunned. My sister is going to die? Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23. Sister is going to die? How is this possible? Sister, why are you saying you are going to die? Don't scare me. Shinobu Coco's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she quickly looked over her sister's body, trying to find the wound. My injury is in my lungs. Kane Coco wanted to explain. However, she was stunned halfway through her words. Because she suddenly realized it. The frostbite on her lungs seems to be healed. She was in agony because of the frostbite on her lungs not long ago. But now, she doesn't feel anything at all. She felt warm all over, and her breathing was smoother than ever before. Suddenly, she had a shudder in her head. She recalled the beginning. Bai Ye had covered her murderous mouth with his big hand. Something warm then entered and filled her body. She should have noticed her improvement immediately. But because what happened next was too shocking. So she had no time to pay attention to her own changes. Sister, what's going on? Don't scare me. Shinobu Kaoji was so anxious that she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Ahem, sorry, Shinobu, I seem to be fine, I don't have to die. Kane Kaoji scratched her head in confusion. Really, sister, don't joke with me like this. Shinobu Kaoji threw herself into her sister's arms and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Shinobu, sister herself is confused because what happened not long ago was too dreamy. Kane Kaoji touched her sister's head. Sister, what happened? Shinobu Coco asked with sobs. Shinobu, sister, I seem to have met the god. Kane Coco said. When she spoke, there was light in her eyes, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Although she didn't even know what Bai Yi's name was, at this moment, her heart and mind were filled with Bai Yi's heroic figure. God? Sister, you are really confused. Shinobu Coco looked at her sister with strange eyes. She couldn't help but reach out to test the temperature on Kane Coco's forehead. She wanted to see if her sister had a fever and her brain was confused. Sister, you are not talking nonsense. That adult is really like a god. Kane Coco said with an intoxicated face. The upper rank evil spirits, for hundreds of years, our Demon Slayer Corps has never had a precedent of killing them. I don't know how many powerful pillars of the past have died at the hands of the upper ranks. After actually fighting them, I know more clearly how terrifying the upper ranks are. Kane Koko will the experience not long ago was told in detail. But, even such a powerful upper rank was powerless in front of that adult. Even the huge ice bodhisattva was destroyed in an instant. Listening to the scene described by her sister of Baiya crushing the upper rank Niduma in an instant, Shinobu Koko was stunned, as if she was listening to a storyteller. It was unreal. Okay, Shinobu, get up, we have to tell the Lord and everyone this good news quickly. The long-term hard war may come to an end in this era. If it is that adult, he will definitely be able to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. Kane Koko helped her stunned sister Shinobu to get up, facing the morning sun, confident and energetic. At the same time, House of Kanroji Temple. Good morning, everyone. Mitsurai Kanroji pushed open the door with full energy. Good morning, sister. Several young boys and girls said in unison. Wow, what a nice smell. Mitsurai Kanroji came to the kitchen smelling the smell. Really, you are already a grown-up girl, don't be so timid. Kanroji's mother shook her head helplessly. Okay, Mom, then I'll go find Mr. Baiya first. Mitsurai Kanroji picked up 2 cherry cakes and trotted away. Wait. The Kanroji couple wanted to say something, but they didn't have time. Mr. Baiya. Mr. Baiya. Mr. Baiya. The girl's voice, as melodious as a lark, continued to ring, but there was no response. Hey, Dad, Mom, do you know where Mr. Baiya went? Kanlo Temple Mitsurai returned to the kitchen anxiously. Mitsurai, this is exactly what we were going to tell you. Kanlo Temple's mother took her daughter's hand. In fact, Mr. Baiya said goodbye to us last night. Maybe there was something urgent. Kanlo Temple's father spoke. Hey! Kanlo Temple Mitsurai was completely stunned. She felt her brain buzzing, and the world seemed to be collapsing. Ming Ming. Ming Ming thought she had finally found her home. It was so hard to meet her true love. But the separation came so suddenly. Plop. Plop. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Kanroji Mitsurai's eyes. Don't cry, Mitsurai, there's nothing we can do about it. The Kanroji couple tried to comfort her helplessly. Yes. I know. I knew it a long time ago. Kanroji Mitsurai just nodded sensibly. But she couldn't stop feeling sour in her heart. This is the one Baiya left for me. Yours, open it and have a look. The father of Ganlo Temple sighed and pushed the heavy box left by Baiya in front of his crying daughter. It took a long while. Mary Ganlo Temple finally opened the box. The first thing that caught her eye was the delicate golden one-handed axe. However, Mary Ganlo Temple's eyes did not stay on the one-handed axe for too long, but quickly picked up the letter beside her. When she saw the message on it, the girl's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened again. Pa! Pa! The big tears could not stop flowing again. But this time it was because of joy. Mary, you! The couple of Ganlo Temple looked at their daughter worriedly. Pa! Mary Ganlo Temple raised her hand and patted her pretty face. It's okay. It's all right now. I'll wait forever. She looked at the back of her right hand and saw the fairy tale logo that Baiya had drawn for her. He had asked Baiya what the logo meant. Now, she knew. This is the logo of a partner, the logo of a family. As the saying goes, partners, no matter where they are, will eventually meet again. Chapter 24. Between the mountains, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The sickly black-haired young man sat quietly on the edge of the house. He is Yubayashiki Yoya, the current head of the Yubayashiki clan. The current Demon Slayer Corps lord who is deeply loved by the team members. Although he is only in his 20s. But he looks like an old man in his twilight years. His life is about to end, and he won't live for a few more years. This is the curse that the Yubayashiki clan has passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. Because the vicious demon king Muzan appeared in the family, the Yubayashiki clan is also cursed. The descendants are weak and sick since childhood, and are prone to early death. However, good and bad are interdependent. Along with the curse of early death comes the powerful power of prophecy and the leadership that penetrates people's hearts. With the power of prophecy, the successive heads of the Yubayashiki clan have led the Demon Slayer Corps to avoid the killing again and again, and survived for 1,000 years. The strong leadership of perceiving emotions and penetrating people's hearts has made the successive heads of the clan respected by all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Amini, I can feel that something has happened. Yubayashiki Koya spoke. As soon as the voice fell, Gaga-jie. The cry of the crow came from far away. Is this sound Kane's crow? Yubayashiki Koya identified the crow's owner by hearing. Yes, Master Koya. The young white-haired woman Yubayashiki Koya nodded. Take the handwritten report letter of Koko Kane from the crow's feet and hand it to Yubayashiki Yoya. Wait until you see the big event written in Koko Kane's report letter. Even a steady leader like Yubayashiki Yoya was shocked to the point of being stunned. After a long moment of silence, Yubayashiki Yoya's inner shock turned into joy and excitement, which was beyond words. Finally defeated the upper string? And it's the second upper string. Well, cough, 100 years, 100 years of unchanged situation has now changed. Yubayashiki Yoya whispered excitedly, and felt the hot blood in his body was excited. Do you know the meaning of this? Amini. Destiny will begin to change dramatically, and this ripple will continue to spread, sweeping all directions and causing huge changes, and finally reaching that man. Muzan Kibutsuji, we will definitely defeat you in this generation. Master Yoya, the god mentioned by Kane in the letter, who is that? Do gods really exist? Yubayashiki Amina's fair face was also full of shock and disbelief. The annihilation of upper string 2. The appearance of a suspected god. One by one, all of them are like a fairy tale. I don't know either, but this must be some kind of sign. Let the pillars gather. With wings spread out, he invited the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps to a meeting. At the same time, not just the Demon Slayer Corps. The death of upper rank 2 Doma was a huge shock to the demons. Even Muzan, who had always been indifferent to his subordinates, could not ignore this shocking fact. As the ancestor of demons, the source of everything, Muzan Kibutsuji has connections with all evil demons, especially the upper ranks blessed by his purest blood. However, Muzan usually does not pay too much attention to the affairs of his subordinates. Until the moment when Doma was about to be burned to death by Byakuya's pure Yanjian, Muzan finally felt something in his heart. In that last moment, he saw Byakuya's vague figure through the blazing flames. That figure made him unconsciously recall the man from 400 years ago. The man who shouted, "What do you think of life?" and almost killed him. At this moment, the demon base camp. This is another dimension infinite city. The fact that we were summoned here means an upper rank demon was killed by a demon hunter. In upper 6, the twin demons, Daki and Gitaru, were shocked. Soon, Gitaru and Daki looked at each other and laughed at the same time. What a useless guy! He was killed by a demon hunter. This has not happened for hundreds of years. The ugly brother Gitaru laughed sinisterly. I wonder if it was Hantengu or Gyakutsu who died. No matter which one, our ranking will rise this time, brother. The beautiful sister Dakameki also smiled happily. In the brother and sister's understanding, the only one who would be killed by the Demon Slayer Corps would be Hantengu, the 4th of the upper ranks, or Gyakutsu, the 5th of the upper ranks. As for the existence of the top 3 of the upper ranks, it is absolutely impossible for them to be killed. Of course, if they knew that it was Doma who died, they would probably not laugh. Because it was Doma who led them on the path of demons. For them, Doma is like a reborn parent. Ah, Dakameki, Jifutaro, you are still alive, I thought it was you who were killed. A beautiful blue-white flower pot appeared out of thin air, and the body of Gyakutsu, the fifth of the upper ranks, rushed out of it. Tisk, it's not you who died, then it's Hanton. Jifutaro didn't finish his words. Sorry. Han Tengu, who was ugly and had a big bump on his forehead, spoke weakly. Seeing this, Yahoo, Jifutaro, and the brother and sister Daki were all shocked. If the four of them were still alive, it meant that one of the upper three strings was dead. Now, none of them could laugh, and there was no excitement at all. Because they clearly know the huge gap between themselves and the upper three strings. Since the other party can kill one of the upper three strings, they can also kill them. Thinking of this, both Tamakura and Kifutaro felt a chill in their hearts. Especially when they saw that the upper three string, Akaza, appeared intact. The chill in their hearts was even greater. Because the range was smaller. But it was even more terrifying. From the top three upper strings to the top two upper strings. Han Tengu, Tamakura, Dakame, and Kifutaro, you are all still alive, so it was Doma that bastard who died this time, he really deserved it. The capable-looking martial artist, the upper string Akaza, couldn't help but smile with gloating. Among the upper strings, the one he couldn't stand the most was the upper string too, Doma. It's not just because he became a demon younger than himself but ranked higher than him. It's also because Doma's philosophy is completely opposite to his. Akaza never eats women, but Doma likes to eat women the most. Shut up, Akaza. A deep voice sounded from behind Akaza. The first of the upper ranks, Kokushibo, slowly approached. Gudong. Hiss. Daki, Jihutaru, and others all took a breath of cold air. Looking at Akaza and Kokushibo who appeared one after another, the answer was about to come out. The upper rank killed by the demon hunter this time was Doma, the second one. Even Doma, who ranked second, was killed. How powerful is the demon slayer? Boom! Just then, an incomparable pressure descended. The demon king Muzan Kibutsuji is here. The demons are destroying the world, and the winds and clouds are rising. At this moment, Bai Yat, who caused this phenomenon, has returned to Fairy Tale. However, before he sat down to drink a sip of water, ding ding ding, the red alarm of the system sounded. You have an urgent SOS commission waiting for your check. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25. Fairy Tale, Guild. Today is as lively as ever. The useless uncles in the atmosphere group gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. The young and promising wizards are working hard for the upcoming assessment. Speaking of which, it's not just Natsu and Gray. Baya has been working very hard recently. It's different from before. The billboard team that Nobu fantasized about was disbanded before it was formed. The smoke wizard Wakaba blew out a smoke ring. Indeed, including this time, this is the third commission he has taken in half a month. Macau nodded. But, it's a little too late to catch up now. Baya is a newcomer who joined this year. He started taking commissions half a month ago. It's less than a month away from this year's S-level assessment. Says Sarasuke, a member of the Fairy Tale Lane Engine team. No, to become an S-class wizard, mission indicators are not necessary. In a sense, completing many commissions is also a manifestation of strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can also participate in the assessment as an exception. Sand Wizard Marcus said. Speaking of which, since going on a mission with Bai Yat, Urza seems to have a high opinion of Bai Yat. When the president came back just now, I seemed to hear Urza and the president say, Bai Yat, you are back? Is the work going well this time? the telepathic wizard Walian said. Looking at Bai Ye, who returned, the atmosphere group wizards who were chatting greeted him warmly. 3 months of receptionist work, plus the act of treating everyone to drinks with the compensation for the first job, Bai Ye won the favor of everyone in the guild. Even though Bai Ye was a newcomer who joined the guild not long ago, he has completely integrated into Fairy Tale and is recognized by everyone. Bai Ye would not ignore the greetings from everyone, and responded to them one by one, and finally came to the bar. It seems that it is really as Urza said, Bai Ye, you are also aiming at this year's S-Class Wizard Assessment, which is really exciting. Myra Jane smiled. No, Miss Myra. Bai Ye was about to explain. Just then. Ding ding. The red alarm of the system sounded. You have an urgent SOS commission waiting for your inspection. Bai Ye turned his head suddenly and saw the big red commission on the task board. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye stepped forward and took off the commission. When he saw the content on it, his pupils shrank suddenly. This is an urgent commission that will explode if it is delayed by 1 second. Commission level, D level. Commission content, save me. Commissioner, Mata Sakura. Without time to explain, Bai Ye accepted the commission and took action. He ran out of the guild so fast that he didn't even bother to hide in the forest in the distance. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky. The brilliant rainbow bridge of light enveloped Bai Ye's body and disappeared in an instant. What the hell? What was that just now? I seemed to see something incredible flash by. Macau rubbed his eyes. Just now Bai Ye suddenly ran out, and then there was a dazzling light. Wakaba was stunned. Bai Ye is really hard-working. He just came back for less than a minute, and he went to work again without even drinking a sip of water. Marcus was amazed. Myra, I just heard you talking about Bai Ye, is he back? Iluza and President Makarov walked out of the conference room. Oh, he came back. Myra nodded. That's good. Where is he now? The president and I have something to ask him. Iluza said. He came and left again. Myra smiled and shook her head. Left? Where did he go? Arisa was stunned. He probably went to work again. He seemed to be in a hurry. Myra said. Arisa. What a hard-working child, Urza. I will consider your proposal. President Makarov nodded in approval. Fate World. Mata Family Mansion. Dark Underground Workshop. Darkness and dampness are the main themes here. The air is filled with the smell of decay. Rustle. A rustling sound that makes your teeth ache came from the cave. It seems that countless insects are wriggling and crawling in the dark. There is a raised platform in the center of the dark underground building. A little girl, about 5 years old, curled up helplessly on the platform. The floral white dress on her body was stained with mud, and her petite body couldn't stop trembling because of fear. Wow, what is this place? Grandpa Matu, let Sakura out quickly. Sakura will listen to Grandpa in the future. Mata Sakura, who was adopted by Tozaka Tokiomi to the Mata family a few days ago, cried helplessly and stretched out her little hand to the old man at the entrance of the workshop. Sakura, if you really listen to Grandpa, then stay here well, Grandpa is also for your own good. The first head of the Mata family, the great magician Matazukan, who has lived for 500 years, grinned. Once upon a time, Matazukan was also a handsome partner of justice. However, he has completely forgotten his original intention after being completely corroded and deteriorated by the years. Now he is hunched over, with a bald head, deep eye sockets, and limbs like a mummy. Because he has abandoned his original body, he now looks like a large engraving worm. A foul smell of corruption lingers around him, and his personality has long been distorted. Song. After appreciating Sakura's despair and helplessness, Matazukan turned and left, ruthlessly closing the door of the underground palace. The last light in this space also disappeared, and the light in Sakura's heart also disappeared, and she fell into darkness. Swishing! Countless engraved insects crawled out of the cave and approached the helpless little loli on the platform. "Dad, Mom, Sister Rin, where are you? Save Sakura quickly!" Sakura called out in fear, but there was no response. All she could hear was the increasingly clear crawling sound of the engraved insects. "Save! Save me! No matter who it is, save me!" Sakura, who was trapped in the abyss of despair, hugged her trembling body tightly. Although she was still asking for help, she had no hope in her heart. She knew that no one would come to save her. Just when Sakura was in the depths of despair. Boom! Thunder exploded in the underground workshop. A brilliant rainbow bridge of light descended from the sky, teleporting precisely to the point. Following the summons, "Are you my client?" Chapter 26. The dark, damp, and gloomy underground insect cave workshop was illuminated by the brilliant rainbow light. The powerful impact force blew away all the insects around the platform. The insects hit the wall, shattered with a snap, and green juice splashed everywhere. Following the call, "Are you my client?" Bai Yat, surrounded by a faint golden light, walked out of the rainbow light bridge and came to the helpless Sakura. Hearing this gentle voice, Sakura's delicate body trembled slightly, and a beam of light lit up in her desperate and dark heart. She raised her little head in confusion and looked at the tall figure as dazzling as the sun. The majestic figure seemed to be able to withstand any storm for her. At this moment, the commotion of the engraved insects could no longer make her feel any fear. "Are you God? Are you here to save me?" Loli Sakura asked nervously. "I'm not a god. My name is Bai Yat. I'm here to fulfill your commission." Bai Yat smiled gently. "Bai Yat. Lord." Loli Sakura's eyes that had lost their luster gradually brightened. She didn't quite understand what the commission was. At this moment, she only knew that someone heard her cry for help. This was not a fantasy, nor a dream. Bai Yat heard her cry for help and came to save her. "It's all right now. Just take a nap now. When you wake up, everything will be over." Bai Yat smiled slightly, picked up Sakura, and comforted her softly. "Master Bai Yat, so warm." Sakura whispered softly, and she fell asleep quickly after being frightened. Bai Yi's gentle gaze turned from Sakura to the surroundings. Looking at the disgusting engraved bugs that were still trying to get closer, his gaze gradually became cold. He put his right index finger and middle finger together, writing and sketching in the air. One after another, the talismans took shape quickly. Except for one that was used to isolate the sound and let Sakura sleep. All the others were violent offensive talismans. Thunder, fire, strong wind, earthquake. Dark, disgusting, disgusting bugs, die. After the last word fell, Bai Yi's big hand slammed down. All the talismans rushed out together and detonated in the underground worm cave workshop. Boom! Boom! It was as if the ground was shaking. The entire hilltop where the Matter residence was located was shaking violently at this moment. Cracks crisscrossed from the ground, spreading and spreading in all directions. At this moment, outside the door of the worm cave workshop, the old worm Matazukan, who exuded a rotten smell, had a sinister and smug smile on his face. He stood in front of the cave door, listening attentively, ready to listen to the joy from the little lowly ears of screams. However, the imagined crying and shouting of pain did not sound. Instead, there was a roar of explosions that shook his head. As a bug messenger, the old bug Matazukan could clearly sense the state of the bugs he cultivated. He was horrified to find that the engraved bugs he had cultivated for hundreds of years were now dying in large numbers. Puff! In a fit of rage, the old bug could not help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. Damn it! What happened? Matazukan shouted angrily, and hurriedly reopened the door and entered the underground workshop. The bright firelight illuminated the dark and gloomy underground bug cave. The bodies of the engraved bugs, charred into charcoal and burst into juice, piled up into a mountain. You should know that this is the highest level magic workshop that he, as a great magician, spent hundreds of years to build. Even a real magician would never be able to invade silently, but Bai Ye did it. I don't know what means he used to break through the heavy blockade and escape his eyes and ears. It's like he appeared out of thin air. Who is this man? There is obviously no magic aura on him, but why is it so frightening? Matazukan. Bai Ye spoke, and his voice was like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Under Bai Ye's cold gaze, the old bug Matazukan trembled. A huge uneasiness occupied his whole body and mind. You. Before he finished speaking, Bai Ye suddenly waved his hand with a gloomy face. A disgusting old bug like you will explode if I look at you for one more second. The fate of a dark pest is to be burned up in flames. Burning. Demon-killing divine fire, pure Yanjian, exploded. A blazing fire rushed out from Bai Ye's palm and quickly enveloped the old bug Matazukan. A shrill scream was heard. Countless the little bugs fell off the old bugs and flew away. However, once they were infected with the demon-killing divine fire, there was no escape. Amid the shrill screams, all the bugs turned into ashes. Bai Ye looked indifferent, holding the still sleeping Sakura and leaving the disgusting bug workshop. While walking, he wrote talismans on the walls of the mansion. Ah! A panicked child's voice came from not far away. It was a little boy with blue curly hair. At this moment, his expression was horrified, and his eyes were leaking from all sides. He was already scared to the point of shitting and pissing. Mata Shinji. Bai Ye just took a look and didn't pay much attention. 3 minutes later, Bai Ye walked out of the Mata mansion and snapped his fingers lightly. Pa! Boom! The luxurious Mata family mansion with a history of 500 years collapsed here. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27. 10 o'clock in the evening. A 5-star hotel in Fuyuki City, a luxurious presidential suite. Lowly Sakura woke up from her deep sleep and rubbed her eyes cutely. Master Bai Ye, where is this hotel? It's getting late, let's rest for a night. Bai Ye said casually. Next, let's take a hot bath and relax. Bai Ye put lowly Sakura down and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. I have been in the old bug's workshop for so long. Not to mention Sakura, even Bai Ye, who was protected by the golden light curse, felt that he was stained with the disgusting smell of bugs. If I don't wash it well, it will be really disgusting. What's wrong? Looking at Sakura, who was still holding the corner of his clothes and motionless, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile gently. Master Bai Ye, S.A. Sakura is scared. Lowly Sakura raised her head with her hands and looked at Bai Ye eagerly. It's okay now, there won't be any more bugs here. Bai Ye raised his big hand and placed it on the little Lowly's head, gently stroking and comforting her. However, little Sakura still only raised her head weakly, motionless. She had just experienced a desperate crisis, and she couldn't overcome the psychological shadow in a short time. So, what does Sakura want to do? Bai Ye squatted down. Master Bai Ye, let's take a bath together. Lowly Sakura pleaded pitifully. Bai Ye. Splash! Into the water. The steaming hot water flowed all over the ground. 2 figures, one big and one small, overlapped and cuddled. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Sakura, who had successfully escaped from hell, leaned on Bai Ye's bare chest with a look of peace of mind, and the hot water just covered her neck. Feeling the double warmth from the hot water and Bai Ye's embrace, Sakura's face showed an extremely peaceful expression. As long as Bai Ye was there was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking about it, Sakura fell asleep peacefully again. Seeing this, Baya shook his head helplessly and had to do it himself and play the role of a nanny. Helped Sakura rinse, dry, put on pajamas, and finally sent her back to the room. The next day, early in the morning, Baya turned on the TV. As expected, today's front page headline was naturally the collapse of the Madhu mansion. And as Baya expected, the official classification of this incident as a gas leak. The end of a mysterious wealthy family is sensational enough. But since it is a gas explosion, there is nothing we can do. After all, gas explosions are a common occurrence in Fuyuki. For most ordinary people, this is just a topic of conversation after dinner. Only magicians in the magic world will pay more attention to this incident. Especially the Tozaka family, which is also a powerful magic family in Fuyuki like the Madhu family. Because this incident also involves them. The youngest daughter who was adopted into the Madhu family not long ago has disappeared. After searching the entire mansion, no trace was found. At this moment, the ruins of the Madhu family. The police officers in blue uniforms drew a long cordon around the entire mansion. The professionals began to sort out and excavate the collapsed mansion in an orderly and fast manner. Why did this happen? Beside the luxury car outside the mansion, a beautiful young woman in her 30s collapsed on the ground, covering her face with her hands, and crying loudly. Sakura, my Sakura! Toki, it's all your fault. Why did you adopt Sakura out? After losing her beloved daughter, Aoi Tosaka no longer cared about the hierarchy and questioned her husband whom she should have respected. Aoi. The current head of the Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi, opened his mouth and finally just sighed. He was also anxious and sad about his daughter's disappearance. The reason why Sakura was adopted by the Madhu family was not because he didn't like her, but because he didn't want Sakura's talent to be buried. A magic family can only have one heir, this is a customary rule. But still, no whether it is Sakura or Rin, both of them have outstanding gifts and talents. If Sakura stays in the Tozaka family, her talent is doomed to be buried. It was at this time. The gradually declining Madhu family was worried about having no heirs. Tozaka Tokiomi then came up with the idea of adopting Sakura to the Madhu family. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in just a few days. There is no clear news to prove that Sakura is dead. This matter will not end. No matter who does such a thing in Fuyuki's territory, I will never let him go. Tozaka Tokiomi said firmly. Just at this time. Master, Madam. An old man dressed as a butler hurried forward. This is the lady's call, young lady. Miss Sakura is back. What did you say? Tozaka Tokiomi was shocked. Really? The desperate Tozaka Aoi's eyes lit up. Boom! The roar of the engine exploded. The vehicle reached its maximum speed in the shortest time and disappeared in an instant. Just after the Tozaka couple left, a distraught young man staggered over with a mad look on his face. His name is Madhu Kariya, the last conscience of the Madhu family. Sakura! Sakura, don't be afraid, uncle is here. Madhu Kariya crossed the cordon and dug in the ruins. Love the house and the dog, love the Aoi Tozaka loves Kariya to the core, and treats Sakura, who was adopted by the Madhu family, as her own daughter. Last night, because he was afraid that he would do something bad, the old bug deliberately sent him away and did not stay in the mansion. This morning, after seeing the news of the collapse of the Madhu family on the news, Madhu Kariya ran here without stopping. It's a pity that no matter how he dug, he couldn't find the person he wanted to find, and instead he would be contaminated by evil spirits. An ugly bug with a human face broke out of the ground and looked at Madhu Kariya with a cold expression. Then it jumped up, rushed into Madhu Kariya's mouth, and drilled into his body. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28. Fuyuki, Tozaka Residence. Bai-ye sat on the sofa in the living room with his legs crossed, drinking coffee leisurely. In front of him, where no one could see, there was a virtual panel. It showed the task progress bar of this commission. Since rescuing Sakura from the Mata residence yesterday, the progress bar has been stuck at 99%, with no room for improvement. Bai-ye knew that rescuing Sakura alone was not enough to complete the commission. Sakura had to be completely settled down, so he came here. At the same time, in the children's corner of the hall, two Lolita were stacking building blocks. But, both Sakura and Rin were a little absent-minded at the moment. Every time Sakura stacked a building block, she would look at the sofa in the living room. She was relieved when she saw that Bai-ye was still there. Rin looked towards the gate from time to time, feeling depressed. It was a happy thing that her sister came back, but she found that there seemed to be a layer of estrangement between her and her sister, and they were no longer as close as before. Yakura was no longer the sister who would chase her and call her sister and sister. Rin thought about taking the initiative to contact her, but then she thought of her father's warning. For a while, Rin's young heart was tangled. Just then, the roar of the engine and the emergency brake sounded one after another. Yakura, Dad, and Mom are back. Rin's eyes lit up and she cheered happily. Mom and Dad. Hearing these two names, Sakura's eyes only lit up for a moment, and then returned to normal. After experiencing the terrible adoption incident of the Mata family, Sakura obviously no longer trusts her father Tokaido. Click. The door of the mansion opens. Following closely is a sound of hurried footsteps. A beautiful woman, Tozaka Aoi, who is about 30 years old, walks into the living room with hurried and staggering steps. A glance at her and she sees her little daughter who is stacking blocks. Sakura, my Sakura, thank God you are still alive. Tozaka Aoi hurried forward, hugged Sakura, and cried bitterly. On the other side, Tozaka Tokiomi, who returned at the same time, locked his sharp eyes on Bai-ye on the sofa. His intuition told him that the man who sent Sakura back was very unusual. Did you do what happened at the Mata family last night? Tozaka Tokiomi asked with scrutiny and questioning. Haha, my daughter is back alive, why don't you show some concern for her first? Bai-ye sneered. I rescued his daughter safely. But Tozaka Tokiomi didn't thank me at all. Instead, he spoke in an aggressive tone, as if he was examining a criminal. Since he didn't want to talk to her properly, if you say that, then Bai-ye will naturally not give face. Who are you? Which organization do you belong to? Why do you do this? What is your intention? Tozaka Tokiomi still asked questions in a superior manner. Before that, I want to ask you if you know that you sent your daughter to hell with your own hands. Bai-ye said faintly. What? What do you mean? Tozaka Tokiomi was startled. Bai-ye did not speak, but put his right index finger and middle finger together, sketching and writing in the void. Reenacting the talisman. Reenacting the past events. The underground insect cave workshop of the Mata family. The girl slumped on the high platform, surrounded by an endless army of engraved insects. Sakura cried desperately and alone, asking for help, but there was no response. This, no. Impossible, how could such a thing happen? The magic attribute of the Mata family is water, how could there be a seal bug? This is fake. Tozaka Tokiomi's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe that his decision pushed his daughter into the abyss of the fire pit. Sakura, my Sakura. Tozaka Aoi was already crying. How could it be? Sakura actually experienced. Loli Rin was also scared to tears by the terrible scene. Even through the video, the horrible scene made her scalp numb and her hands and feet cold. How desperate would Sakura be at that time in the real scene? The so-called head of the magic family has always been so arrogant. Don't you even have the courage to admit your mistakes? Baiye stood up, and a powerful king's aura burst out. Boom! Under the impact of the conqueror's haki, the superior posture that Tosaka Tokiomi had maintained was completely broken. Plop! His steps staggered, and finally he knelt down involuntarily. I'm sorry, Sakura, Dad really didn't know. As an outsider, after sending Sakura here, my mission is completed, but I still want to ask, will you treat Sakura as a commodity again and send her away at will in the future? Baiye asked calmly. Although it was a commission, Sakura was rescued by him. Baiye couldn't ignore the fate of this cute little girl. No, I will never let Sakura leave again. Tosaka Aoi said hurriedly. Baiye didn't look at him, because he wanted to hear Tosaka Tokiomi's answer. Sakura, like Rin, is born with a very high talent for magic. If she stays in Tosaka, it will only bury her talent. Tosaka Tokiomi, who focuses on magic, still has the same idea. No. Don't. Even the young Sakura could hear the hidden meaning of her father Tokiomi's words. For her in order to prevent her magic talent from being buried, Dad will still give her away. Woo, bugs, hate it, I don't want to go to those terrible places anymore, I don't want to be separated from Bei-sama, I want to go with Bei-sama. Sakura broke free from her mother's arms, hugged Bei's thighs, and burst into tears. Looking at Sakura's delicate appearance, Bei's heart was also touched. Okay. Bei nodded and picked up Sakura from the ground. Then he ignored Tosaka Tokiomi and others and strode out of the door. Sakura. Tosaka Aoi was in tears and wanted to keep her. Wait, this is the Tosaka family, how can I let you, who came from nowhere, take my daughter away like this? Tosaka Tokiomi was also anxious at this moment, and waved his hand, and the magic defenses in the courtyard were fully opened. Hat! Baiye laughed sarcastically. As he raised his hand, a bright rainbow bridge of light fell from the sky. Wrapped Baiye and Sakura, disappeared in an instant and went away. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29. Fairy Tale World. Magnolia, forest outside the city. The rainbow bridge connects the sky and the earth, dazzling. When the light fades, the figures of Baiye and lowly Sakura appear. Master Baiye, where is this place? Lowly Sakura asked nervously and curiously. This is my home, and it will be your home in the future. Baiye smiled. My home with Master Baiye. Lowly Sakura's eyes lit up. Xiao Ying, there is something you must change. From now on, don't add Master when you call me. Baiye said seriously. If you don't call me Master Baiye, what should I call you? Lowly Sakura tilted her head cutely. Of course, call me brother. Without waiting for Baiye to finish. Ah, I know. Lowly Ying seemed to have thought of something. Yet. Baiye nodded with relief. However. Just the next second. The relieved smile on Baiye's face suddenly froze. Dad. Lowly Ying called out in a sweet voice. Baiye. Baiye Dad. While calling, Sakura slapped Baiye's face, then giggled, her face full of happiness and satisfaction. Seeing that Sakura was so excited, Baiye didn't want to spoil her fun for a while. Well, forget it. Let's just leave this little girl alone for now. We'll slowly educate her about changing her words later. Baiye thought so. Compared to this, he has more important things to do. After Baiye decided to adopt Sakura himself and spent half of his mission points to bring her from the Fate world to the Fairy Tale world. Today's emergency SOS commission mission progress finally reached 100% and was completed. The system's work rewards have also been paid to the account. 1 Shadow Sneak. Derived from the Pokemon world, the exclusive move of the legendary mythical Pokemon Giratina. It can create and open a different space and travel through it, which is really unpredictable. 2. Servant Rider Medusa. Bai Yi's eyelids jumped suddenly. Bai Ye is naturally familiar with Sister R Medusa, a famous existence in ancient Greek mythology. Summoned by Sakura during the Fifth Holy Grail War and became a servant rider. She has a close relationship with Sakura, cares about her very much, and will do almost anything for her. Because she overlaps Sakura's way of life, which is gradually distorted by others, with her own position, which is despised by God. Besides her purple hair that reaches below her knees, the eye mask that seals her evil eye, the tight black bodysuit and the wonderful figure outlined by the over-the-knee boots. Height 172 centimeters, weight 57 kilograms, measurements 88/56/84. Looking at the purple-haired beautiful girl who appeared out of thin air in front of him, Bai Ye couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. It's right, it's exactly right. It's exactly the same as in my memory. The reason why Sister R appeared as a servant reward is probably related to his choice to adopt Sakura. With Sister R around, he, the new nanny, can be more relaxed. Following the summons, "Are you my master?" Sister R Medusa knelt on one knee and swore to surrender to Bai Ye. "Dad, who is this sister? Why did she suddenly appear?" Sakura looked at the big sister in front of her curiously. "This is R. Miss Medusa, who will live with us in the future. Medusa, your main task in the future is to protect Sakura." Bai Ye introduced. "Yes, Master." Sister R nodded in response. "Sister Medusa, please give me more advice in the future." Sakura extended her hand to Medusa in a familiar manner. Perhaps because of the fate in the dark, she was very close to Sister R. Similarly, for Sakura, whom she met for the first time, Medusa also felt close to her. Looking at the two people getting along well, Bai Ye nodded and turned his palm. A small jade bottle appeared in his hand, and a drop of crystal clear blood was contained in the bottle. This is the last reward of this commissioned task. 3. The blood of the true ancestor Zhu Yu, if consumed, will make one immortal and have a chance to achieve the position of the true ancestor. At this moment. Type Moon World. Fuyuki, Tozaka Residence. Wivu, why did it become like this? Sakura, where is my Sakura? Tokyo-mi, hurry up and find Sakura. The beautiful young woman Tozaka Aoi, who is about 30 years old, cried non-stop. "It's okay, Aoi, Sakura will be fine. Being taken away by that man may be a good thing for Sakura," Tozaka Tokyo-mi said solemnly. Although it was only a brief contact. But Bai Ye brought him too much shock. He overthrew the old magic family Matu alone. The invisible aura that emanated from him almost made him breathless. And the rainbow bridge of light that pierced the sky and the earth at the end. Tozaka Tokyo-mi's intuition told him that it might be a miracle that had surpassed the scope of magic. It was above magic and could not be achieved by any modern means, that is, magic. Bai Ye. A name I've never heard of. Could he be a new magician? The sixth method. Thinking of this possibility, Tozaka Tokyo-mi hurried into the house and began to act. He dialed the numbers of old friends one after another. Commissioned the old friends of the clock tower to investigate Bai Ye. However, the final result is still nothingness. The man Bai Ye seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Except for Fuyuki, there was no trace of his activities anywhere else. This discovery made Tozaka Tokyo-mi even more excited, because only a true magician could have such a method. Finally, Tozaka Tokyo-mi encrypted the video of the rainbow light bridge captured by his own surveillance and sent it to an ancient mailbox. I thought it would take a long time to get a response. Unexpectedly, the elusive teacher replied in seconds. Where is the descendant of Tozaka, the man named Bai Ye now? The second magician, the magic marshal, the Gemwang Jixiu Azel Rich Shuban Aogu asked in a deep voice. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30. Fairy Tale, Guild. Today is as lively as ever. The uncles in the Useless Atmosphere group clinked glasses and chatted about everything. When Baiya carried Sakura and brought Sister R Medusa into the guild, the originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became silent. The huge guild fell into silence at this moment, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Macau, Wakaba, Marcus, Walian, Nob. All the wizards of Fairy Tale stared with their eyes wide open. Every face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Looking at the family of three who came in, they were so shocked that their chins touched the ground. "Dad, why are those uncles looking at us like this?" The baby-like questioning voice of lowly Sakura broke the silence of the guild. The next second. Wow! A huge uproar broke out. Hey, what's going on? Baiya. When did Baiya have a daughter? Makao screamed. Baiya, you're already married, and you even have a daughter? We didn't know. Sand Mage Marcus was amazed. Baiya. Great, the guild's golden bachelor has one less. Baiya, you can't snatch others from me if you have the beauty over there. Leo Star Spirit, Playboy Loki said seriously. Baiya. He went out for work, and came back with a wife and children, and such a beautiful woman, it's really enviable. Smoke Mage Wakaba pounded the table with envy on his face. Hush, Wakaba, be careful. The telepathic wizard Valian warned, winking at him. However, Wakaba, who was immersed in envy and jealousy, was unaware of it and continued to express his thoughts. It was not until the murderous aura surged behind him that Wakaba shuddered and came back to his senses. He turned his head mechanically and put on an ugly smile. Well, wife, I was just talking casually, don't take it seriously. Hee, elbow, go home with me. The sturdy middle-aged woman pulled Wakaba's ears and took him away. Puff, ha 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 ha. Looking at the middle-aged uncle who was dominated by his wife, the whole guild couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sakura was also amused and laughed, her big eyes were curved, and she was so cute. Oh, whose little girl is this? She's so cute. Let me hug you. The beautiful silver-haired girl in a red dress stepped forward and took Sakura from Baiyi's hands. Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Bai Ying, and I'm Daddy's daughter. Infected by the joyful atmosphere of the guild, Sakura completely opened her heart and was no longer afraid of strangers. She introduced herself sweetly. Sakura, so cute. Myra Jane smiled and clung to Sakura. Baiya, the lady over there, don't you want to introduce me? Kana walked forward drunkenly with a bottle of wine, with a complicated look on her face. Without waiting for Baiya to introduce herself. I'm a writer, a direct servant of the master. Our sister Medusa spoke first. Master. Servant. Hearing these two unfamiliar words, Kana and the others were all stunned. This is Miss Medusa, Sakura's guard butler or something like that. Actually, my job this time. Baiya told everyone the prepared speech. Of course, he couldn't say anything about traveling to other worlds. But other things that need to be explained should be explained clearly to avoid trouble. So that's it. In other words, Byakuya and Miss Medusa over there are not married. Sakura is your adopted daughter. Kana's eyes lit up. Hey! Myra, who was holding Sakura, breathed a sigh of relief quietly. So that's how it is. I thought they were Byakuya's wife and daughter. Homeless. Such a poor girl. But it's okay now. Fairy Tale will be your home in the future. We are all your family. All the Fairy Tale wizards said enthusiastically. Byakuya, have you really thought it through? President Makarov appeared on the bar. Yes, Makarov, please allow Sakura and Medusa to become members of the guild. Byakuya asked solemnly. Makarov looked solemn, and the atmosphere of the entire guild was solemn. The next second. Isn't this a matter of course? Who can refuse such a cute girl to join? Everyone, cheers to Sakura and Medusa's joining. Makarov raised his glass happily. Oh! The joyful atmosphere enveloped the entire guild again. Okay, Sakura, this will be your home from now on. The mark on the back of your hand is the mark of your family. Myra Jane printed the fairy tale mark on the back of Sakura's hand. Wow, the same mark as Dad, so good. Sakura's face was full of excitement. Am I also a partner? Medusa looked at the fairy tale mark on her arm and was distracted for a while. As a servant, she is a familiar in a sense. Words like partner and family shouldn't appear in her label. Everyone in this guild is a partner. The next step will be your new life, Medusa. Let's get to know each other again. I am Bayet. Bayet smiled. Yes, Mast, Bayet. Medusa's pretty face showed excitement. Okay. Bayet. Now there are 3 of you, and the small room in the guild is not suitable. I will help you rent a house. Myra Jane suggested enthusiastically. This is really a big help. Bayet nodded gratefully. With the help of Myra Jane, Bayet, Medusa and Sakura moved into a 3-story house with a garden and officially settled down. A new chapter of life for the family of 3 begins. 3 days of peaceful life passed in a blink of an eye. Ding dong. The mechanical reminder of the system sounded. You have a new commission, waiting for your check. Fairy tale bar. Bayet put down the work at hand, came to the commission board, and took off the newly appeared commission. When he saw the content of the commission, Bayet was stunned, and the expression on his face gradually became exciting. Commission content at number UN%. Why did this shit appear again? The data is garbled? Who the hell can understand this ghostly thing? Bayet has the urge to throw the letter of entrustment on the ground. But think about it carefully. A commission is a commission. No matter how weird the commission is, you must deal with it patiently. This is a qualified fairy tale wizard. What's more, the client who issued the commission this time is someone Bayet is very interested in. Client, Fulilian. Fulilian was buried. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31. This is a magical world where humans, elves, dwarves, demons. Various races coexist. Demons are talking monsters. They have similar appearances to humans and speak the same language. But in fact, all these behaviors are evolved to deceive and prey on humans. They are beasts that cannot communicate, imitating the words and deeds of humans and feeding on humans. Even if they can survive without eating humans, they still tend to prey on humans. They are like enemies of all races created by the world. Demons with huge magical power are called great demons. The one who reigns at the top of the demons is called the Demon King. Since the demons appeared in human history and went to war with humans, the Demon King has reigned at the top of the demons for more than 1,000 years. There have been countless world-famous heroes who challenged it, but no one has succeeded in defeating it. 10 years ago, the Demon King was miraculously defeated by a team of 4 brave warriors. They are the brave Sinmer. Even though he did not receive the approval of the Holy Sword, he was still fearless and fought through all difficulties and dangers with his companions, and finally defeated the Demon King. Warrior Azer. The strongest warrior of the dwarves who was taciturn but always sharp. Monk Haida. The strongest monk who was addicted to alcohol. Then came the last person of the brave team. The great elf magician who has existed for more than 1,000 years, Fulilian. 10 years have passed since the Demon King was defeated. The world that was constantly in turmoil because of the demons has returned to peace. A peaceful world no longer needs heroes. The brave team that once defeated the Demon King was also disbanded after the banquet 10 years ago. After agreeing to watch the half-century meteor again in 50 years, the 4 members went their separate ways. As the long-lived elf in the team, Fulilian does not need to worry about the problem of lifespan. Everything can be done slowly, and 50 years is just a blink of an eye for her. After parting with Xin Meyer and others, Fulilian returned to the original secluded place. She lived a leisurely secluded life again. However, after such a long time, Fulilian would think of the days of adventure with Xin Meyer and others in the past 10 years from time to time. Sometimes she would feel bored and want to find some excitement. Just then, one morning, a mechanical sound responded to her wish and appeared in her mind out of thin air. Although Fulilian, who was still sleeping in at the time, heard it, she didn't want to pay attention to it. She just wanted to stay in bed. But the voice kept chattering. Fulilian, who was annoyed, also responded with a lot of nonsense. A week has passed since then, and that voice has not appeared again. Fulilian, who is calm and slow to warm up, did not investigate it and gradually forgot about it. At this moment, the flower field in the forest. The colorful flowers sway in the wind, and the scenery is beautiful. It's such a good weather today, let's take a nap first. The elf old lady with white ponytails, a white gold-edged wizard robe, brown boots, and high silk tights on the lower body. The beautiful girl stretched leisurely, moved a recliner and slept soundly in the flower field. Suddenly, crack! Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The brilliant rainbow light bridge penetrated the sky and the earth and landed in the middle of the flower field. The whole flower field was raised to the ground at this moment, and countless petals fluttered in the wind. In the middle of the flower field, the silver-haired elf girl Fulilian opened her calm eyes. Raising her hand, a red magic wand fell into her hand. She said nothing, her indifferent eyes locked on the sudden intruder. Click! The light of the rainbow light bridge faded. Bai Ye calmly stepped out of it. Looking at the silver-haired elite opposite, a smile appeared on his face. My name is Bai Ye, are you the client Miss Fulilian this time? We still need to further confirm the content of the commission. Bai Ye smiled faintly. Commission? What commission? Fulilian asked cutely. Bai Ye. He took out the commission generated by the system from his pocket. Fulilian reached out to take it, with a cute expression like an emoticon on her face. Sorry, I don't remember issuing any commissions at all. I am very satisfied with my current life. Bai Ye's smile froze. If Fulilian didn't issue the commission, then where did this commission come from? The system is cheating me? It shouldn't be. Well, Miss Fulilian, think carefully, have you talked to any inexplicable voices recently? Bai Ye asked patiently. After thinking for a long time. Fulilian seemed to be in a daze, and finally remembered the voice that disturbed her sleep a week ago. Come to think of it, it seems that there is such a thing. So, Miss Fulilian, did you say anything at that time? Bai Ye asked. I'm here now. It can't be a wasted trip. This commission reward must be obtained. He pondered for a long time again. Sorry, I forgot. Fulilian cutely stuck out her tongue. Bai Ye. Well, don't be anxious, young man, sit down for a while, let me think about it for a while. After 3 to 5 years, I should be able to remember it. Fulilian yawned lazily. After confirming that Bai Ye was a human and not a demon, this trip was not hostile. Fulilian also put away her guard and returned to her usual slow life. Although Bai Ye's exaggerated appearance was destined to be an extraordinary identity, but Fulilian was not in a hurry to explore. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so she took her time. On the other side. Hey! Listening to Fu Lilian's light-hearted 3 to 5 years, Bai Ye was dumbfounded. Although he wanted to get the commission reward, it was not worth spending several years on it. How many more commissions could Bai Ye take in these 3 to 5 years? How could he give up a forest for a tree? How to do this blood-losing business? Besides, Bai Ye is no longer alone. There are 2 people, one big and one small, waiting at home. Bai Ye turned around and prepared. Let's go. The footsteps were half lifted and then put down again. I'm already here. Although I can't wait for 3 to 5 years. But Bai Ye can still wait for 3 to 5 days, let's see what happens first. In addition, Bai Ye is still quite interested in the adventures of Fu Lilian and the brave Xin Meyer. Chapter 32. The first day in Fu Lilian's world. Miss Fu Lilian, the sun is shining brightly. I have prepared a delicious breakfast for you. I hope you can remember the commission after eating it. Bai Ye smiled. I know, leave it for now, let me sleep for a while, just a while, I will eat it when I get up later. Fu Lilian said vaguely, while hugging the quilt and turning over, continuing to stay in bed. The second day in Fu Lilian's world. Miss Fu Lilian, the morning is the most important part of the day. The weather is good today. Get up quickly and do morning exercises with me. Maybe you can remember what you commissioned while running. Bai Ye said. I don't like running. Don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer and maybe I can remember it. Lilian turned over again and continued to sleep soundly. On the third day in Fu Lilian's world. Little Fu Lilian. Get lost. Today, Fu Lilian did not give Bai Ye a chance to speak. As soon as she heard his voice, she blurted out the word get lost. At the same time, his jade feet kicked out from under the quilt, hitting Bai Ye in the face. Miss Fu Lilian, wearing socks to sleep is not a good habit. Bai Ye was not moved at all, and the magician's kick did not hurt him at all. It's better to say that there is a feeling of relaxation and joy, the girl's jade feet smell. Really, I've had enough. What on earth are you going to do? You live in someone else's house without permission, and disturb others' sleep time without permission. Don't you, a human, have any sense of boundaries? The always calm, mature, and steady big sister Fu Lilian is also a little crazy at this moment. Although it was only 3 days, Bai Ye's familiarity without any sense of boundaries really made Fu Lilian unbearable. Of course, having Bai Ye around was not without any benefits. At least Bai Ye's cooking skills were good. Alas! Listening to Fu Lilian's complaints, Bai Ye's smile faded and he sighed. Life is not easy, Miss Fu Lilian, it's all for work. You can go and complete the commissioned work in other places first. I'll call you when I remember it. Lilian said. That won't work. There are indicators on it. No matter what the reason is, since this letter of entrustment has been issued, it must be resolved. Otherwise, my job will be lost. Bai Ye was talking nonsense seriously. Besides, before I met Miss Fu Lilian, my success rate was 100%. Miss Fu Lilian probably doesn't want to lower other people's performance because of herself. I know, wait a minute, I'll think about it carefully. Fu Lilian put her slender fingers on her forehead and thought hard. After half a day. I know, now I'm the most. My biggest wish is to send you away. Lilian acted as if she was in a daze. Bai Ye. Just kidding, haha, if it were me, I would probably want to see all kinds of magic. Lilian revealed her true wish. It's easy. Bai Ye snapped his fingers. Ding! The brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Golden light mantra, full on. Oh, emitting life energy to form a protective shield? What a novel and interesting magic, what is it called? Lilian's eyes lit up, and she said with interest. This is not magic, but Taoism. It's called Golden Light Mantra. And the next is. Bai Ye put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together and drew a talisman in the air. Tongjian Lu. What I wrote is the Taoist talisman. It has various functions. Bai Ye drew 108 talismans in one breath. Then, he pointed to the sky with one hand. Crack! The originally clear sky was covered by thick dark clouds. There were countless electric snakes wandering in the clouds, accompanied by rumbling thunder. At the same time, thunders continued to bloom around Bai Ye, raging in all directions. 5 Thunder's Law. Relying on gestures to draw the mysterious power of the elements of heaven and earth, is this the Taoism? It's quite interesting, let me try it too. While speaking, Fu Lilian drew talismans in the air, imitating Bai Ye's example. At first, nothing changed. But as time went on, Fu Lilian localized the talisman in her own way. In the end, she really figured out some tricks. In time, Fu Lilian might really be able to master the means of drawing talismans. Bai Ye didn't feel much about his methods being stolen. He was just demonstrating, not teaching, and it was Fu Lilian's own ability to understand. Besides, the current task is the most important. As long as the progress of the task can be. I poke. Looking at the progress bar that still had no progress and remained stable at 0%, Bai Ye felt bad and his mentality was a little broken. I don't believe it. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and was fierce. Pure Yanjian. Burning. The demon-killing divine fire soared into the sky, burning down the void. Shadow sneak attack. Bai Ye waved his hand to cut through the space, opening up the other dimension, hundreds of meters in an instant. Oh, not bad. Fu Lilian kept clapping, and as an audience, she performed very well. However, the progress bar never moved. In the end, Bai Ye was at a loss. Ms. Fu Lilian, are you sure the garbled content on the power of attorney is this? Bai Ye was completely uncalm. What, isn't that right? Fu Lilian asked back. Bai Ye. Forget it. There is no need to force it. Let it go. All the efforts that should be made have been made. If it really doesn't work, you can only give up. Just when Bai Ye was thinking about this, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Not yet. He hasn't shown all his means yet. There is one last ability. Miss Fu Lilian, what I am going to show next is my ultimate skill. Are you willing to witness it to the end? Bai Ye said seriously. Sure. Fu Lilian nodded calmly. Then let's get started. Bai Ye raised his hand. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky. A brilliant rainbow bridge of light descended from the sky. Use half of the remaining points to take Fu Lilian back to Fairy Tale. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33. Fairy Tale World. Magnolia. Forest Return Point. A brilliant rainbow bridge of light descended from the sky. A man and a woman stepped out of it. Ms. Fu Lilian, although it's a little late to say it now, I still want to tell you that this trip is a one-way ticket, the kind that only sends you and doesn't return. Bai Ye smiled. Sending you and not returning is of course a lie. As long as you spend the mission points, you can still send Fu Lilian back. The reason why Bai Ye said this is mainly to see the reaction of this old elf woman who is always slow in everything, whether she will get angry. However, the result of the test was far beyond Bai Ye's expectations. That's it. That's right. This is the excitement I want. The magic of traveling to another world. Lilian exclaimed. She was always gentle, but now she was in a rare high spirit. Hey! Bai Ye was stunned at first, and then he was surprised to find that the task progress bar, which had been motionless like a turtle, was actually moving at this moment. In a moment, it reached 100%, representing the successful completion of the commission. I remember that voice was bothering me to sleep, saying that there would be new excitement from other worlds. At that time, I thought it would be nice to go to an unknown new world, but I fell asleep before I could say it. Sorry. Flillian cutely knocked her head, her tongue half sticking out. Looking at her cute appearance, Bai Yi's anger disappeared even if he was angry. Not to mention, Bai Ye never had any complaints about Fu Lilian. After all, he has been disturbing Fu Lilian's peaceful life these days. In addition, although there were twists and turns in the completion of this commission, the process was very easy, the risk factor was 0, and the reward was very generous. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the same magic as the great magician Fu Lilian. 1 Killing magic, Zoltraok, the first penetrating magic in history created by the corrupt sage Guvel, also known as ordinary attack magic. 2 Defense magic, based on the new defense formula established by analyzing the killing magic, a powerful defense magic was finally developed. 3 Flying magic. 4 Hellfire magic. 5 Black hole gravity magic. 11 Magic that will never make you lisp when saying tongue twisters. 22 Magic that can make hot tea. 33 Magic that can make a flower field bloom. 47 Magic that can create shaved ice. 48 Magic that can see through clothes. 49 Legendary magic that can remove stubborn oil stains. Bai Ye. Although there are many rewards this time, but there is always a feeling that it is difficult to evaluate. The previous magic of killing, hellfire, black hole gravity and the like made Bai Yi's eyes light up. But the magic after the 11th one really made Bai Yi's eyes darken. What a mess! Magic that turns sweet grapes into sour grapes? Who likes to eat sour grapes? Magic that prevents the eggshell from falling into the egg when it is broken? To be honest, it is a little useful. Magic that makes paper airplanes fly far away? If there is a paper airplane competition, it would be a magical skill. Magic that can see through clothes? Ahem, it's useless. Bai Ye turned his head and stared at Fu Lilian seriously. I accidentally overused it and saw the explicit scene. I didn't expect it to be true. I thought I was dreaming, but I didn't expect there was a world outside this world. I even experienced a different world travel. What are you looking at? Flillian was keenly aware of Bai Yi's gaze and asked suspiciously. No. Nothing, let's go. I probably can't send you back in a short time. Next, I will take you to get familiar with the basic situation of this world. Bai Ye took the lead and walked towards Magnolia. Along the way, Bai Ye described the basic information of the fairy tale world to Fu Lilian in a concise manner. When talking about the various magic systems, Fu Lilian's eyes were obviously brighter. It doesn't matter. There's no need to rush to send me back. 40 years. 40 years later, I have to go to see the half-century meteor with Xin Meyer and others. I must go back. Flillian said seriously. Bai Ye. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said decades. As expected of an immortal species, he has a willful lifespan. He was thinking of letting Fu Lilian stay for a few months and then sending her back. Unexpectedly, Fu Lilian would become a permanent resident right away. I wonder if we can develop a magic formula for world travel in 40 years. Flillian whispered to herself. Bai Ye. It was not until then that he realized that he had underestimated Fu Lilian. I thought she stayed to study the various magics in the fairy tale world. I never thought that her ambition was greater than I thought, and she actually wanted to study magic for world travel. If it really succeeds. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Yi's heart can't help but get a little hot. Because it means that he may be able to use the system bug. No need to consume points, go directly to the world you have been to and bring back the people you are close to. Bai Ye fully supports Fu Lilian's bold idea. While they were talking, the two crossed the town and returned to Fairy Tale. Even from a distance, Bai Ye could hear the joyful noise inside the guild. Today's guild seems it was unusually lively, with all the troublemakers gathered together. When Bai Ye pushed open the door of Fairy Tale and announced his return, the noisy guild was silent for a moment. The next second, the huge noise and uproar swept the entire guild. It was all because of the beautiful silver-haired, pointy-eared elf girl who returned with Bai Ye. Chapter 34. Silver hair, pointy ears, elf, beautiful girl. All kinds of elements are present. Elves do not exist in the fairy tale world. Perhaps they once existed, but now they have long disappeared. There are only some records of them in some ancient books. Now, suddenly seeing such a delicate elf girl appear, all the wizards of fairy tale stared at her. Middle-aged useless uncles like Makeo and Wakaba were even more impressed. Wow, Bai Ye, you came back with a cute girl after going out. Tell me the truth, where did you work? Please take me with you next time. Fairy Tale's first gentleman Leo Loki rushed forward and hugged Bai Ye, grinning with envy. Bai Ye, you are back. I have heard from everyone that you have been working hard recently. It seems that you also want to participate in this year's S-level assessment. Do you want to join us and fight together? Natsu invited enthusiastically. As a battle maniac, Natsu is one of the few people who is not attracted by furry's appearance. You guys, it's almost time to stop. The authoritative queen of the guild, Urza, entered the chaotic battlefield and knocked down Natsu, Gray and other troublemakers with one hand. Man, a man! The wild elfman lowered his voice gradually, and he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Urza. Silver hair, pointed ears. Could it be the legendary elves that appeared in ancient books? Levi, who was good at word magic, exclaimed. Nanny! Elves! Is it really an elf? Where did you go, Bai Ye? I actually met such a cute elf. The fairy tale wizards all talked at once, and there was an uproar. This sudden noisy atmosphere directly made Furilin, a social phobic who lacked social interaction, turn her eyes in circles. Thanks to the majestic Urza to maintain order, the fanatical people did not come around. Dad, you are back. A cute cheer came. Sakura, who was counting the goods in the warehouse with Medusa and Myra Jane, returned to the front desk and flew into Bai Ye's arms. Now Sakura and Medusa, like Bai Ye, are receptionists of the guild and are responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Bai Ye originally didn't want Sakura to do any work. A 5-year-old child should play carefree. But Sakura couldn't resist her desire to help. Besides, it was really boring to be alone at home. On the contrary, the guild was lively every day. There were also Myra Jane and others who took turns to teach Sakura. Shaha shaha. Sakura threw herself into Bai Ye's arms and ate a lot of breathe. What are you doing? Bai Ye was puzzled. Sakura is replenishing the father's elements. In this way, even if the father goes out to work, Xiaoying will not be lonely. Lolita Sakura said seriously. Bai Ye laughed and shook his head. He did not stop the child's play. Moss, Mr. Putting on the receptionist's tuxedo, he looked at the heroic Medusa who came closer and bowed to Bai Ye. Hey! Flillian, who had been keeping an expression on her face, suddenly exclaimed, staring at Medusa again and again, with a face full of surprise. This is really an incredible way of existence. Dad, what should I call this place? Sakura, who was full of Bai Ye's elements, looked at Bai Ye and then at Fulian. Intuition told her that she should call her sister, but what if it was Mom? To be on the safe side, Sakura asked and confirmed first. Oh, her, you can call her Grandma, even though she looks young, she is actually a 1,000-year-old elf old lady. Bai Ye spoke subconsciously, and then felt a chill on his back, and a murderous aura rushed to the sky behind him. Beautiful sister. Sakura broke free from Bai Ye's arms and jumped onto Fulilian. The word beautiful sister immediately dissipated Fulilian's murderous aura. Then, everything went smoothly. President Makarov would not hesitate at all for the silver-haired elf girl's application for membership, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The fairy tale atmosphere group wizards even spontaneously raised money to hold a welcome banquet for Fulilian. Bai Ye also benefited from Fulilian. It's just, I don't know what's going on. The grapes he ate that night were all sour. The wine poured from the same barrel was also bitter in his mouth, with an indescribable taste. After the noisy banquet, the wizards went back to their homes. The newly arrived Fulilian naturally went home with Bai Ye. There were enough rooms in the 3-story villa, and it was not a big deal to give one to Fulilian. After all, Bai Ye was still counting on Fulilian to complete the world-traveling magic as soon as possible. 3 days of peace passed in a blink of an eye. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and other wizards who were determined to reach the S level went back to work. Bai Ye was the same as always. When he was not working, he worked as a receptionist in the guild and enjoyed the parent-child time with Sakura. As for Fulilian, now that the commission was completed, Bai Ye was too lazy to bother her anymore and let her stay in bed. Time flies, and another day has passed. At dusk, Bai Ye, who had finished a day's work, was preparing to pack up and go home. Just then, ding dong! The mechanical reminder sound of the system sounded. You have a new commission waiting for receipt. Bai Ye handed the work at hand to Medusa, flashed to the commission board, and casually picked up the hot commission that had just been produced. When he saw the content above, Bai Ye couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and his face looked a little exciting. The reason is simple, because this commission came from a chicken, a blue-feathered chicken. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35. Commission Level, D. Commission Content. If it is really possible, I hope someone stronger than Shadow Assassin can protect Chicken Island. Of course, if I can only make one wish, I hope he can protect Achi. Although I don't know what that kid's past was like, Achi just needs to be Achi and be a happy hairdresser. Commissioner, G. Dabeo. Different from Fulilian's garbled commission. This time, the commission content of G. Dabeo from the assassin world is simply too detailed to be detailed. Bai Ye just glanced at it briefly, and it was the key point in the extraction. The whole article says, Save Wu Laihoki. As a Chinese time traveler, it is our duty to rescue the light of Chinese comics within our ability. This commission, I accepted. Just when Bai Ye was about to turn around and leave, and start to travel through the assassin world. Suddenly, the mechanical prompt of the system sounded again. Bai Ye looked at the commission board, and another new commission appeared out of thin air. A&D. This time the client also came from the assassin world. Mai Hua 13. Ranked 37th in the assassin rankings. Commission content, he once said that he wanted me to wear the clothes he gave me to go to the beach together. I waited for a day, but he didn't come, so I went to find him. He shamelessly said that he was the only person I wanted to protect, and I didn't refute. Yes, I want to protect him. Tisk, spend 1 effort and get 2 times the money, is there a more cost-effective deal than this? Bai Ye sighed. No need to hesitate. G. Dabeo's commission must be accepted. Mai Hua 13's commission must also be accepted. Just as Bai Ye put the 2 commissions together, an amazing change occurred again. I saw that the 2 D-level commissions had actually undergone a synthesis phenomenon, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. 2 D-level commissions were combined into a C-level. At the same time, a stream of information appeared in Bai Ye's mind. C-level commissions can choose team mode, and the host can choose up to 2 teammates to perform the task together. Note, the more people in the team mode, the less the final task settlement reward will be. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered the first time he teamed up with Urza to brush the dragon dungeon in the pirate world. At that time, he thought the reward for completing the task was not bad. But after thinking about it carefully, he still found something wrong. The skills rewarded in the past started at the full level. Only that time, I was only rewarded with basic Conqueror Haki. If I had done it alone, the reward would have been the full level Conqueror Haki and the Flame of the Sky. Although it's a little regrettable, it's not a big problem. What's past is past, no need to. If he could do it again, Bai Ye would still choose to team up with Urza. After all, it is really fun to team up with a partner to brush the dungeon. Compared to the slight reduction in rewards, happiness is the most important thing. Besides, it has only been more than half a month since the first commission. However, Bai Ye's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Bai Ye is already satisfied with such a huge improvement. And as the work continues, he will continue to get stronger. So there is no need to worry about the gains and losses. Although the work in the assassin's world this time is simple, Bai Ye still chooses to team up. He has already made a decision about the choice of teammates. Fulilian, do you want to work with me later? At the table, Bai Ye looked at Fulilian who was eating. Hey? Work? I won't. Housebound girl Fulilian was about to refuse. Suddenly, her mind trembled, as if she thought of something. Is it a job that can take me to the new world again? What else? Bai Ye smiled. I want to go. I want to go. I definitely want to go. Fulilian was immediately in high spirits. Compared to the exploration of the new world, Flilian paid more attention to the process of crossing. The crossing technique hidden in the Rainbow Light Bridge was what Fulilian was most interested in. As long as she could cross a few more times and observe a few more times, she might be able to analyze the magic of crossing the world. Dad, are you going to work again? Sakura wants to go with you. Lowly Sakura said eagerly while holding her rice bowl. No, Sakura, the master is going to work. Medusa said softly. If the work is fast this time, we will be back when you wake up tomorrow morning. If you really want to go together, I will take you with me next time when there is a more relaxing job. Bai Ye smiled. Okay. Goodbye, Dad, and good luck with your work. Sakura waved goodbye. Let's go. Bai Ye said hello and took Furry out. Boom. The bright rainbow bridge of light penetrated the dark night and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, a dessert shop in Magnolia. The two S-class wizards of Fairy Tale, Urza and Myra Jane, sat opposite each other and drank tea. Suddenly, Urza felt something and turned her head suddenly. When she saw the fleeting rainbow bridge, her eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Did Bai Ye go to work again? Arisa whispered. Marajana's slender hand holding the coffee couldn't help but tremble. Speaking of which, there have been rumors about the mysterious rainbow bridge in the city recently. Urza, do you know what's going on? Myra Jane asked calmly. That's Bai. No, I don't know. Arisa subconsciously wanted to blurt out, but she was restrained by the contract and stopped in time. But Miss Myra, who has always been smart, has already guessed it. Bai Ye, it's really getting more and more curious. Chapter 36. Assassin's World. Suanwu Country, Eagle Mountain. The bright moonlight falls like flowing water. Above the dark forest, the chubby little chicken is flying with the chubby blue-feathered chicken. Xiao Fei, try harder, Achi is still waiting for us. Ji Dabao encouraged. Chi 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 chi. Ji Xiaofei chirped and was about to speed up further. Suddenly. Just then. There was a loud explosion in the sky. The dazzling rainbow light bridge fell from the sky. It just happened to pass by the two chickens, scaring Xiaofei to stagger left and right. Wow, ascend to heaven! Ji Dabao screamed in surprise. Chirp, chirp. Little flying chicken looked up at the sky. Two figures gradually became clear in the rainbow bridge. Standing on the void, he stood steadily in the air, as if a fallen immortal had descended. "My name is Bai Ye, are you the client this time, Ji Dabao?" Bai Ye looked at the big brother, blue feather chicken, wearing sunglasses, and smiled. "Hey! God, do you know me? I'm so famous." Ji Dabao was stunned, and then he lost his mind for a second and began to be complacent. Bai Ye didn't say anything nonsense, and showed the power of attorney. When he saw the familiar mumbling on it, Ji Dabao's eyes under the sunglasses suddenly widened to the limit. This, I'm not dreaming, it's not a dream, there really is an immortal who heard my request and came to help me." Ji Dabao couldn't help but shout excitedly. "My Lord Immortal, there is no time to lose. Achi is in danger now. Can you please help him? That's why I came here. You are too slow, follow me." Bai Ye picked up Ji Dabao and Ji Xiafei in one hand, and used flying magic. "Fulilian, let's go." Oh! Fulilian, who was immersed in the analysis of the time travel technique, came to her senses and hurried to catch up. At this moment, in the depths of the dark forest, the moss-covered stone Buddha statue shattered and collapsed in the roar. A fierce battle is going on. The two sides of the battle were the former Shadow Assassin Chief Qi and the current Shadow Assassin Shimin. As the former Chief Assassin, Wu Laihoqi was no weaker than anyone. However, he now had various negative buffs such as amnesia, poisoning, and serious injuries. At this moment, facing the Shadow Assassin Shimin in his prime, the former chief was also unilaterally beaten. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out in the forest. Wearing a green cheongsam and a scorpion tail braid, Mai Huashizan rushed out of the forest. She woke up from a strange dream not long ago and found that Wu Laihoqi had disappeared, so she took action immediately. All the way on, by following the clues, she finally found this place successfully. However, before she could make any move, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind her. "He ran so far just to keep you from being implicated. I'm really jealous." The beautiful girl with red eyes and red hair, exuding a seductive aura, was playing with Mai Huashizan's long braids. "She is the Shadow Assassin Manju Saka." Swish! Mai Huashizan instinctively swung the knife behind him, but it missed. "I've always liked you so much, but why are you always so nice to other women? It makes me so sad." Manju Saka had come to the seriously injured Wu Laihoqi without knowing when. "Why did you come back? Revenge? Or come back to find her?" Wu Laihoqi seemed to be stimulated, and staggered towards Manju Shiage. Manju Shiage flashed and came to Mai Huashizan again. "Do you know? He once fought against the entire assassin organization for a woman. I really like him like this. I just hate that woman is not me, so after you disappeared, I killed that woman. What I can't get, others can't get." A cold arc appeared on Manja Shah's delicate face. Swoosh! She casually threw the red Bianhu, a hidden weapon, in her hand. Ding! Mai Huashizan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the short knife in his hand flew out, knocking away the hidden weapon attacking Wu Laihoqi. "This is King Feng's move, you are King Feng's apprentice." Manju Shiage smiled. "I like Qing Feng too, but he is just like this man, he hurts me too much, you are better to me." Manju Saka turned her head and looked at the dark forest. Boom! A terrifying, cold breath rushed up from the depths of the forest. It was a man in a black robe, his eyes covered with white cloth. "I just want him to die painfully in my hands, and the bounty will be yours." The third Shadow Assassin Blackbird appeared and spoke faintly. "I just want the bounty." Shadow Assassin Shimin stepped aside. "You have to be careful, it will hurt if you are whipped by his black dragon whip." Manju Saka smiled and reminded, looking ready to watch a good show. Who Miss May, you should go. If you think about it carefully, we are not that familiar with each other. There is really no need." The seriously injured Wu Laihoqi stood up without waiting for him to finish his words. "Shut up!" Mai Huashizan interrupted, and the originally serious atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Mai Huashizan took a small jump to Achi and put his arm around his shoulders. "I am going to take this fool away today. Let's see who dares to stop me." Bang! Oh! Wu Laihoqi held his head with both hands, his face full of shyness. "By the way, you sent me last time. The swimsuit is too ugly. I bought a white skirt myself, and next time I go to the beach." "Forget it, there won't be a next time." Mai Hua 13 looked ahead with a serious expression. Swish! A large black shadow rushed over. It was the shadow assassin Blackbird. The whip covered with thorns danced like a venomous snake, leaving scars on Mai Hua 13's body. Finally, it seemed that Mai Hua 13's neck was about to be locked. At the critical moment, a meteor fell in the night sky. It landed precisely on the Blackbird. It stepped heavily into the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground within a radius of 100 meters collapsed. Endless smoke and dust rose like a dragon. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Dabao rushed out of the smoke and dust with Ji Xiafei on his head. Dabao! Xiafei! Ji Dabao! Wu Laihoqi and Mai Huashizan, who were familiar with the two chickens, were shocked. Shimin and Manjusaka changed their expressions because they could feel that the breath of the Blackbird had dissipated. One of the 7 strongest shadow assassins in Suanmyo country was killed by a chicken that fell from the sky? No. That's not right. There is someone else there. Who is it? Manjusaka asked in a delicate voice. Ta-ta. Clear footsteps were heard in the smoke and dust. "I am Bai Yat, and I am here to end this meaningless fight. Please give me some face." Chapter 37. Suanmyo Country, Shenyang Mountains. The moonlight is like water, and meteors fall from the sky. One of the 7 shadow assassins was smashed to death. "Achi, are you okay?" Ji Dabao came to Wu Laihoqi quickly and asked anxiously. "Fortunately, he is not dead yet." Wu Laihoqi asked blankly. "That's good, it's all right now, Achi. I have invited the strongest reinforcements for you. Whether it is a shadow assassin or a chicken feather assassin, it's not a problem." Ji Dabao patted his chicken chest and vowed. "It's just a blue feathered chicken, what a big mouth." On the broken Buddha statue, Manjusaka's bloody pupils flashed a cold light. The Blackbird's breath has disappeared. Was he killed? Killed by a chicken? The shadow assassin Shimin emerged from the ground and spoke in a deep voice. "There is someone in there. May I ask who you are?" Manjusaka narrowed her eyes slightly and locked her gaze on the center of the smoke. Finally, accompanied by the sound of clattering footsteps, Bai Ye took a step calmly, and a gust of wind rolled up with a wave of his hand, dispersing the dust in all directions. "Ah, another handsome guy, my type." Manjusaka's eyes lit up and she spoke subconsciously. "Miss, you are also very beautiful. When this matter is over, do you want to have a drink together?" Bai Ye responded with a smile. "It's better to do it now than today. I know a very unique tavern. After drinking, we may have a wonderful night." Manjusaka looked shy. The invitation was fake, but she wanted to lead Bai Ye away from here. Even if they didn't fight directly, she could clearly feel Bai Ye's unfathomable strength. She didn't even need to feel it. Just looking at the Blackbird that was knocked out by Bai Ye was enough to explain everything. Is the Blackbird, one of the 7 shadow assassins, a weakling? The answer is of course no. However, as strong as the Blackbird was, it was killed in one blow. How powerful was the opponent? It was unimaginable. What made Manjusaka and Shimin even more depressed was that Bai Ye was obviously not passing by, but a reinforcement invited by the blue-feathered chicken. As long as Bai Ye is here, their mission today will never be completed. So when Bai Ye responded by praising her beauty, Manjusaka seized the opportunity and used a beauty trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. As long as Bai Ye is not here, Shimon, as a shadow assassin, can easily deal with the seriously injured Wu Laihoki and the remaining fry. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold, handsome boy, have you decided? Manjusaka smiled charmingly. Well, it's really hard to refuse a beauty's invitation. Bai Ye nodded seriously. But before that, I have another place I want to go. Don Tia, immortal, this is the enemy's beauty trap, don't fall for it. Ji Dabao shouted anxiously, sweating profusely, fearing that the strongest rescuer would be lured away by the enemy. Dabao, your rescuer, I don't think he is serious. Wu Laihoki had a funny expression. There is no other way. There is only one way now, and it is decided to be you, my Huashizan. Ji Dabao waved his wings and pointed at my Huashizan. Me. My Huashizan looked silly and puzzled. In this situation, what can she do with her strength? As the saying goes, fight poison with poison, and beauty traps must be broken with beauty traps. Go, my Huashizan, use your charm to keep the immortal rescuers. Ji Dabao said seriously. Bang! My Huashizan threw the dagger in his hand in shame and anger. The handle of the dagger hit Ji Dabao in the face and knocked him away. Ha ha! Looking at this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. Even in such a dangerous situation, these clowns still have no shortage of fun. Handsome guy. Just when Bai Ye was distracted, Manjusaka flashed and came to Bai Ye's side. The white and slender hand passed over Bai Ye's neck, exhaling like orchid. Have you thought about it? No matter where you are, I can accompany you. Really anywhere? Bai Ye asked back. Of course. Manjushiage nodded. Then let's go to your shadow assassin's headquarters first. I have longed to visit your headquarters for a long time. Bai Ye smiled. The words fell. The smile on Manjushiage's face froze. The huge and sturdy Shimon, who was as big as a stone pillar, showed a look of surprise on his dull face. Ji Dabao, my Huashizan, and Wu Laihoki, 2 people and 1 chicken, also opened their mouths in surprise. The intuition told them that the turn Bai Ye mentioned was definitely not as simple as a real turn. It is very likely that he wanted to turn the shadow assassin headquarters upside down. Is this the rhythm of destroying the shadow assassin's lair? Ignoring Manjushiage beside him, Bai Ye walked up to my Huashizan. Let me meet you again, Miss Mai Hua, I am Bai Ye who accepted your commission. Bai Ye took out the commission and shook it in front of the stunned Mai Huashizan. Commission. Mai Hua 13 tilted his head in confusion. After a moment, when he saw the familiar content on the power of attorney clearly, Mai Hua 13's fair face flushed at first, and then was replaced by shock and excitement. This, is it not a dream? The voice that talked to me not long ago, did it really reach me? Mai Hua 13 murmured unconsciously in shock. Yes. Bai Ye nodded. No, whether it is you or Ji Dabao's commission, it has indeed been passed on, so I am here. In view of your commission to protect Wu Laihoki from the harm of the past and foreign enemies, I have come up with the best solution. Decided to solve the problem fundamentally, as long as the shadow assassin organization is uprooted, there should be no major problems in the future. Bai Ye said seriously. So. Everyone present knew it clearly. Bai Ye was not joking. He really wanted to challenge the entire assassin organization. Dabao, Miss Mai Hua, the reinforcements you invited are a little domineering. By the way, what's the matter with your commission to protect me? Wu Laihoki raised his thumb. Shut up first. Mai Huashizan looked at Bai Ye with a serious expression. That's the entire assassin organization, can you really do it? If you want to know, how about going to witness it together? Miss Manjushiage will lead the way. Bai Ye smiled confidently. Hee hee. Manju Shiaj sneered. I would also like to see with my own eyes how you plan to overthrow the assassin organization. She and Shimin may not be Bai Yi's opponents when they join forces. But the assassin headquarters still has the leader and his servants. There are also hundreds or thousands of assassins, which can be called a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Even if the strongest shadow assassins such as Xia, Qingfeng, and Beihu are not here, that is not something that can be broken by just one person. In addition, as long as Bai Ye leaves, the situation here can be controlled. Then, without further ado, let's set off now. Bai Ye embraced, holding Mai Huashizan and Manju Shiaj in one hand, and launched a flying magic to soar into the sky. Fu Lilian, I'll leave this to you. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38. Fu Lilian, I'll leave this to you. Since you're here, you should at least participate. Bai Ye spoke lightly to a certain place in the night sky. Okay. Leave it to me. Until Fu Lilian nodded in response. Manju Saka, Mai Hua 13 and others finally realized the silver-haired beautiful girl who blended perfectly with the night. Without waiting for the two women to observe further, Bai Yi's feet exploded the air, and his figure suddenly flew out. Goddess, I rely on you from now on. Ji Dabao said nervously. This woman is good at concealing her breath, but the strength of her breath is average. I can win. The eyes of the shadow assassin Shimin under the mask condensed. He attacked without hesitation, intending to take the initiative. Boom! Boom! The earth roared violently. Shimin, who possessed the unique earth escape ability, had absolute control over the rocky earth. Just like the user of the stone fruit in the pirate world. He could travel underground at will and manipulate rocks at will. At this moment, as he waved his big hand, a huge sharp stone pillar rose into the sky and stabbed at Fu Lilian. Facing Shimin's attack, Fu Lilian was not moved at all, and her expression did not change at all from beginning to end. She held the staff in both hands, tilted it slightly downward, and opened her red lips slightly. Zoltraok. Normal attack magic, exploded. A black magic beam shot out. Easily penetrated the huge stone pillar that reached the sky. At the same time, it also penetrated Shimin's hard body, knocking off half of his body on the spot. Although the name of ordinary attack magic is ordinary, its power is definitely not ordinary. In terms of penetration effect, this is one of the strongest magics in the Fu Lilian world. How can such a thing be? Bang! Shadow assassin Shimin fell to the ground. Oh, so powerful! Wu Lihoki opened his mouth into an O shape and clapped his hands with emotion. The goddess is mighty. Ji Dabao bowed down. Somewhere in the sky thousands of meters away. The battle ended in an instant. Mai Huashizan murmured in shock. Even though she was far away, she still saw the whole process with her unique sky eye skill. Shimin was also killed instantly. Who are you? Manjusaka's pretty face turned pale, and for the first time she felt fear in her heart. Before this, she was very sure that Bai Ye alone would never be able to challenge the assassin headquarters, and she was not qualified. But now, her confidence was shaken. The defeat of Blackbird could also be explained as a surprise attack, without any defense. But the stone gate, which is famous for its defense, was easily killed by a girl. The girls who were traveling with him were also terrifying, not to mention Bai Ye. Maybe he really has the strength to fight the Assassins' League alone. Can his leader really withstand it? Manju Saka was very nervous. No, no, no. After a moment, she shook her head violently. Now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Even if the leader can't withstand it today, he has to withstand it. If he changes his mind at the last minute, maybe it will be her turn to be resisted. At this moment, an incident also happened at the headquarters of the Assassins' organization. It was a big plan that a person had been planning since he was a teenager. Tap. Tap. The man in green clothes, with 2 swords on his waist and white hair down to his waist, climbed the steps step by step. On the high platform, the man sitting on the throne opened his eyes. Has the mission been completed? At this moment, the mechanical maid next to the leader spoke. No. Qing Feng responded calmly. Then why did you come back? The mechanical maid questioned. I have more important things to report, and there is another person who wants to assassinate the leader. Qing Feng said. Who? Me. Clang. Qing Feng drew the 2 swords from his waist, revealing his murderous intent. How can you be sure that you can beat me? The assassin leader laughed. Because I know your weakness. As long as there is no shadow assassin, I am absolutely sure that I can kill you. Qing Feng said confidently. Did you plan to attract all the assassins to chase that person? Since you joined the assassin organization, you have been looking for this opportunity. The assassin leader said. That's right. The moment the voice fell, Qing Feng attacked. The green air turned into a phoenix shape and rushed straight to the assassin leader. However, before Qing Feng's knife touched the leader, swish! A scimitar rushed out from the side. That was the mechanical mask maid next to the assassin leader. Although the mechanical maid is not a shadow assassin, her speed is faster than anyone else. Even if he was as strong as Qing Feng, he couldn't kill it quickly for a while, so he had to fight with it and continue to consume his physical strength. If he continued, even if he could kill the maid in the end, he would not have the extra strength to fight the assassin leader. However, Qing Feng had anticipated this situation and prepared a countermeasure. Buzz! The blood-red internal force barrier suddenly expanded with him as the center. While knocking the mechanical maid away, it also included the assassin leader. From this moment on, this was the battlefield between the 2 of them. No one can disturb before the winner is decided. In order to avenge his father and the entire King Yun kingdom, and for the will of his deceased master, Qing Feng, as a prince of King Yun kingdom, has endured hardships all the way to reach his current height. Now, he finally swings the blade of revenge on his former enemy. However, as the boss of the assassin organization, the leader is naturally not a vegetarian. His unique skills make him look like the incarnation of the cosmic overlord Boros. The powerful aura is enough to scare anyone. But Qing Feng was not surprised by this, and his expression did not change from beginning to end. Because he had already learned about the leader's transformation from his master, and learned how to deal with it. Facing the assassin leader's ultimate move, the Blade of Fear, Qing Feng was not afraid, seeing through the falsehood and seeing the truth. Seeing that the revenge plan that had been planned for many years was about to be realized. However, the chess game was just one step behind. The broken barrier allowed the mechanical maid to intervene again, blocking the assassin leader's fatal blow at the critical moment. At this point, the winner was decided. Qing Feng, who had almost exhausted his internal energy, could not strike a second blow. The assassination plan failed. No. Not yet. Boom. A loud noise sounded in the sky. A big hole was blown in the dome of the assassination organization's headquarters. Master! Mai Hua 13 screamed in shock. 13. Qing Feng's usually cold and calm face also showed a look of astonishment at this moment. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39. Boom. The sky exploded. Bai Ye made a brilliant appearance. A large hole was blown open on the roof of the headquarters building of the assassin organization. Bai Ye rushed in with Mai Huashizan and Manju Shiaj, hugging her left and right. This sudden change shocked Qing Feng and the assassin leader. The 2 of them looked up at the same time, and when they saw the 3 people in the air, their pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Shizan, why are you here? Qing Feng looked at his own disciples and asked in shock. Manju Shiaj, can you explain what's going on? The assassin leader's face suddenly sank. Qing Feng alone is already difficult enough. It's hard to take the initiative. Now there are other variables. Master. Mai Hua 13 broke free from Bai Yi's embrace and came to Qing Feng as soon as possible. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know what to say for a moment. Because she was confused at the moment. Qing Feng, it's great that you are here too. Manju Shaka looked at Qing Feng, who was present, and couldn't help showing joy on her face. One more shadow assassin means one more power and chance to defeat Bai Yat. Manju Shaka didn't know the fact that Qing Feng had betrayed her. Hearing her words, the assassin leader's face suddenly sank. The next second, Manju Shaka said something that made him look even uglier. Leader, this man is from Qi side, and he wants to be the enemy of our entire assassin organization. For that man. What did you say? The assassin leader's face was extremely ugly. The ominous premonition in my heart really came true. This man with an unfathomable aura is really an enemy. Ms. Manju Saka, let me correct you a little. First of all, I am not Wu Laihoki's man. Miss Mai Hua and Ji Dabao are my clients. Secondly, my purpose of coming here is not to be an enemy of the assassin organization, but to completely overthrow and eliminate you. Bai Ye smiled and said. What an arrogant man. The situation is almost like this. Qing Feng, let's go together. A cold light flashed in Manjusaka's eyes. The next second, something happened that surprised Manjusaka and even dumbfounded her. If you really come to eliminate the assassin organization, I am willing to lend a helping hand. Qing Feng walked in front of Bai Yet and said solemnly. Now that the assassination of the leader failed, he had no other choice. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not change the fact that the plan he had planned for many years had failed. However, Bai Yi's arrival opened a window for him and brought new possibilities. Qing Feng, do you know what you are doing? Do you want to betray? Manjusaka's eyes widened, with a face full of astonishment. He is a traitor and has already assassinated me before you came. The assassin leader said coldly. Manju Shaka was completely dumbfounded. I thought Qing Feng was on her side. Unexpectedly. Is it too late for her to surrender now? Just when Manju Shaka was thinking so. Tap tap tap. The rapid and chaotic footsteps sounded in a piece. The lapis lazuli door was pushed open. Hundreds of assassins in different clothes entered from outside the door. Because Qing Feng was a shadow assassin, his arrival would not attract the attention of the assassins. But earlier, Bai Ye broke in from the air openly and hit a big hole in the assassin headquarters with one blow. Such a blatant invasion alarmed all the assassins in the assassin headquarters. The assassin leader did not need to issue any call for the assassins in the headquarters. Although there were many small fish among them, there were also elites in the top 100 of the assassin rankings. There were also several people in the top 20 of the assassin rankings, who were strong competitors for the shadow assassins. Haha, surround them. The assassin leader sneered complacently. With a command, the assassins surrounded Bai Yet and the other two. It seems that the situation has reversed again. Manjusaka smiled, and her heart was relieved. There are only 3 people on the opposite side, but there are nearly 1,000 assassins here. The advantage is mine. Qing Feng, it seems that you have miscalculated again. The assassin leader walked around with ease and complacency. I'm afraid you thought your apprentice brought you reinforcements, but you didn't know that he brought you death. You might have had a chance to escape when the assassins at the headquarters didn't react, but now, your chance of escape is 0. Master, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. Mai Hua 13 believed the assassin leader's nonsense and lowered his head in disappointment. In contrast, Qing Feng was unmoved. Even in such a desperate situation, the expression on his face did not change at all. because he found that Bai Yi's expression was calm from beginning to end. If his initial perception was not wrong, this man might have the power to reverse the situation. Miss Mai Hua, you really believed that guy's nonsense. I am the reinforcement you invited, have a little more confidence in me. Bai Ye smiled easily. Mr. Bai Ye, but... Mai Hua 13 opened his mouth. The enemy's encirclement has been formed. No matter whether it is in the sky or on the ground, there is nowhere to escape. With a casual glance, Mai Hua 13 saw dozens of assassins who were stronger than him. No matter how strong Bai Ye was, could he fight against this army of assassins on his own? Qing Feng is a traitor. Whoever can take his head can succeed as the new shadow assassin. The assassin leader spoke calmly. One sentence, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. For the top 20 assassins, their lifelong dream is to become a shadow assassin. Now, a great opportunity is in front of them. The strong men who aim to be shadow assassins are all like chicken blood at this moment. Even weak assassins fantasize about whether they can pick up loopholes in the melee and ascend to the sky in one step. Qing Feng, I have disliked you for a long time. Your head, I want it. The seat of shadow assassin belongs to me. The assassins howled and charged. Qing Feng's eyes fixed, and he clenched the two swords in his hands. Mai Hua Shizhen also drew his sword and entered the battle posture. Before the master and apprentice could make any move, Bai Ye took the lead. When there are too many people, it will become noisy. Let's clear the place first. Bai Ye picked his ears while taking a step. The moment his footsteps landed, the invisible aura suddenly burst out. The domineering aura of the king exploded. Boom! Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40. Hoang Haki. The king's aura awakened by only one person in a million in the pirate world. Even if it is just the basic version, it has miraculous effects, especially against the group attack of the low-end fish bombing bureau. At this moment, the invisible storm of spiritual domineering spread and swept in all directions with Bai Ye as the center. In just a moment, the originally noisy assassin headquarters became quiet. The figures of the assassins who rushed to the front froze on the spot at the same time. Then, the assassins' eyes rolled back uncontrollably. White foam appeared at the corners of their mouths under the masks. Plop! Plop plop! It was like a domino effect. The assassins with white eyes and foaming mouths fell one after another. In the end, they fell unconscious in large numbers, losing all consciousness. It took only a moment. There were less than 20 assassins still standing in the field. Even the elite assassins who could still stand were sweating profusely, looking horrified, and gasping for breath. In addition to the mental pressure from the domineering aura, what shocked them even more was the strange scene. Obviously, the man did nothing, just standing there normally. But more than 1,000 of their own people fell without any warning? What kind of method was this? It was really terrifying. It's much quieter now. Bai Ye smiled slightly. This gentle smile looked like a devil's smile in the eyes of the elite assassins. Ah, ah. You, this. What the hell is going on? What did you do? The elite assassins screamed in shock and fear. Ding bang! The red poison dart of the red spider lily in the hands of the shadow assassin Manju Shiaj slipped from her fingertips, but she didn't notice it at all. Is this the method of God? Manju Shiaj murmured unconsciously in shock. She remembered Ji Dabao's name for Bai Ye. At first she didn't take it seriously, but she never thought the information might be true. They are actually against God this time. 13. Where did you invite such a great God from? Qing Feng, who has always been cold and calm, was stunned. Master, you ask me. I don't know either. Mr. Bai Ye, who are you? Mai Hua 13 whispered. Just an ordinary worker. Bai Ye smiled. Everyone at this moment I outnumber you in percent. Ordinary? You call this ordinary? Blazing into their assassin headquarters, threatening to overthrow the entire assassin organization by himself. Even he really did it. Almost annihilated their assassin army just standing there. What a terrifying fuck. Don't be afraid. The assassin leader shouted. This man must have used some means, yes, poison. It must be some special poison. What do you think, Manjusaka? I. As a shadow assassin, Manjusaka was so nervous that she stuttered and couldn't even say a complete sentence. As a master who used poison, she was sure that Bai Yi's method just now was definitely not poison. At this moment, the leader said this, obviously wanting to stabilize people's hearts. If she denied it, it would be a betrayal of the organization. If she agreed, what would Bai Yi do later? For a moment, Manjusaka was in a dilemma. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a fool stepped forward to take the blame. Yes. That must be the case. Just as the leader said, this man must have been poisoned. His own strength is nothing special. An assassin elite who was tempted by the title of Shadow Assassin agreed firmly. Whoever kills that man can become the chief of Shadow Assassins. The assassin leader continued to fan the flames and strengthen the confidence of his subordinates. As soon as these words came out, the assassin elites who were still standing were all excited. After all, that was the chief of Shadow Assassins. The real one under one, above 10,000 people. Once crowned, the glory and scenery are unlimited. Dozens of assassin elites who were dazzled by the title of chief surrounded Bai Yi. Only a few elites still kept a cool head and did not dare to act rashly. Mr. Bai Yi, we. Without waiting for my Hua 13 to speak up for help. Alas, no need. This is my job. As the client, Miss Mai Hua, you just watch. Bai Yi waved his hand to interrupt. He looked at the dozen elites who surrounded him. He then looked at the few people who were cautiously standing in the distance and watching. Let's solve it in one go. After the words fell, Bai Yi raised his right foot and kicked out twice. One horizontal. One vertical. Combined into a cross in the void. Boom. Boom. The next second, the void made a violent life-saving sound. A cross-shaped crack emerged from the void. The depth of the crack was endless and deep darkness. At the same time, there was also an extremely terrifying gravity. This is black hole gravitational magic. One of the powerful attacking magics Bai Yi had taken from Fulilian. After kicking twice and creating a black hole crack, Bai Yi turned around and left without looking back. Behind him, a group of assassin elites, whether they were foolish enough to rush forward or smart enough to observe, all of them were pulled towards the center by the extremely powerful gravity of the black hole. The strong gravity made their bones and muscles crackle, making a sound of breaking under the heavy load. In just a short moment, all the assassin elites were seriously injured and dying. Only you are left. Bai Yi looked at the assassin leader on the platform and grinned. I outnumber you in percent. The assassin leader cursed and was extremely frightened. Before that, he wanted to use those stupid subordinates to delay Bai Yi so that he could buy time to retreat. Unexpectedly, these subordinates were too incompetent and were all killed in the blink of an eye. This also once again proved the terrifying strength of Bai Yi, which was beyond imagination. The assassin leader, who always dominated others with the blade of fear, was now in deep fear and could not extricate himself. Without the slightest hesitation, the assassin leader turned and ran, without any intention of confronting Bai Yi. As an assassin leader, you really have no backbone. Bai Yi sneered and took a step to chase. Swish! A figure flashed and came. It was the assassin leader's high-density alloy-made robot, who wanted to cover him. Bai Yi was not moved at all and slapped out with one palm. Murderous magic, or ordinary attack magic, exploded. The black magic beam shot out, piercing the alloy mechanical maid, and then piercing the assassin leader's body, opening a large hole in his mouth that was transparent from front to back. How can read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 41. Thousands of people bowed to the king. Kicked out a gravitational black hole with 2 feet. One palm penetrated the road of life and death. Only 3 moves. Since Bai Ye came to the headquarters of the assassin organization, he used only 3 moves to wipe out the Assassin League. More than 1,000 assassins led by the assassin leader were all defeated. It is no longer a lie to overthrow the assassin organization with one's own strength. It is a real fact that is enough to be recorded in the history books. At this moment, the huge assassin headquarters fell into a deathly silence. In the end, there are only 4 people who can still stand. Bai Ye, Qing Feng, Mai Huashizan and Manju Saka. Qing Feng. Bai Ye spoke. Here. What advice do you have for me, sir? Qing Feng hurriedly stepped forward respectfully. After witnessing Bai Ye's godlike methods, even the arrogant Qing Feng lowered her posture in front of Bai Ye. The next post-processing work will be handed over to you. In addition, regarding Wu Laihoqi's matter, I will not pursue the past, but if you don't know what to do in the future, go ask your disciples. Bai Ye spoke calmly. Understood. Qing Feng nodded. Bai Ye's sight immediately fell on the last shadow assassin Manju Saka. Plop. Without even a second of hesitation, Manju Saka knelt down. Please forgive me, Immortal. I have never had any intention of usurping you. In the future, I will definitely change my mind and obey the orders of the Immortal. Manju Saka prostrated herself and swore allegiance with fear and trepidation. You are a smart man. If that's the case, stay here to deal with the aftermath. In addition, there seems to be another person named Beihu among your shadow assassins. Remember to notify him to deal with it. Bai Ye said casually, not caring about these trivial matters. In contrast, what is more important now is that the reward for this C-level work has arrived. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the commissioned work of Ji Dabao and Mai Huashizan. The reward items this time are as follows. 1 Sushin kitchen knife. From the world of food captives. Although it is a kitchen knife, it does not kill, but has the effect of resuscitation. When used on food, cut a piece of apple, and the apple will automatically recover after a short time, and it can be replicated almost infinitely. Such a function has exceeded the constraints of the law of conservation of energy. In addition, when used on the human body, it can quickly restore the vitality of seriously injured and dying people. The top-level Sushin kitchen knife can even bring back the dead, even bringing the dead back to life. 2 Healing water. It is also a masterpiece from the world of food captives. It exists in the territory of Dragon King Dai Luos, one of the 8 kings of the food world. It is said that it can cure any disease, and even bring the dead back to life. With these 2 healing artifacts in hand, you can go out and have fun when traveling in the martial arts world. You no longer need to worry and be safe. Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes immediately fell on the last reward. 3 Assassin Inheritance Blind Box. Open it to randomly inherit all the abilities of an assassin. Open. Bai Ye decisively opened the blind box on the spot. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Li Shuwen's full abilities, full-level Bajiquan, Liu He Spear, Wuer Da, Menghe Hard Climbing Mountain. As the saying goes, the world is at peace with Tajiquan, and the world is stable with Bajiquan. The fist is like a meteor, the eyes are like lightning, the waist is like a snake, and the feet are like a drill. The middle of the tail is straight and the spirit penetrates the top, and the hardness and softness are connected from top to bottom. The head and feet are the world, and the shoulders, knees, elbows and hips are the 4 directions. The arms are facing each other, and the danshan embraces the source in the center, which means to create a gate. Use mind to lead qi, use Qi to destroy force. 3 plates and 6 points are integrated inside and outside, with great momentum. Exerting force in all directions, the whole body is eyes, the whole body is hands, moving changes, changing is transformation, transformation is spiritual, and its wonders are endless. This is the famous traditional martial arts of China, Beiji. The Bajiquan that Bai Ye inherited now is beyond the scope of traditional martial arts and reaches the realm of magic. This is also natural, because this time Bai Ye obtained Bajiquan under the magical worldview. The full ability of assassin Li Shuwen from the type Moon world. The steel fist is the best, and the magic gun Li Shuwen is the most perfect portrayal of it. Because the martial arts of the hero Li Shuwen are the treasure. Bai Ye, who has obtained all his abilities, can also release the power of the treasure. In previous battles, Bai Ye took the route of flying bricks with great strength, breaking all methods with one force. Nothing fancy, the golden light curse adds various captives, and the value is full. But now, after obtaining Li Shuwen's Beiji inheritance, future battles will surely be different. The reward has been checked and received. Everything here is over. There is no need to stay. Miss Mai Hua, I am planning to return to Shenyang Mountain now. Do you want to stay here or come with us? Bai Ye looked at Mai Hua. 13. You go with the master, and leave this to the master. Qing Feng hurriedly said. Yes, master. Mai Hua 13 nodded in response. About half an hour later, Bai Ye took Mai Hua 13 back to the original battlefield. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. Ji Dabao and Ji Xiafei kept chirping. Fu Lilian squatted beside Wu Lihoki, frowning. Healing this kind of thing is often the work of monks, and Fu Lilian is not good at it. When he saw Bai Ye coming back, Ji Dabao immediately knelt in front of Bai Ye as if he had seen a savior. Immortal, please, save Ah Qi. Ji Dabao was crying. As long as I can save Ah Qi, I am willing to do anything. Ji Dabao took out all his belongings while speaking. Really? Come to think of it, I suddenly feel like eating grilled chicken wings. Bai Ye smiled. Hey! Ji Dabao was dumbfounded. Then, without any hesitation, he grabbed a knife beside him and was about to cut off his wings. Dang! Metal and iron collided. Bai Ye knocked Ji Dabao's knife away with a kitchen knife. It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. You are my client. Don't worry, it will be fine. Bai Ye smiled. Fairy, don't make such jokes. It's so scary. Ji Dabao had a sad face. Sorry. Bai Ye smiled and strode forward. Walked to the unconscious Wu Lihoki. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of Ji Dabao, Mai Huashizan, and others, he stabbed Ah Qi in the chest with a knife. Enjoy reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42. Fug. Oh my god. Wang Defa. Seeing Bai Ye insert the kitchen knife into the chest of the seriously injured and unconscious Wu Lihoki, Ji Dabao, Ji Xiafei, and Mai Huashizan all widened their eyes at the same time, and their faces showed extreme shock and horror. They wanted to save people, not kill people. Cluck. 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 Ji Dabao flapped his wings and spoke in his native language anxiously. Bai Ye, what are you doing? Even Fu Lilian, who was always calm, was stunned by Bai Ye's sudden move. No. Wait. Wu Lihoki's life breath is rising. Out of trust in Bai Ye, Mai Huashizan did not doubt or worry at the first time, but observed carefully. Then he was shocked to find that Wu Lihoki, who was originally on the verge of death, was gradually getting stronger. A layer of faint golden light emanated from the kitchen knife, wrapping Wu Lihoki's whole body and regenerating his wounds. Well, let's add another fire and try it. Bai Ye raised his hand and shot out a cluster of flames with an experimental mentality. It was not the pure Yanjian of the demon-killing divine fire, but the Qing attribute dead air flame. Under the dual regenerative power of Qingjian flame and the resurrection kitchen knife, Wu Laihoqi's wounds were all healed in less than 10 seconds. Even the violent poison of the Black Mystic Ice Blade and the memory-blocking poison in his body were completely cleared and purified. Swish! Wu Laihoqi suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around blankly. Finally, he looked at his own body. Hey, why is there a knife stuck in my body? I'm on fire, Dabeo, get the fire extinguisher. Wu Laihoqi jumped 3 feet high and slapped the flames on his body. During the jump, Su Sheng's kitchen knife fell off and was recovered by Bai Yat. Wow, a miracle! Ji Dabeo screamed. The immortal is worthy of being an immortal. Even his healing method is so magical. Cut everything with a knife and roast it with fire, and Achi will be fully revived. Dabeo, what nonsense are you talking about? How come I suddenly? Wu Laihoqi stretched his neck, his face full of confusion. Wu Laihoqi, how do you feel now? Plum Blossom 13 asked. Very good, my body is more relaxed than ever before. Am I dreaming now? Wu Laihoqi said. It's not a dream, it's not a dream. It was the immortal Bai Ye who saved you with his magic. And thanks to the immortal, there will be no more assassins to harass us in the future. Hurry up and thank the immortal. Ji Dabeo, who came to his senses, quickly pressed Wu Laihoqi's head and knelt down to thank Bai Yat. Wu Laihoqi, I will also help you get rid of the toxins in your body. As the toxins are removed, you will beta past memories will probably gradually recover. What you plan to do in the future is all up to you. Bai Ye spoke. My past memories. Wu Laihoqi pursed his lips and then slapped his cheeks vigorously. The past is over. Now I just want to focus on the present. He raised his hand and the magic knife trembled and fell into his hands. Immortal, although I don't quite understand what's going on, you have helped us too much this time. It's meaningless to keep this knife with me. If you don't mind, please accept it. Wu Laihoqi spoke, his eyes firm. He was determined to say goodbye to the past in this way. From then on, he was no longer the chief assassin Qi who wielded the magic knife Qunren. From now on, he would only be Wu Laihoqi, the hairstylist on Chicken Island. Regarding Wu Laihoqi's gift of the knife, the evil spirit blade, the magic knife Qunren, said, I'll be there early. This monster is so scary, how can I get away with staying with him? The Shenduan Kingdom also said, I'll be there early. It's fine if he stole our national treasure and didn't return it, but now he's giving it away. Bai Ye said, it's okay, it's not bad to collect it as a souvenir. The first light of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. The dawn light broke through the darkness. The dark days are over. The future is bright. Fu Lilian. Go back. Bai Ye called out. Mr. Bai Ye, are you leaving? Mai Huashizan spoke quickly. Everything is done, so I won't stay any longer. I promised a little girl that I would go back and have breakfast with her. Bai Ye said. Is that so? Mai Huashizan pursed her lips. Will we meet again in the future? Of course. We will meet again if we are destined to. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Boom! The rainbow bridge of light, connecting the sky and the earth. Carrying Bai Ye and Fu Lilian, it disappeared in an instant. Wow, ascend to heaven! Wu Laihoqi screamed. This is the line I said. Ji Dabeo said. Fairy tale world. Bai Ye's house, a small building in another world. A steaming and hearty breakfast was placed on the table. Dad, welcome back, you've worked hard. Loli Sakura handed Bai Ye a cup of hot milk. Thank you, Sakura. Bai Ye smiled and touched Loli's little head. Interact with familiar characters from various worlds while working. When I come back, I have my daughter, family, and partners to accompany me. This is exactly the life Bai Ye longs for. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye during the leisurely rest time. Ding dong! You have a new commission waiting to be received. The mechanical reminder sound of the system sounded, representing indicates the new work assignment. Bai strode to the guild commission board and took down the commission that only he could see and accept. Commission level, C. Commission content, please, anyone is fine. If there is really a god, please help us. How can I leave Fallon alone to protect us from being eaten by the fire dragon? Finally, I really don't want to eat weird things anymore. Commissioner, Marisil. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 43. Labyrinth Meal. Eat or be eaten, this is the main theme of this place. Everything started from hunger caused by lack of food. The veteran team of Labyrinth Strategy also turned over at this point. The Laos team, which had teamed up to kill dragons several times, was killed by the fire dragon because of hunger. Seeing that the whole team was about to be wiped out, at the critical moment, the mage sister of the team stood up. At the cost of self-sacrifice, she teleported her brother Laos and his companions out of the depths of the labyrinth. And she herself stayed in the labyrinth forever, being swallowed and digested by the fire dragon. How could he just leave his sister alone? Laos was determined to save his sister. This was definitely not his delusion. Because this is a special labyrinth that has been cast with ancient magic. The souls of those who died in the labyrinth will be bound in the labyrinth. As long as the body can be preserved intact, it can be resurrected again. What they have to do is to kill the flame dragon and take back the body before the flame dragon completely digests their sister Fallon. This is an urgent task that races against time. However, the money and food of their team are all left in the depths of the maze. In this situation, it is tantamount to suicide to conquer the maze again. Namori, the dwarf warrior in the team, chose to leave the team. The Japanese warrior Kikuro chose to return home for help and save his beloved in his own way. 2 people left, but 2 people chose to stay. Maluzil, a top student half-elf girl from the Magic Academy. Zilchuk, a sharp-tongued halfling who is good at removing traps with keen 5 senses. Food should be self-sufficient in the maze. With this belief, Laos took 2 companions to challenge the maze again. On the way, they met a like-minded dwarf partner, Sensi. With Sensi's craftsmanship and knowledge of mazes and monsters, Laos and his 4 companions ate slimes, snake-tailed chickens, tentacle monsters, giant frogs. Finally arrived at the floor where the flame dragon was located, the 5th floor of the maze. This was originally the residence of the native orcs of the maze. However, due to the sudden intrusion of the flame dragon, all the orcs fled to the upper floor. Laos and his party also relied on the intelligence and maps of the orcs to take a shortcut here. A&D. I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate. They found the traces of the flame dragon not long after arriving at the 5th floor. This is the breath trace of the flame dragon. It passed here not long ago. The experienced Laos made a judgment based on the scorched marks on the ground. Well, Laos, you said before that the dragon only comes out occasionally and is basically asleep, but according to what the orcs said and the current situation, it has been active since that day and should be wandering around now. Maluthier was uneasy, clenched the world tree staff in his hand. If it's a sleeping dragon, we might win, but now, can we really defeat it? And Fallon, if it has been digested? Tears blurred the elf girl's eyes. Calm down, the situation is not clear yet, make a plan first. Laos comforted. Having said that, do we really need 3 people to fight? Zilchuk said. After saying that, he saw that Laos, Malusier, and Sensi all looked at him. I've said it many times, don't count me in the fighting force, my job is just to help you get here. Zilchuk refuted with a pale face. I know. Laos nodded. Considering the current lineup, the previous dragon slaying method cannot be reproduced. The dragon's body is covered with hard scales, and magic and weapons are basically useless. There is only one weakness, which is the reverse scale under the neck. As long as you can stab it, you can win. Is that so? Then, how tall is that fire dragon? Sengzi asked. Do you see the gap in the corridor over there? It's about that high. Laos pointed to the connecting corridor between the buildings. By the way, that gap must have been hit by the head of the fire dragon. Zilchik complained. The four of them climbed up the connecting corridor along the stairs and began to conduct field investigations and further formulate detailed and feasible plans. Compared to the fire dragon, the power of the four of them is very small, but it is not completely without a chance of victory. Sengzi's mithril kitchen knife can break the dragon scales. The iron pot made of the same special material can defend against the breath of the fire dragon. There are many buildings in the town, and the streets are very narrow for the size of the fire dragon, which can also be used. The direct use of explosion magic may not be very useful, but it can destroy buildings and restrict the movement of the fire dragon with rubble. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. A detailed dragon-slaying plan is gradually taking shape. At this moment, the 7th floor of the maze. The bright rainbow light bridge appeared, illuminating the dim maze. Wow, a maze strategy for another world, wow, 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 cool. The silver-haired elf girl Fulilian's eyes lit up, and her face was full of interest. The exploration and strategy of the maze is one of Fulilian's few interests. Not long ago, when I learned that the work location this time was a maze in another world. Fulilian, who was still lying in bed, got up immediately without any hesitation. Fulilian, don't forget that you still have work to do. Looking at Fulilian, who was as excited as a primary school student on a spring outing, Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. I know. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Where is the treasure chest? Treasure chest, found it. Fulilian with his eyes lit up, he rushed into a cave room and looked at the treasure chest inside with his eyes shining. According to the results of the appraisal, there is a 99% chance that this treasure chest is a treasure chest monster. Fulilian said seriously. In that case, let's go. Without waiting for Bai Ye to finish, Fulilian had already reached out to open the treasure chest. Snap! The treasure chest monster opened its bloody mouth and bit Fulilian's upper body. It's so dark. So scary. Fulilian's voice was filled with a hint of crying. The half of her body that was exposed and struggling violently made people have bold ideas. Ah! Bai Ye stepped forward helplessly, grabbed Fulilian's feet, and began to pull out the radish. No, don't pull it out, my body will break. Push it in, the treasure chest monster will not be able to bear it and will spit me out. Fulilian said hurriedly. As expected. When Bai Ye pushed Fulilian further in. As expected, the treasure chest monster could not bear it, opened its mouth and spit it out. Fulilian is really good at dealing with treasure chest monsters. Of course, this is based on the premise of countless times being hit. Because she was eaten by treasure chest monsters so many times, she can know how to deal with it so clearly. The treasure chest monster can be said to be Fulilian's lifelong enemy. Really, didn't you use identification magic to identify this as a treasure chest monster? Bai Ye said helplessly while using water magic to help wash Fulilian's silver hair. Because the accuracy of magic identification is only 99%, there is still a 1% chance that it is a real treasure chest, which may reveal precious wizards and props. If you don't open it and miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Fulilian said confidently. Bai Ye. What she said made sense, and I couldn't refute it for a while. Forget it, let's finish the work first. Our client's situation is a little difficult. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 44. The 5th floor of the maze. Orc Town. The dragon-slaying plan of the Laos team has officially begun. Boom. 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 The heavy footsteps echoed in the empty town, and that was the flame dragon taking steps. The Laos team used the sound of gongs and drums to attract the flame dragon's attention. Then they followed the established route and prepared to lead the flame dragon to the explosion site step by step. Although the process was bumpy, they finally completed the bait operation without any danger. Really, I don't care. After hastily finishing the chant, Maluciel stabbed the staff in his hand into the middle of the rune. Boom. Boom. The building exploded, just covering the flame dragon. However, before everyone could be happy, the earth shook violently again. The flame dragon used its extraordinary body to lift the roof of the house that was pressing on it off. The powerful impact caused Laos and the other 4 to fly backwards. When they came to their senses, the flame dragon was already in front of them. Laos, Sensi, and Zierchak had no choice but to hide under the flame dragon. Just when everyone was at a loss. Wait, Laos, listen carefully, what's coming? Zilchik's ears moved with his sharp senses. What? Sensi and Laos were both confused. What are you doing? Don't be in a daze. Maluciel outside the field shouted anxiously. It's down there. Zilchik screamed, pulling Sensi and Laos back. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the ground exploded. A dark beam of magic rushed past, and the whole world was quiet. What happened? Laos said blankly. Hey, Laos, look. Zilchik's voice was trembling. The flame dragon. The flame dragon's head was blown off. Sensi's eyes were wide open, and shock and disbelief were written all over his cute face. This, what's going on? Zilchik held his head with both hands, shocked beyond words. Is it Maruthal? Laos said. No, how could it be me? The magic that just killed the fire dragon, even if there were 10 of me, I couldn't do it. Maluciel shook her head repeatedly. Everyone, something is coming. Zilchik's face suddenly changed, and he shouted to remind her. Is it the magic beam attack from before? Sensi quickly put the pot cover on the ground as a defense. No, is this the sound of a person talking? Maluciel's narrow elf ears moved slightly. The eyes of the 4 people were locked at the same time. Determine the location of the underground hole. Well done, Fulilian, the angle is perfect, the strength is just right. Baya praised. Hehe, it's a piece of cake. Flilian was full of pride. By the way, we can continue to conquer the maze after the work is finished. I can feel that this maze in another world is a bit strange, and there must be something good hidden. First of all, let's finish the work. Baya and Fulilian jumped out of the underground pit and finally landed on the body of the flame dragon. Wow, it's a human and a tall man. Did they break through the maze floor and fly up from the lower level? Zilchik was so scared that he fell to the ground. Awesome, it's actually flying magic? And the previous attack, that elf sister is so awesome. Maluciel's eyes lit up, and she looked at Fulilian with admiration, and she had become her little fangirl. Friends over there, I'm Laos, are you adventurers passing by? You helped us solve the fire dragon, which really helped a lot, thank you very much. If possible, please let us treat you a good meal. Laos shouted familiarly. No, we are not passing by, but we are here at the request of Miss Maluciel over there. Baya smiled. Maluciel. Laos, Zierchak, and Sensi all turned their heads and looked at Maluciel. Maluciel opened her mouth wide, and her cute little face was full of confusion and puzzlement. No. I don't know either. My name is Baya, this is Fulilian, this is your letter of authorization, Miss Maluciel. Baya brought Fulilian to Maluciel, who was shocked and showed an expression, and took out the letter of authorization. Looking at the content of the letter of authorization, Malashiel's eyes gradually widened. A huge shock swept her whole body and mind. At this moment, she finally remembered. In the dream a few days ago, there was a voice talking to her. Malashiel, who was sleeping, made a wish with a strong belief in saving her best friend. I thought it was just a dream, but I never thought that the dream would come true. Someone really heard her prayer and came here to help them. When they were in dire straits, it was like a divine soldier descending from the sky, instantly killing the flame dragon. Malashiel, what is going on? Are they really the reinforcements you invited? When did you invite them? How come we didn't know? You should have told me earlier that there were such strong reinforcements, so I was frightened for so long. Zilchik kept complaining, venting his inner shock and disbelief. No, anyway, this matter is a little complicated to explain. Malashiel was at a loss, and didn't know how to explain for a moment. Let's talk about it later. The most urgent thing now is to rescue Fallon. Sensei, lend me the kitchen knife. Zilchuk, you come and help too. Laos was the first to recover from the shock and immediately started to dissect the flame dragon. Chapter 45. Puff. With the mithril kitchen knife provided by Sengzi, Laos easily cut open the scales of the fire dragon. Going deeper into the body of the fire dragon little by little, looking for the dragon's stomach. Bai Ye was naturally not interested in getting involved in this kind of work. What he wanted to participate in was the subsequent project of resurrecting the dead. The necessary props and materials were ready, just waiting for the test. About half an hour later, Laos and his party cheered in surprise. Finally found the stomach of the fire dragon. However, when the stomach of the fire dragon was cut open, the scene inside made everyone pale. Nothing. There was nothing. The stomach was empty. How could it be? Isn't it the same dragon? Maluzil's delicate body couldn't stop shaking, unable to accept this fact. No, I've observed that the wound above its eye is indeed the same one as that one. Laos said. Just in case, let's look in the intestines. After that, Laos took the lead and started to act. He peeled off the intestines of the fire dragon and searched carefully. But in the end, not even a bone was found. If it was really eaten by a dragon, it would have been digested by now. This result can be expected. Well, how should I say it? I'm sorry. As an immortal species, Fulilian has long been accustomed to separation and death. How could it be? Maluzil staggered and fell to the ground. Not finding it at all may be a good thing in a sense. For example, it was not eaten in the first place, or there may be other organs in the dragon's body that can be stored, and you may not have found them yet. Bai Ye spoke up, reminding indirectly. That's right. Laos's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he rushed into the flame dragon again. Not long after, he pulled back a huge red meatball. Cut it with the sword, and the clumps of hair and bones poured out, emitting a pungent smell. Some animals that swallow their prey whole will integrate the indigestible things together and spit them out, but the flame dragon will not spit them out, but use them as fuel for its flame breath. As Laos spoke, he picked at the clumps. These black hairs should belong to the demon wolf, and this is hair. This is Fallon's hair. Malashiel's eyes lit up. Look carefully, there may be human bones mixed in. Laos said. The 4 members of the team divided the work and cooperated. Cleared out pieces of bones from the flame bag of the fire dragon. Zilchuk found Fallon's staff. Laos held up a bloody skull. That was the skull of his sister, Fallon. Can she be resurrected after being like that? Sensei murmured. It's not like there's no precedent. Zilchuk said. I can't give up yet. I'm going to take her to the resurrection center. Laos said. Wait, the connection between the soul and the body has become weak. It will be more dangerous to leave here. Malushiel stopped him. The more serious the damage to the body, the easier it is for the soul to separate. In most cases of failed resurrection, the reason is that the soul has been separated or the body is not fully repaired. Then, what should we do? Laos was shaken. Let the resurrectionist come here to revive, but to repair the body, more than twice the nutrients are needed than the damaged part, so a lot of fresh blood and flesh are needed, which we have now. Malushiel looked at the fire dragon as big as a hill with a firm gaze. Wait a minute, are you coming to revive? With dragon meat? Didn't you say you are not good at resurrection? Kilchik asked repeatedly. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid of scaring you. Malushiel looked at Bayet and Fulilian who were chatting not far away, and finally decided to confess. My specialty is studying ancient magic that is taboo in modern times. Now this is the only way to revive Falun. Is it black magic? Stop it, it's not a good thing. Sengzi solemnly advised. Magic does not distinguish between good and evil. Malushiel looked at Laos. You decide, Laos. Please, Maruthal, revive Falun. Laos said without hesitation. I know, leave it to me. Maluthal nodded firmly. Puff. She cut her palm. Blood dripped along the world tree staff. Finally, a complicated magic circle was drawn on the ground. What needs to be done after this is to make the body as close to the original form as possible. That is, the bones of the dead Falun should be pieced together as much as possible into a human form. However, because the bones of the magic wolf are mixed in, it is not easy to distinguish. Fortunately, Laos has some research on the body structure of canines. The four people worked together and started the skeleton puzzle game. Finally, they successfully pieced together the skeleton of Faline and the skeletons of the two demon wolves. The next step is the last and most crucial step, resurrection of the dead. Then, I will start. Malusil took a deep breath and was about to start chanting. Wait, young elf over there. Flillian, who had been observing for a long time, stood up and called out to Malusil. While Laos and others were looking for Faline's bones. Flillian I learned the basic common sense of this maze from Bayet. This includes the biggest feature of this maze, resurrection of the dead. The souls of people who died in the maze will not dissipate, and they can be resurrected as long as they can restore their bodies. Frillian also observed the resurrection magic circle drawn by Maruxiel. Although the worlds and systems are different, as a genius elf magician, Frillian quickly figured it out. Senior, is there any problem? Maruxiel paused. I studied your resurrection magic circle a little bit and found a few places that can be improved. In addition, how should I put it, using the flesh and blood of the fire dragon is indeed a good idea, but I always feel that it is a bit inappropriate. Frillian frowned and thought. Is it not possible? Maruxiel's expression on her face was a little nervous. After all, it's about the life and death of a girlfriend, so there can't be any mistakes. It's not that it's impossible, but I found that there is a certain will in the flesh and blood of the flame dragon, which may cause some problems later, such as your resurrected friend turning into a human dragon hybrid chimera or something like that. Flylian said solemnly. Chapter 46. What? Chimera. Hearing Fulilian's words, Sensi and Zierchak both widened their eyes in shock. Laos's face first showed a moment of excitement, and then immediately turned into anxiety. You are really worthy of you, Fulilian, to be able to see these. Baya couldn't help but admire. Baya naturally knew that Falun would become a chimera later. However, he did not tell Fulilian about it. Unexpectedly, Fulilian discovered it herself and proposed it before him. She is worthy of being praised as a genius magician. If it was her, she might really be able to study the magic of traveling through the world after traveling a few more times. Senior, then what should I do, what should I do? Malushiel said anxiously. Of course, stop your dangerous thoughts. Zilchik said. Why is this the case? What about Fallon? Malashiel's eyes were filled with tears, and she was almost crying. Don't worry, your best friend will be saved. Bai Ye smiled. Really? Malashiel's dim eyes regained hope. Of course, we are here for this. Bai Ye nodded. Start working, Fulilian. Flilian stepped forward and began to modify the magic formula on the ground. On the other side, Bai Ye flipped his hands. A kitchen knife appeared out of thin air in his right hand. A small bottle appeared in his left hand. The bottle contained a small pool of blue water. Bai Ye walked to Fallon's skeleton and inserted the resurrection knife into her chest ribs. Then he poured the small bottle of healing water on her white skull. At this moment, Flilian's improved technique was completed. As the technique was activated, a strong wind blew between heaven and earth. The golden life energy wrapped Fallon's skeleton. Oh, regeneration! Regeneration! It's unbelievable! Although no other meat is used to provide nutrition, Fallon's body is indeed regenerating. Zilchik's eyes widened in shock. Is it the power of the bottle of water before? I felt a very surging life energy on it. Malushiel was shocked. That kitchen knife is also amazing. Is it some kind of ritual to stick the kitchen knife there? If it is not pulled out, it will merge with the newly grown flesh and blood. Sengzi exclaimed. In any case, trust Mr. Bai Ye and Miss Fulilian. Laos said firmly. It didn't take long. It was only a dozen seconds. Under the dual healing power of the resurrection kitchen knife and the healing water, the phenomenon of the dead and the dead turning into bones is real. Full flesh and blood covered the entire body of Fallon's skeleton. The resurrection ceremony was a complete success. That should be enough. Flilian nodded. Work done. Bai Ye casually pulled out the resurrection knife from Fallon's chest. The wound caused by the knife healed in an instant. Fallon. Malushiel stepped forward and hugged the regenerated Fallon. Fallon, how do you feel? Can you hear me? Laos also stepped forward nervously. Fallon moaned, opened her eyes faintly, and her face was full of confusion. Brother, and Maruxiel, Zil. Let me introduce you, this is Sengzi, our new partner. Zilchik pointed at Sengzi and introduced him. Nice to meet you, Fallon, please give me your advice. Sengzi said gentlemanly. Senior. Also, this is Mr. Bai and Senior Fulilian. Thanks to their help, we were able to kill the flame dragon this time. And the ritual to revive you, Fallon, is also thanks to them. Otherwise, Fallon, you might have been turned into a monster like a chimera. Thank God. Maruxiel said with a face full of fear. My chimera sister. Laos looked up, as if thinking about something, and his expression gradually became cool. Don't imagine such terrible things. Zilchik couldn't help but slap Laos on the head. Thank you, Mr. Bai, Mr. Bai. Fallon, who was completely out of the situation, said intermittently. Okay, let's take a good bath, have a meal, and rest first. Bai smiled. Oh. Everyone in Laos's team responded happily. Malushiel took Fallon to the hot spring bath in the town. Fulilian, who had been swallowed twice by the treasure chest monster not long ago, also went to clean up. On the other side, Sengzi and Laos began to deal with the fire dragon with great interest. Prepare to treat Bai and Fulilian with a dragon meat feast. Mix wheat flour with yeast, salt, and water, knead thoroughly, and let it stand for a while. After fermentation is complete, stretch and adjust the shape, sprinkle the side dishes on the dough, and then sprinkle flour on the dragon skin. Sengzi made the fire dragon pizza with ease. Then he cut off the dragon's tail with a mithril kitchen knife. Peel off the skin and stew the dragon's tail soup. Finally, the dragon steak was grilled. Well, Mr. Bai Ye, don't look at Sengzi like that, he is actually very skilled, and monsters are not scary things, they are still quite fragrant. Of course, if Mr. Baiye really can't accept it, you can say it. In the past, Chilchok, who was in the same camp with Malashil and firmly opposed to monster cuisine, now spoke well of monster cuisine in an uncharacteristic way. This is Chilchok's way of socializing. Although he looks like a child, he is actually a man over 40 years old. In dealing with people, he is much more experienced than Leos. Leos and Sensi, who have a special liking for monster cuisine, don't think about other people's feelings at all. Early in the morning, they decided to use the flame dragon as the ingredient to entertain Baiye and Fulilian. They didn't consider whether they would accept it at all. So here, Chilchok is needed to smooth things over and test. No problem, I am looking forward to today's cuisine. Baiye smiled slightly. How can you not eat the maize rice when you come to the maize rice? Whether it is a monster or something else, it is meat in your mouth. Hey, that's good. Zilchuk breathed a sigh of relief. While watching Sengzi cooking, Baiye began to check the rewards for this commission. Baiye, who resurrected Fallon in a new way and prevented her from turning into a chimera monster, could say that this mission was perfect. The rewards for the work were also rich. The first one was so good that Baiye couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. 1 appetizer center capture level 10,000. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 47. Center. A captive world from gourmet food. An appetizer from the full menu of the gourmet god Acacia. Or to be more precise, it has been relaying gourmet energy in the universe since ancient times. An appetizer from the full menu of the planet inherited from the final place. The capture level is an astonishing 10,000. Center was born on the Zeroth continent of the Earth. It is rumored that it is the food that gave birth to all life. Because of its appearance, the Zeroth continent became the birthplace of gourmet cells. It was here that gourmet cells began to proliferate, and eventually the origin continent of gourmet eruption was born. As a top-quality product with a capture level of 10,000, the preciousness of Center is beyond doubt. First of all, its healing power. The healing water that Baiye obtained before was a product of the scraps of Center. Secondly, after taking the Center, if the gourmet cell demon in the body devours the host, it can be completely resurrected. Conversely, the host can also fully obtain the power of the gourmet cell demon by devouring it. Of course, this premises that there is a gourmet cell demon in the body of the eater. Now, even if Baiye eats it, at most he can just taste the deliciousness. After all, let alone the gourmet demon, he doesn't even have gourmet cells in his body. But, this is temporary. In addition to the Center, the system also rewards a rich full menu this time, and the quantity is not just one of each. 2. Rainbow Fruit Pudding. The rainbow fruit is a dream fruit that changes its taste into 7 colors depending on the temperature and humidity. A drop of juice can turn the water of a 25-meter swimming pool into a thick and mellow juice. The dessert made with it as the raw material tastes softer than pudding but is as heavy as gold. 3-gem meat. The most refined meat of the 1,500-meter-long giant Ligera mammoth in the world of gourmet captives. 4-century soup. The concentrated treasure of the gourmet showcase of the far north continent in the world of gourmet captives. 5 sweet cola. 10-end mammoth. Capture level 1200. 15 clear stewed magma. Capture level 2800. 16 king land shark. Capture level 4450. Because it is a maize rice world with the theme of eating, it is natural that the rewards are various precious delicacies. These precious ingredients of the world of gourmet captives are rewarded by the system. It only takes a few minutes for gourmet cells to be born in Baiye's body. In addition to the various delicacies mentioned above, there is also a new skill at the end of this reward. Soul fixation magic. As the name suggests, this magic can fix the soul of a person who is about to dissipate and turn it into a spirit. It is the opposite of exorcism, similar to the soul-binding power of a mace. In this way, as long as the resurrection ritual is used, people can be snatched from the hands of the god of death anytime and anywhere. Done. Sengzi's voice woke Bai Ye from the reward inventory. At this time, Fulilian, Maruxi, and Fallon also finished bathing. Looking at the onion pizza, grilled flame dragon steak and dragon tail soup on the table, Maruxi's face was solemn. It looks delicious. Flilian's eyes lit up. Senior Fulilian, please be careful, this is monster food. Maruxi said solemnly. And you, Farron. Before Maruxiel finished, the curious Farron had already picked up a piece of dragon meat and onion pizza and took a big bite. It's delicious. The amazing taste made Farron's squinting eyes open instantly. Yeah, just eat as much as you want. As a cook, Sengzi smiled happily. It's really delicious. Frillian picked up a piece of fried dragon steak and tasted it carefully. Dragon meat, I haven't eaten it for a long time. At that time, I and Xinmie and others. While eating the fried dragon steak, Fulilian unconsciously recalled the adventure with the brave team. They once killed dragons and used them as food. After a whirlwind of food, almost all the food on the table was eaten up. Wow, I'm full. It would be great if I could have a dessert after dinner. Malushiel touched her round belly, feeling satisfied. She was very cautious before eating, but she started to let herself go after tasting it. Dessert? No problem. Bai Ye smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, a huge plate appeared out of thin air. In the center of the plate was a huge pudding mountain half a person's height. It was emitting colorful light, and the moment it appeared, the mellow fragrance filled the whole room. Wow, what is this smell, so sweet! Malushiel's nose wings fluttered, her face was intoxicated. Just smelling this smell is unbearable. Laos' eyes widened, drooling. Can such a dreamy thing really be eaten? Zilchik said uncertainly. I'm going to eat. Fulilian, who loves desserts, was the first to make a move without hesitation. It's delicious. What kind of dessert is this? It's so delicious. Fulilian found that among all the desserts she had eaten in the past 1,000 years, no dessert could compare to this one. Mr. Bai Ye, can we eat it too? Malusil, Fallon, Laos, and others all looked eagerly. Looking at Bai Ye. Of course. Food is meant to be shared. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for all the food in this world. Sengzi, Maruxiel, and Laos started eating. Wait a minute, you're too greedy, leave some for me. Zilchuk, who was short-handed, almost jumped on the table. Fallon, this is your share. Maruxiel thoughtfully left a portion for her good girlfriend who didn't fight for it. It took only a minute. The half-human high rainbow pudding was completely eaten. 1/3 of it went into Bai Ye's stomach. Flilian also ate 1/3. The last third was enjoyed by Lao's team. Although it was only 1/3, the portion was definitely enough for them to eat. I'm full. I'm full. I really can't eat this time. Malushiel slumped in the chair and burped. Then, let's rest tonight. The rooms have been cleaned. Laos clapped his hands. Everyone nodded and went back to their rooms to rest. At midnight, an uninvited guest appeared on the street where the corpse of the fire dragon was lying. It was a dark elf with purple pupils and short white hair. The crazy magician is here. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48. Tap. Tap. In the middle of the night, footsteps echoed in the deserted town streets. The purple-eyed, white-haired, black-skinned elf stopped in front of the body of the flame dragon and looked up. I found you. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to go find His Majesty Delga? Don't be lazy. The black-skinned elf cursed fiercely, his face hysterical, and kicked the flame dragon's body hard. Get up! Get up! Get up quickly! Hey, over there, you're making a lot of noise in the middle of the night. Don't you know you're disturbing the people? Do you have any sense of public morality? A faint voice came, causing the black-skinned elf to pause. The crazy magician, the Lord of the Maze, Cecil, suddenly turned his head and looked at the roof. I'm so sleepy. By yet, you can handle this kind of thing by yourself. I want to go back to sleep. Fulilian muttered, her eyes half open, and her sleepy look was cute. Fulilian, don't you want to conquer this maze? That's the master of the maze. Are you sure you don't want to know? Bayet asked with a smile. The master of the maze. Fulilian opened her eyes like an emoji and looked at the dark elf below suspiciously. Speaking of which, there is indeed something strange about him. Who are you? Are you the one who killed the flame dragon? Crazy magician Cecil asked sternly. The dark elf Cecil, the court jester of the kingdom 1,000 years ago, grew up with King Delga and they were as close as brothers. Because King Delga said he didn't want to die, he turned to studying black magic and eventually created this immortal golden maze. Bayet told this little-known past. But, living like a living dead is more like a curse for the entire kingdom. The residents who couldn't bear the pain worked together to send King Delga to escape and made the secret of the maze public, hoping that someone could lift the curse. King Delga did leave the maze and came to the outside world, and after telling the world about the existence of the maze, he was completely freed and died. What did you say? Listening to the facts told by Bayat, the pupils of the crazy magician Cecil were shaken, he held his head with both hands, and screamed in pain. King! His Majesty Delga is dead! His Majesty is dead! No! No, 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 this is impossible! His Majesty clearly said that he wanted to live forever, so I... Bastard, don't even think about talking nonsense! Crazy magician Cecil fell into complete madness and waved his hand. Swish! The magic book emitting purple light turned pages quickly. Swoosh! 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 Several magic rays shot towards Bayet and Fulilian on the roof. At the same time, the huge body of the flame dragon melted like ice and snow. Finally, it turned into a red sea of blood, floating behind the crazy magician. Wow, what happened? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Zilchuk, wearing a nightcap, ran out of the room barefoot first. Followed by Laos, Sensi, and Fallon who was holding Meruxiel. Hey? Everyone? What happened? Meruxiel rubbed her sleepy eyes, still in the dark. It's a pity that the body of the fire dragon is gone. There are still a lot of hams to make. Sensi said with regret. I think he looks familiar. Laos rubbed his chin and thought seriously. The next second, Laos seemed to have thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed the identity of the black-skinned elf. The Lord of the Labyrinth, the Mad Magician. A bunch of usurpers, do you want to seize this kingdom? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The expression on the face of the crazy magician Cecil became more and more ferocious and terrifying. The ancient spell chanting echoed between heaven and earth. The sea of blood behind Cecil was boiling. One after another, the young blood dragons soared into the sky. Retreat! Bayet put his fingers together as a sword and wrote talismans in the air. Talismans flew out one after another, locked onto the blood dragon and detonated it on the spot. On the other side, Fulilian held a staff and raised her hand to cast several killing magic. The terrifying black magic beam was like a tracking and positioning missile. It pierced and defeated one blood dragon after another. Finally, it even launched a bombing towards the area where the crazy magician Cecil was. Don't be too complacent, bastard usurper. Cecil constructed the strongest ancient defensive magic formula in an instant, and then began to chant new black magic again. However, before he could chant the black magic in place, the next second, crack! Under the heavy load, there was a loud cracking sound. Under Fulilian's normal attack magic, Cecil's defensive magic did not have much effect at all. It only lasted less than 3 seconds before it was completely penetrated. What? Cecil's face changed drastically, and he dodged in a panic. Just then, he felt his vision darken. A tall figure came in front of him. I hope you can learn from your lesson. Don't shout and disturb others in the middle of the night next time. Bai Ye spoke lightly. He threw a punch casually. Swoosh! Boom! Boom! The figure of the crazy magician Cecil flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing through countless buildings and walls along the way. 2 minutes later, Mr. Bai Ye, the master of the maze, the crazy magician has escaped. Zilchuk, who went to investigate, reported. Run away if you want to. Well, he probably won't show up in a short time. Bai Ye waved his hand nonchalantly. To be honest, there was no hatred between him and the crazy magician. What the future direction of the maze would be was not within his consideration. Now that the commission was completed, it was time to leave. Mr. Bai Ye, are you leaving so soon? When they learned that Bai Ye was about to leave, everyone in the Laos team was shocked. I wanted to let you taste my proud monster dishes. Sengzi said. Hee, next time. Bai Ye smiled and waved his hand. The flame dragon was fine, but Bai Ye couldn't eat the other strange monsters in the maze. Senior Fulilian, can we really meet again? Malushiel looked at Fulilian eagerly, with a look of reluctance on her face. Flilian was the most powerful elf magician she had ever met. Malushiel had completely become Fulilian's little fangirl. She still had many questions she wanted to discuss with her. But the separation came too suddenly. And Malushiel had a feeling. It might be difficult to see each other again after this separation. We will see each other again. I still have to conquer this interesting maze. Flilian nodded calmly. In order to conquer the interesting new maze, she also needs to research the magic of traveling through the world as soon as possible. Really? Great. Malushiel was full of surprise. And Mr. Bai, thank you very much for your help this time. I will prepare a thank you gift and wait for your next visit. Malushiel said, bowing. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Miss Flilian. Laos, Farron, Sensi, and Zierchak also bowed together. See you next time. Bai Ye waved his hand. A brilliant rainbow bridge of light descended from the sky, enveloping the two and disappearing in an instant. The world of fairy tale. Having completed another job, Bai Ye entered his rest time again. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Bai Ye's peaceful life was broken. Because he found out that he was being followed? Chapter 49. I am Myra Jane Strauss. Fairy Tale's signature girl. A very popular model for the magazine Weekly Sorcerer. Don't think that I am just a receptionist now. I used to be the big sister of Fairy Tale. My name is Demon Myra Jane. Even though I have lost the ability to use magic for some reason. As a former Fairy Tale S-class wizard, my ability is unquestionable. Recently, I have a new identity, Detective Myra. Responsible for tracking and investigating a certain person. This is not a commission or job for anyone. It's just out of my own curiosity. A new brother who has joined the guild for only a few months, he is shrouded in a layer of mystery. Since returning from the first commission, I can't see through him. The recent frequent sky-high rainbow phenomenon in Magnolia, the special commissions that Bai Ye received. What secrets are hidden behind all this? I know that Urza must know something, but she won't say it. No problem, Detective Myra will find the answer herself. Snap! In the logistics office of the Fairy Tale Guild, Myra Jane closed the diary, locked it in the drawer, and came to the hall. Bye yet, thank you for your hard work. I have kept you busy so late again. Myra Jane said. It's okay. This is my job. Baya wiped the wine glass skillfully. By the way, Miss Myra, I plan to take a day off tomorrow to accompany the little guy. I haven't taken care of Sakura these days. Sure, of course. Myra Jane agreed. I immediately decided to take a day off tomorrow. This is a great opportunity for investigation. The next day, early in the morning. Let's go. Sakura, let's have fun today. Baya smiled. Great. Sakura jumped 3 feet high with joy. Holding Medusa with her left hand and Baya with her right hand. Sister Fulilian, we are going out. Please look after the house. I will bring you a gift when I come back. Sakura shouted towards the second floor. Well, go ahead and have fun. Flillian's response came from inside the house. Compared to going out shopping with Baya, Flillian naturally prefers to sleep in. Just after Baya and his family of 3 went out, a young girl wearing jeans and a baseball cap appeared from the corner and followed quietly. Baya. What is Miss Myra doing? What? Forget it. No matter. From morning to evening. From the shopping street to the food street. Baya took Sakura and Miura with him. Dusa almost visited the entire Magnolia. Finally, she returned home with a lot of loot. It was not good to eat dinner outside. After all, there was another mouth to feed at home. The main dish tonight was the special meat dish from the world of gourmet food, gem meat. When Baya took out the gem meat from the system space, the whole kitchen was filled with dreamy light. At this moment, Myra Jane, who was chewing dry bread outside the courtyard and observing, had her eyes lit up. Without waiting to take a closer look, the next second, the telescope was occupied by a black eye. Myra Jane cried out softly, and her body instinctively staggered backwards. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a big hand wrapped around her slender waist. Miss Myra, you've been following us for a day. If you don't mind, would you like to have dinner with us? Let's have a good chat. Baya smiled. Hey? Baya, how did you know? No, I'm not a stalker. The exposed detective Myra blushed and was at a loss. Sister Myra, let's have dinner together. At the door, Sakura waved at Myra Jane. S.A. Sakura also knew. Myra Jane said in astonishment. Miss Myra, your figure and appearance are so outstanding, it's hard not to be discovered. Baya said. You're so talkative. Myra Jane rolled her eyes charmingly. Thanks to Baya's flattery, the awkward atmosphere was resolved. Then I'll bother you. Myra Jane returned to her usual open and generous self. After a while, under Baya's personal care, the main course of the night was served on the table. Baya lifted the silver lid on the large plate. Instantly, an amazing light burst out, like the rising sun. Oh, it's glowing. The food my father cooked actually glows. Sakura cheered in surprise. Is this the legendary glowing food? This phenomenon only occurs when the food is extremely delicious. I always thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Myra Jane murmured in shock. At the same time, her curiosity about Baya grew even more. Baya cut the whole piece of gem meat with a resurrection knife. The moment the knife touched the gem meat, the meat separated smoothly, and the rich gravy burst out like fireworks. I'm going to eat. Flillian couldn't wait to put the meat into her mouth. The moment she put it into her mouth, her eyes opened wide uncontrollably. Her heart trembled suddenly, and every cell in her body glowed with joy. This, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so delicious? The always calm and composed Queen Medusa couldn't help but cry out at this moment. "Sister Myra, hurry up, look, your body is glowing," lowly Sakura said in surprise. "Ah? Really? Sakura, you are glowing too." Mirajana's eyebrows curved, a look of satisfaction. "Such delicious meat, so happy." Frillian closed her eyes with happiness and savored it carefully. "It's amazing, just took a bite, and I felt the power pouring out continuously, ah." Myra Jane widened her beautiful eyes, and the shock in her heart reached a new level. At the same time, she could no longer control the runaway power in her body. With a hiss, Mirajana's clothes burst open. This seemed to be some kind of signal. The next moment, the hissing sound came one after another. Medusa, Sakura, and even Frillian, who had eaten the gem meat, burst their clothes uncontrollably. For a moment, countless rags were flying in the restaurant. Almost all the girls had only 1 or 2 pieces of cloth hanging in key places, and the beautiful spring scenery was endless. The only one who could witness this beautiful scenery was Bai Yat. Although the posture of exploding clothes was very embarrassing, no one left the table. Because the deliciousness of gem meat is simply addictive. In front of this ultimate delicacy, shame is all gone. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50. Bai Yi's Dinner Episode 1, ended successfully. After dinner, Medusa, who changed into new clothes, began to clean up the dishes. Frillian took Sakura upstairs to take a hot bath. Bai Yet and Myra Jane, who also changed into new clothes, went out for a walk. All the way, Myra Jane just lowered her head, said nothing, and her fair face was covered with red clouds. Just now when she was eating, because the gem meat was so delicious, she had no time to pay attention to her own state. Until now when she was eating dinner, thinking back to the scene just now, Myra Jane felt a burning sensation on her face. It was also the first time for Myra Jane to be naked and in the same room with a man. If Furlan and Medusa hadn't been there, they might have. Thinking of that possibility, Myra Jane felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter, as if they were about to burn. "Miss Myra, let's not hide it. Can you tell me why you followed me? Not just today, but also 2 days ago." Bai Ye smiled and broke the subtle silence between the two. "Ahem, it was exposed from the beginning." Myra Jane scratched her head embarrassedly and took a deep breath. "Bai Yat, we are the first to know each other in the guild." "Well, I was able to join Fairy Tale thanks to Miss Myra." Bai Ye nodded. "As Bai Yejun's guide, I know nothing about Bai Yejun now. I can feel the changes since Bai Yejun started to accept commissions. Urza, who worked with you once, must know something, but I still know nothing." At this point, Myra Jane couldn't help but sigh. "So that's it. I didn't mean to hide it, but..." Bai Ye had a headache. "Oh, as the first partner, I also want to know Bai Yejun more deeply, at least not less than Urza." Myra Jane clenched her fists and rubbed her eyes, launching a coquettish offensive. "So, what does Miss Myra want me to do?" Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. "It's very simple. Take me with you on the next commission." Myra Jane switched states in a second and looked at Bai Ye with expectation. "This..." Bai Ye was a little embarrassed. Oh, is it not possible? I really don't deserve to know Bai Ye-kun." Myra Jane launched another coquettish offensive. Stop, I didn't say no, but I don't know what the next commission will be. It may be very dangerous." "Miss Myra, your current state." Looking at Mirajana's expectant eyes, Bai Ye compromised. "How about this, let me assess the degree of danger of the next job. If it's not too dangerous, I'll take you, Miss Myra." "Really? That's great." Myra Jane was as happy as a child. "So, Bai Ye-kun, when is the next job?" That depends on fate. Before Bai Ye finished speaking. Ding dong. The mechanical reminder sound of the system sounded. You have multiple commissions waiting to be received. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. What a coincidence, the job is here, let's go to the guild together. Bai Ye smiled. Hey! Mila Jane tilted her head in confusion. Bai Ye is here, how did he know there was a new job? What the hell? Forget it. Anyway, we'll know when we get to the guild. 10 o'clock in the evening. The atmosphere groups of the guild have also gone home. Bai Ye came to the commission board with ease and grabbed it at will. Under Marajana's shocked gaze, a stack of commissions appeared out of thin air in Bai Ye's hands. Is this some kind of special link teleportation magic? Myra Jane murmured in shock. Bai Ye did not speak, but looked carefully at the commission in his hand. Commission level, D. Commission content, wow, Mr. Bai Ye, where are you? I miss you so much. Commissioner, Kanroji Mitsurai. Commission level, D. Commission content, Lord God, where are you? I haven't beaten you up for saving my life yet. Client, Coco Kane. Request level, D. Request content, my sister keeps talking about God all the time. If there is a God, please show up in front of me. I will do anything if you can show up. Client, Coco Shinobu. Request level, D. Request content, are you God? Can you help Nezuko recover? And there is Muzan Kibutsuji. Client, Tanjiro Kamatu. Commission level, D. Commission content, Dear God, I am Yubayashiki Yoya, the current head of the Yubayashiki clan. Client, Yubayashiki Yoya. Commission level, D. Commission content, God, please help the world to eliminate all evil spirits. Namo Amitabha. Client, Gyume by Minjayu. Of the nearly 10 commissions, all of them came from the Demon Slayer world. A&D. As expected by Bai Ye. Everyone's commission glowed and merged at this moment. Finally, a new commission of C++ level was synthesized. The messages from the clients were very different, but the contents were similar. They were asking Bai Ye to kill the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. How is it? Bai Ye-kun, can you take me with you? Myra Jane asked nervously. Of course. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Demon Slayer world is dangerous, but it is not a big problem. With Bai Ye's current strength, it is enough to easily carry the whole place. King of Demons Muzan? Just little Karami. By the way, before I go, I have one thing to confirm, Miss Myra, are you afraid of ghosts? Bai Ye asked. Ghosts? Are you kidding? My sister, my previous title was Demon. Myra Jane patted her chest with a solemn oath. It's good that you are not afraid. Then you can set off after signing the confidentiality agreement. Bai Ye said. No problem at all. Myra Jane was in high spirits. Since she could no longer use magic, she had not been on a mission for a long time. Now she actually felt the excitement of accepting a commissioned mission for the first time. The confidentiality agreement was signed. Bai Ye used telepathic magic to tell Ferlin where he was going, and then set off with Myra Jane. Boom! The brilliant rainbow light bridge descended, carrying Bai Ye back to the demon world. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points.